welcome to the Moserica Show. Is that it? Is that the name of the show? Host Rob Noerr. That's me, your intrepid host. Doing work right up until the last minute. Happy to be here tonight. Got a special show for you. It's a little different than most shows we had. You're going to get to see a little me in one of my other jobs. I wear many hats. Not so much anymore. I just wear this hat, but you get what I'm saying. So it's great to be here. I will be hosting a X Spaces here in about 12 minutes for World War Debate. That's right, World War I coming up. ACX1 Studio, Atlantic City, January 10th. It's going to be awesome. It's going to be a great time. I'm going to be there. I am the debate architect for that. Can't wait to get to it. However, we still got a show to do tonight, so we're going to do that space to promote it. You'll see in a role of sort of hosting something and allowing the people to speak, facilitating the conversation of the promotion. Then after that, after the space is done, we'll do a little streaming on my own normal, and then we'll jump right into around 10 p.m. or later, depending on how late the space goes. Our guest, the great Kewl Vic, a fellow streamer, someone who does an amazing job reacting to debates, commentary, stories of the day, etc. on his channel. So a great guy. He's given me a fair shake to be able to come on his show and sort of discuss with some of the people that were involved in some drama with me. A fair venue to do that. So happy to have Kewl Vic on. I think he has a tremendous channel. So I hope that you'll check his channel out. But before we get there, how are you all this fine evening? I'm great. Looking forward to doing this space. We'll get to test Rob's professionalism and see how good he is at promotion. I think pretty good. We'll see, though. So, it's going to be a great time. My motto in doing anything when it comes to putting myself out in a speaking role, whether that be debate, moderating, commentating, just doing my normal show, is there's only one thing that makes me decent and remotely watchable, and I'm me. I'm not trying to be someone else. So there are different hats you wear: moderator, promoter, host, commentator, sometimes journalist, very rarely. And there's little switches that come with all that, but always have fun and always be yourself. And that's it. That's my secret sauce. So I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And I'll get to talk to a lot of people that I respect, people that are going to be involved in the debates, and people that are working on the show behind the scenes and in front of the camera as well. So it should be a lot of fun today. Now, I do got to look up something real quick. So what is this? Give me 1 second. I'm pretty prepared. I've been so busy, man. I got to tell you, it's levels of busyness I did not think possible. So give me 1 second to write something down in my notes. I promise it'll just be a second, but I hope you all had a great day. It's been, it's weird. Oftentimes when you have stuff like this come up, weird things happen, like news stories. This woman who was shot in Minneapolis. Man, I have a lot to say about it, and I've only began to scratch the surface as far as being able to see all the footage and all the details of what happened. It's an ongoing story. What's today's date? Give me 1 second. I got to take this call. It's probably about... Enjoy this song. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. All right. Now, two things to say real quick, since I don't have much time now. One, check out this watch. It's a Seikyo. This is one of my favorite things I own now. My wife got me a watch for my anniversary. It's nice. Also a Seikyo, nicer watch. And we need to get the link shortened on it. So I really wanted to wear it out to Word War here. And unfortunately, we didn't get it to the jeweler in time. And my son heard me talking about this and wanted to get me something for my trip out there. And his favorite color is green. And so he picked this watch out for me. So I couldn't be prouder to wear this. I'm going to miss him a lot here this weekend. So I just promised him I would let you all know that this watch was picked up by my son, and it is an amazing watch, and it's going to be very important to me. So thank you so much, Hank, and I hope you all appreciate it. The other thing is we are going over to the space on Word War. Please join me over there. Share this space. Costs nothing if you have an X account. The link is right there. We'll share the screen for that. That's where we'll be today. Obviously, it's going to be audio only, but please head over there. Be in the audience as soon as that starts up. Please do that for me. I would much appreciate it. So I'm going to be hopping right into this, so I won't be addressing most of you in the chat. If you do send super chats, much appreciated. Promise I will get to those later in the evening. I got to shut my door here in case my son decides to start yelling so that it doesn't show up in the space. I'll be right back. All right, let's do this. I don't know about you, but I'm excited. Seikyo 5. There you go. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being here tonight. We are proud to bring you our first ever pre-event promotion right here on X with our space. Word War Debate, we're promoting this January 10th, Word War 1. It is going to be a fantastic lineup, the gold standard of debate, coming up with our inaugural lineup. It is going to be an event that you do not want to miss. My name's robnoerr. I am the debate architect. I will be your host for this evening. We're going to be talking to a bunch of people that are involved with this project, everyone from hosts to analysts to the debaters themselves. And we're going to tell you a little about what to expect, what some of the topics are going to be, what the project is about. and hopefully motivate you all to check out wordwardebate.com and go ahead and get your tickets for this January 10th, and to make sure you're tuning in to all Word War Debate social media platforms such as YouTube, Rumble, Play TV, X, and elsewhere in order to tune into the debate starting this January 10th at 2 p.m. Eastern. It's very exciting. I am so happy to be part of this, and we cannot tell you how excited we are to get these great people into this event. Now, what is Word War Debate? Word War Debate was set up as a project primarily through the brainchild of comedian Sam Tripoli and some others that wanted to combine the energy and the entertainment you see from fighting events and things like UFC and combine those with the world of debate. The idea was to set up a platform that is fair, unbiased, and treats debaters from all different topic areas and all professions as the talent that they are. Debate has never been more important than it is right now in this world. In an environment where it used to be so hard for the average person or people that thought outside the scope of what the mainstream ideas were, it used to be so hard for them to have input and to be able to have these debates. Now we see more and more with the advent of social media that these debates are happening both on a localized and a grand scale. And Word War Debate will become the gold standard to putting all of those debates in one place so that the most impressive voices, the biggest voices, the people with the best ideas will be able, in a neutral platform, to share those ideas in front of all of you. It will be done so treating those debaters as the utmost talent that they deserve to be treated, much like they were professional athletes. We will make sure that it will be treated in as fair a manner as possible, that they will be treated as the talent that they deserve, and that the event itself will be the premier event that debaters all across the world will want to come to. In addition to that, we are committed to making sure that it is as entertaining as possible for all of you in the audience. If you're there live, it is going to be a party atmosphere akin to something that you would see at a UFC event. And if you're watching at home, we seek to make sure that we have the highest production values, the best cameras, the best microphones, the best ability and graphics to see everything that you need, just as if you were watching a major sporting event back home. This will change the game and set the standard for how debates are proffered in the online space and in person for years to come. Our goal is to set forth a platform that will become the gold standard, that will be something to be emulated, but never repeated, never raised to the levels that we will be able to set. We will do it first, and we will do it best. We envision a world where every debate, when it be two people that are scientists debating on what sort of treatment would be best for a particular illness, all the way up to two presidential candidates debating, will be given a fair platform where everyday people will be able to listen and decide by themselves, not because thus those of us that are commentating or holding this debate are putting our thumb on the scale. And we couldn't be happier to have this inaugural event kick off. Now, the venue we've chosen for this is absolutely immaculate. It is the great ACX1 studio right on the boardwalk in Atlantic City. The event's going to kick off January 10th, starting at 2 p.m. Eastern, and it's going to go all day. It's going to be about a 9-hour event. We got 3 tremendous debates lined up. Tickets are still available, and we wanted to make sure that this was accessible for everyone. So ticket prices range everywhere from $500 for an entry-level ticket up to a little over $200 for a VIP ticket. This will include a chance to meet the tremendous debaters that you cheer for and that you will see there. It will include alcohol, bar that'll be there, all sorts of food offerings and vendors that will be there, chance to interact with the talent that you'll see on stage, and there's a lot of it. So we're very excited to offer this, and tonight, we're excited to be able to bring on so many of the people that are going to be instrumental to kicking this off. Not just the debaters, which hopefully you'll hear from almost all of them, but also from the members of the team that are going to be instrumental. We are doing this space to invite all of you to share. Please share on your social media feeds so that other people can see the great event that we're going to be offering, and you all will have your chance to participate and be there when the very first Word War Debate kicks off. That will be the beginning of changing how debate is done in our political and cultural world. Some of the voices that you'll hear from tonight, and they are tremendous, are as follows. Our great host and moderator, the amazing Ben Swan. He'll be the host for the event and moderating all of the debates, and he'll call right down the middle, baby. Then we got the fantastic Crystal Marie, who will be our sideline reporter, that will make sure that she's bringing you all of the information from the debaters themselves, both before and after the debate, to see what's on their thoughts before they step into the arena. We have 3 tremendous analysts that hopefully we'll be hearing from this evening that will be there on January 10th. On the left, we have not so erudite, going by a real name, Kyla Turner, that will give it from the perspective of someone who's left-wing in analysis. In the middle, we have famous comedian Sam Tripoli, who will be looking at the debates from sort of a more central point of view. And then on the right, we have another fantastic comedian, Gavin McInnes, that will be giving you all of the analysis that you need coming from the right. And then other people that we'll see tonight, the debaters, Pisco Liddy will be joining us. And in addition to that, his opponent for the evening, Ryan Mullally. We'll also hear from Michael Rechtenwald, his opponent, who will also be joining us, Shavos Kestenbaum. And lastly, in our main event, which I could not be more excited for, the great Pearl Davis will be competing against Anna Kasparian on the topic of feminism. So should be a tremendous show tonight. And we will also be joined by a very special guest, someone who I have been a big fan of for many, many years, the great Stefan Molyneux, who will be joining us at some point tonight. So stay tuned. It's going to be a fantastic event. We're going to start to bring up some of the amazing people that you're going to hear from. We're going to be able to talk about what to expect from this event, why the people that are involved in this decided to get involved, and just what they expect themselves to see from the fantastic debates that we have. Now, first up, oh man, we have a buffet of people to choose from. So first up, I'd like to bring on a few of the people that are actually going to be our analysts. And we'll start with someone that I've been a big fan of for a long time. If I don't mess up my little selection here. Let's bring up the great Gavin McInnes. Gavin, we sent you that invite. Whenever you feel like coming up, just let us know. Gavin, world famous comedian, also someone who is a podcaster, streamer, commentating on cultural and political events of the day. And first event I ever saw that Gavin was a part of was a movie, How to Be a Man, I believe is the name of the movie. Me and my wife randomly chose one day. It was one of the funniest movies that I've ever seen. So it will be an honor to talk to Gavin when he comes up.
Can you hear me?
There he is. How you doing, Gavin? How's it going today?
Fantastic. I'm doing great. I'm very excited about this event. It's I don't think people realize how important free speech and debate is to the culture of the West.
It's amazing. You know, one of the things I've noticed is it seems like comedians have like a default position where they've always understood that, at least the ones that are, trying to be authentic. Where comedy seems like they've always said that like comedy is like inside every joke's a tiny revolution. I think that it inherently gives you a background where you see the importance of free speech and debate.
Well, comedians are always worried about saying something that's already been said, and if they steal a joke, someone goes, "Oh, that was Bill Hicks or something." So they genuinely care about words over time, and they realize their power, and they end up being champions of free speech almost accidentally. But the origin of America was Britain saying, we're going to have newspapers up and down the East Coast, but I want you to have right-wing and left-wing newspapers, and I want you guys to debate. And that works. The problem with that is you end up getting smarter. And eventually America got so smart, they said, why are we paying taxes to this king? And they had a revolution, and they beat the greatest superpower on earth with a few muskets and some Indians in a tree. And we lost that very recently. We lost the reverence for debate. And I'm so impressed by you guys bringing it back, because I tried to do it myself on censor.tv, and the left is so adverse to debate. And I don't know why. Maybe they don't have the courage of their convictions. Maybe they're scared of being embarrassed, but lefties don't like to discuss things.
Well, I think that more and more, and at least I'm hopeful for this, that they're going to understand the importance of doing so. Not my place on this space to give my thoughts on sort of politics. I was a Trump supporter. Nonetheless, I think that Trump illustrated something, which is the game as it was formerly played with, guys in stuffy suits that are telling you what you have to think and gatekeeping other people. Those days are gone. And so I think that what we're offering here is something that will be good and should be cheered on by people of all political persuasions because it's the wave of the future. These voices are going to be heard. And so you might as well have them on a place that's centralized and trying to have it as neutral as possible.
Debate is a workout. It's going to the gym, and we're all mentally obese in the age of the internet and the algorithm putting you in a bubble. But you should want to lose. If you're in a debate and you lose, you're smarter. You learned more. You've been disavowed of some misunderstandings, some wrong information. So, like debates are fantastic because it's win-win. If you lose a debate, sure, it's not cool, and you're not going to have a bunch of groupies that night. But you learned something, and now you're smarter. That's the beauty of debate is both sides are smarter at the end.
I couldn't agree more. And it seems like benign to say, but it does take some courage. The old like Theodore Roosevelt, the man in the arena, it's easy to sit back and criticize, but to actually put yourself out there and possibly lose. And I agree with you. I've always thought I've learned more from losses in my life, whether it be debate or just in general, than I've learned from victories. So I think it's amazing that there are people that are willing to go out there in front of a huge audience and risk losing. But that's exactly what it takes to formulate the best ideas.
Yep, and you got to assume no one's lying. You have to fact check as you go, and that's what Sam and I will be doing is sort of checking up on everyone as they go. But when boxers spar, they end up stronger at the end of the fight, at the end of the sparring. And you're not really a boxer unless you spar. So you're not really, I don't know, you're not really a player in the political game if you don't test out your views and your opinions.
I got it.
And you know what I've noticed, by the
Sure.
way, sorry to interrupt, but when these two adversaries get together, like the most radical far right monster and the most wonderful far left progressive, they're not really that far apart. And I don't even believe in differing opinions. I think one person just has less information than the other. Like with immigration, yes, we're a nation of immigrants and we should all love one another. And if someone comes here struggling, they should have a chance. That sounds great. But we're at like 50 million illegals now. If we're at 1 million illegals, I don't have a problem with illegal immigration. I think it's irrelevant at 1 million. At 50, we have an issue here. So the person who thinks it's not a problem doesn't understand that we're up to 50 and that's an issue. So it's just less information in a sense.
I would be remiss if I let you go without asking this. Part of the purpose of this event is to combine like a party like atmosphere. Like we don't want stuffy, like everyone just, golf clapping at the end of the debate. We want it to be a party. People that are there afterwards, you're going to be hanging out in the VIP room, maybe be available,
Absolutely.
tell a story or two, have some fun.
Well, I'm going to accomplish the seemingly unaccomplishable feat of not being drunk for this. So Ozzy did this with all his shows and with Black Sabbath. He was never drunk for a show, but right after it was done, he would start pile driving whiskey. So I'm going to get annihilated the second it's done. But before it starts, I'm going to be sober as a judge.
Well, I will say I will be happy to get annihilated with you afterwards as well. Gavin, absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. Can't wait to see you on January 10th, starting at 2 p.m. Eastern Time at World War I. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Cheers, pal.
All right, take it easy. All right, next up, we want to bring on the next analyst. Kyla, if you're there, just raise your hand and ask for a speaker position. So we'll bring on the great Kyla as we wait for Kyla to hop on. Yeah, it's tremendous that we got so many talented people like Gavin, like Sam. And it is really interesting. I want to talk to Sam about this as well because it was sort of his brainchild. The idea of it seems that comedians so often are the people that default understand the importance of debate and of free speech. It really is amazing to me. And so, when this takes off and it becomes sort of the gold standard of debate, how tremendous will it be to know that it came from the mind of a comedian, that's what it took. So I cannot wait to talk to them about it. So let's see if we can bring on our next analyst.
Hello.
There we go. What's happening?
How's it going, Rob?
It's great. It's great. Great to hear from you. Now, for those that don't know, me and you've debated against each other before, end up being oftentimes on the other side of the political spectrum, but I could not be more excited to have you as an analyst. As someone who's debated with you several times, I know that you're the perfect person to be able to analyze these debates for coming from a left-wing perspective. So I'm so happy that you joined the team here.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to represent kind of the left from an analyst position. So obviously I won't be in a debate position this time around, but I will be talking about the quality of the debates, which is kind of one of the main things that intrigued me about the Word War debate show, is a goal to kind of create bipartisan or like non-political standards for debate so that we can actually evaluate the quality of arguments, not just who we like more or who says the things that I like the most, but actually who's got the most evidence, as kind of Gavin mentioned, but also the most likely and sound argument behind them, which is really exciting to me.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And that's exactly what intrigued me about this as well. The idea of like having a venue, particularly when some of the biggest names on the biggest issues would have a chance to be able to debate this. Now, as someone that has debated on many different platforms like yourself, talk a little about the importance of the idea of treating the debaters like they're the talent, like they're the people that are there for people to listen to, and making sure that not only is the debate moderated fairly, but as we're doing here at Word War, treating those debaters basically like they're celebrities, like they deserve to be treated.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to view debate as kind of like some sort of like intellectual wrestling, then you need good referees. You need to make sure that the athletes, or the debaters in this case, are doing only that. They can focus exclusively and solely on the performance that they're bringing. I think chess alone burns like almost as many calories as like a pretty high intensive workout. I imagine debate, when we start testing it, is somewhat similar in that it's very costly. It's very hard to do, and so we want our talent to be focused. And then obviously from the moderation standpoint, we want it to be fair. It's going to be really awful if you're an athlete competing in a wrestling match and it's pretty clear that the referee and the entire team hates you and is trying to be biased against you. That doesn't make anyone want to come back and debate. That doesn't make anyone want to use your platform anymore. So as a moderator and as an analyst, essentially, I want to make sure that, that each side feels that they are getting a fair shake from the panelists and from Word War debate.
Yeah, it's absolutely what the goal is. And I think like you can appreciate this as well from someone who comes at things from a left-wing perspective. Contrary to what maybe some of us on the right would say, I think that you'll speak for this. All you're really looking for is a neutral platform and let the best ideas win.
Neutral platform with good moderation, I think, makes for the best quality conversations.
And the events that you've done, can you speak to this a little? Like, I've seen some of the events that you've been out doing, and sometimes it seems like you're just having like a party like atmosphere. Can you talk to that a little? Like the idea of it's more fun and more entertaining and actually more informative if people are having fun and energetic in the audience and back home while the debate's going on.
Yeah, I mean, like, one of the things that I really like about debate is that it makes politics accessible to people. I think debate turns very stuffy, kind of boring philosophical conversations or political philosophy into something people can tangentially track onto and enjoy. And so I think if the audience isn't enjoying it, none of this can happen in the first place, right? So as far as like the party, I don't know. I'm always a party. I'm always a good time. So I'll hoping to see some of you guys in the VIP section in the back afterwards. Like Gavin says, I'll have to introduce him to whiskey and milk. It's a diabolical combination. So hopefully I can tempt him with that.
Now, last thing I have for you. Now, you will be on as an analyst with two professional stand-up comedians. Now, I know that you'll do a tremendous job as an analyst, but when it comes to the joke department, how do you see yourself holding up to Sam and Gavin?
What a strange question. How am I going to compare to two professional comedians? Probably not well, but I'm a professional debater, so hopefully I can bring that. Yeah, I mean, they're probably going to be funnier than me, obviously.
I think you'll do just fine. Well, Kyla, it has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us on this space. I can't wait to see you out there January 10th. It's going to be a tremendous event, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Now, as we get the next person coming up, we'd like to bring up the great Sam Tripoli. My interface a little clunky here, so Word War that's hosting this, go ahead and if you can, bring up the next person who will be Sam Tripoli. But absolutely amazing to hear from already two of our analysts, Gavin and not so erudite Kyla Turner there. It's absolutely amazing to watch them work and be able to work together, giving us analysts coming from all sections of this, the left, the right, and in the center. So it's going to be tremendous. And as they said, it's going to be a party atmosphere there as well. I do not think I will be drinking any alcoholic beverages with milk in them, unless they would be something like a White Russian. Next up, we have the amazing Sam Tripoli. Sam, can you hear us? How you doing this fine evening? Well, Sam's working on his mic. It shows that he's unmuted, but perhaps
Rob, you hear me?
There he is. What's happening, Sam? How you doing
There
tonight?
we go, Rob. You're killing it. You're doing great at this.
Well, thank you. You know, if only I was as good as working out and losing some weight as I was this, maybe I would.
You don't need to, dude. You're perfect the way you are, dude. You're a glorious bear, buddy. We love you for who you are.
Thank you. Thank you.
First of all, Rob, I want to say thank you to everybody here today joining us. I got to do Gavin's show, which is great. And, Kyla, I'm excited to work with you. Listen, I'm politically atheist. I'm atheist when it comes to either side. So I'm just kind of here to just kind of keep the train on the tracks. I'm excited to hear both sides. And, I came up with this idea during the Trump-Hillary Clinton debate when everyone's tuned in with bated breath, excited to see what happened. And I thought, why don't we do this all the time? And then, we saw debates just kind of blow up and they're just everywhere, but there's no one place where you can go where the best of the best are going to go at it. And that's where we came up with a word war debate. I was able to pitch to guys who actually wanted to work with me, not like in Hollywood where I pitched to people who didn't like me and just wanted to hear my ideas. So here we are. The whole purpose of this is to centralize debate, create a gold standard of debates like the UFC, like the NFL, like the NBA, Major League Baseball, and where every month or every other month, people know the best are going to come to do it. And you have people like Anna Kasparian on here and, Pearly. It's just like, it's a real blessing. The whole, we got Pisco here. I mean, like, it's such a blessing. Michael's here too. It's a real blessing. And the whole point of this event is to turn intellectuals into rock stars. Too many times we see just really vapid idiots become huge. It's time to get the smart people a chance to shine. And that's kind of what we want to do, man. We want to make this the WWE of debates. Not that it's going to be, stupid chaos or K-Fab, but really just a high energy, high production debate where the best go to like light it up. And I'm excited that you're a part of it. I'm excited that everyone's on it. The panel's great. The Enlighten Network are the best of the best. And we're excited for this. I think shows like Joe Rogan or, any of the guys who are debating their shows, Gavin shows, people want really smart talk. They're hungry for intellectual stimulation. And this is what we want to give them.
Yeah, I couldn't say it better. It's phenomenal. Can you talk a little about one of the things I was blown away when I first met you was the venue, ACX1 there, right in the boardwalk in Atlantic City. Can you talk a little about the venue and like sort of the party-like atmosphere that people that get tickets can expect?
It's a Coliseum, dude. It's a beautiful venue. You walk in, you're really blown away how amazing it is. And, it is connected to Caesar's Palace. Caesar's isn't throwing this. It's our own independent event. It's right there on the shore. You're going to be able to have drinks, Talk to people who are like-minded, talk to people who think the exact opposite of you in one of the most beautiful venues in one of the most beautiful beaches you'll ever be to. It's the total package. It is an intellectual Lollapalooza. We want to create just a weekend of just incredibly smart talk where the best of the best, the most knowledgeable on their subjects come up and debate issues that people really care about, and we're blessed to have the lineup that we have today. It's like, yeah, I see Pisco. He is a celebrity. We're going to have celebrities like Pisco coming in here and really meeting a new audience that will understand how passionate he is and any of these debaters are about their subject. And you're actually going to be able to leave there going, I learned a lot today. And that's what is a real important part of this package. It's like, yeah, we got, there was fighting everywhere. The UFC centralized it. Football, when you're watching the NFL, the best of the best are going at it. And same thing with the NBA, Major League Baseball. There's baseball organizations all over the world, but everyone knows Major League Baseball is the best place to see the best players play. And that's what World War Debate is. It's going to be top shelf across the board. Nobody's ever seen anything like this. Nobody's ever done anything like this. And we want to be the first and this is going to be the first of hopefully many, many events. And if it blows up the way we know it will, we'll be a traveling circus. We'll go all over the country, all over the world doing it.
I am so happy. I was so excited when I got out there to meet you and to see what your vision was, to see the studio and everything. And I just think it's going to be fire. I think it is literally going to set a standard that will be impossible to achieve. Everyone's going to look up to it. No one's going to be able to recreate it. So what you created here is phenomenal.
I got to say this too, Rob. You don't get enough credit for all the hard work you're putting into this. When I started this, I told him I wanted to be the ghost in the machine, but the truth of the matter is, Rob, you're the ghost in the machine. You're really busting your hump on putting this together. When you guys see the whole format, Rob had a huge say in that, and it's gonna be glorious. It's gonna be so fun watching these intellectual gladiators walk to the stage, and you just see a whole breakdown of what they've done to get here. I think people are gonna be blown away. It's gonna be so much like substance added to an already very deep conversation. And I think you guys are here today, and you guys are going to watch on Saturday are going to be blown away by what you see.
Well, thank you so much, Sam. I can't wait to get out there. The event's going to be on fire. And then afterwards, me, you, the rest of the team, we're going to have a great time up at the VIP lounge.
Hey,
so I can't
I'm
wait.
sober. Join me and let's people watch. People get hilarious. So come, even if you don't party, come join me and we'll hang out. We'll just watch weirdos get weird.
It sounds great, man. It sounds great. So thank you so much. The great Sam Tripoli, everyone. Remember,
Anytime, I love you.
Thank you, man. Love you, man. As you're watching this event and you're watching future World War Debate events, like when we're up to World War Debate like 18, and we got President, J.D. Vance debating Kamala Harris running for her 10th term or whatever it would be. Remember, the very first event started right here. You're going to be able to get in the ground on the first event, and it was created by the great Sam Tripoli. So next up, I would love to bring up our executive producer, Dave Lugo. Dave is the man behind the scenes that is making sure that all of these sort of people that have all of these ideas that are involved in debate, in production, in all of the things that's going to make this the greatest debate event that we've seen. Dave's the guy that is spearheading all of this. He has credentials doing all sorts of movies in the past where he's been an executive producer on, and is someone who is intimately involved in ideas of free speech and debate. He is the person that knows this studio in and out, where we're going to be here at ACX1. He has some of the projects he's been involved in. It's just incredible, the list of them. Including the movie Without Hope, Killing Mary Sue, Skelly, Love Reconsidered, The Long Night. Earlier work includes The Last Survivors, Spy Intervention, Public Enemy No. 1, The Swing of Things, and A Good American. His portfolio highlights a focus on suspenseful narratives and socially reflective storytelling across both feature and documentary formats. Ever since I went out and started with this project, I was so impressed to meet Dave. He is a serious person with a vision and understands how to put the right people together. And he's been supporting all of us that are approaching this from vastly different angles and supporting us all to achieve what we need to get this done. So when we get Dave up for a second, Word War, if you could bring up Dave if you see him there. If he's having a problem with his connection, we could also jump on to the next person. But as we wait for Dave to come on, I'll tell you a little about my role in the project. So I was brought on as the debate architect. Now, why would they bring me on? Obviously, my handsome good looks. That's why they brought me on. But in addition to that, I was a policy debater in college. I went to a small state school in Pennsylvania called Clarion University. And through 4 years of debate there, though I had no previous experience, I was one of the first people from a state school like that with only 4 years of experience to qualify for the national debate tournament. So I was okay. In fairness, my partner was very good. Maybe that's why I got there. But I've had a passion for debate ever since. I had a radio show. I ran for Congress in 2019 here in Pennsylvania in a special election. And I have a passion for all things debate. So it was my pleasure to help set up the format for the debates, the rules for the debates, the timeframes, the topics, and to connect to all the debaters and do whatever I can to help them to understand exactly what they'll need coming into this tremendous event. And it's been my pleasure to work with the team in doing so. We have the great Dave Lugo with us. Dave, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Hey, Rob, thank you, man. You're doing a great job. I appreciate it.
Oh, of course, it's my pleasure. It's easy with so many great people to talk to. Now, Dave, I wanted to talk about one part of your vision and Sam's vision as well that we haven't talked about yet, and that is accessibility to these debates. I know that you specifically wanted to make sure that our tickets were affordable, and even though it's going to be an 8 to 9 hour event, you've done everything you could to make sure that it's a very affordable event. I was wondering if you could talk about that a little.
Yeah, I mean, we pulled every string we could because it's important. This is a major sport and hobby for a lot of people who are coming up, young college kids who are in debate their whole lives and then try and search for a career in that field. And rather than get into politics, like Sam mentioned, let's make them the rock stars of the future. They have great ideas, and we see it taking off right now on the internet. So we wanted to make sure that we called in every favor. We brought in the best team possible, so we didn't lack quality. But the goal is to have everyone here to make sure that they can see what we're doing, to get them excited, to share what we're our project, and just be able to come out and see the people that they're watching on YouTube, like you, Gavin, Kyla, Sam, everybody else that's going to be involved with the project. So. We did everything we could. We just actually wrapped. I just pulled over to the side of the road. We wrapped up, running wire today for the venue. It's looking amazing. Our LED screens are coming in tomorrow. But we're, no one's too, we all get our hands dirty here, and that's going to allow us to make this event affordable to anybody.
Yeah, it's great. And I know for this first event, we're trying to make it as accessible to everyone as possible on the social media platforms on Word War Debate. So people will be able to watch the entire event on Word War Debate's YouTube channel, on their Rumble channel, on their X channel, on their Play TV channel. And I think that was very important to you and the rest of the team that people be able to see just how impressive this event's going to be. And we're not really sparing expenses for the audience's home. Can you talk about sort of the production values that we're putting in on the back end for the people at home as well?
Yeah, I mean, we have guys who, our technical director, runs Coachella, runs, Love Island. We've got some professionals we're flying in from the country, all across the country that we're working with, and I've worked with on movies, and they've done some of the biggest shows that, we watch on TV. So we brought in the top experts to make sure that you can all see this and see that what we're doing here is the gold standard. This is a competition show, and we everybody involved is competing, and our tech team, our production team, we're going to compete with the biggest shows out there, and we want to put it out for free so that we can prove ourselves. I think we have something really good cooking for you, and I'm excited to share it. So we're going to put it out for free. No pay-per-view, no premium. Everyone's going to be able to watch it, and we're going to have some goodies in there, baked in. See, it's a real production.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. And really, the team that's working behind this, it just blows my mind just how good they are at putting together something that just is going to be a professional experience. I'll get you out of here on this, Dave. I I think that it's one thing to put on a great event for a one-time only, but the idea behind this is sort of a league. You've already hit on, it's not just about bringing in the biggest names, so that's very important. It's also about bringing in up-and-comers. And the idea that you've set forth of like sort of crafting a league that we're going to be doing these events every 2 months, we're going to possibly be doing things to branch out to bring maybe the voices that aren't the biggest voices right now, what will be the biggest voices is tomorrow. Can you talk about your vision of having this be an ongoing league type event?
I can't take credit for that. This is Sam Tripoli 100%. When he brought it to us in the Enlightened Network, he said, I want to have a league, but I also want to have a farm league where we're recruiting the best up and coming names and we're going to help them grow. So that's really, where we're coming from is we want to, just like the Yankees or anybody else, your favorite football team, they all have farm clubs. We want to have a farm club where we're going to find the young and up and comers. We're going to help them grow with our analysts. We're going to bring them, introduce them to the audience. And, eventually we'll have teams, we'll have squads that, we can travel across the country, across the world. We'll go find the best of the best and we'll hear what they got to say. I mean, this will be, I feel very positive that this is going to be something in a few years where you want to hear a real argument, you're going to come to Word Debate.
I couldn't agree more. Dave, thank you so much for everything that you're doing, supporting all of us on the team and for putting this together. And thank you so much for joining us here tonight.
My pleasure, guys. Thank you.
All right, next up, we're going to have the great Shabbos Kestenbaum, who will be one of our debaters. But right before we bring him on, I just want to do a couple things real quick. First off, if you're listening, head over to wordwardebate.com. Tickets still available there. You'll be easy to see what our card is. You'll be able to see there everyone who's on our team. And you'll be able to see a link there called Enter the Arena. Now, if you click Enter the Arena, what you'll see is it gives you back home a chance to join our debate arena. You'll be able to fill out a small form to talk about how you would like to be connected, whether you want to be a debater, whether you would like to be an analyst, a researcher, a promoter, or if you're just a fan. And it'll give you a chance to enter that information there, which we'll then be able to use to help keep our audience more involved and perhaps bring in more people to join our team as we continue to grow and become the gold standard of debate. So go over to wordwardebate.com, click on Enter the Arena and fill that out. And also consider purchasing some tickets, which are still available there. Also, if you're listening to this space right now, please consider take a moment out to just repost and share this space so we can increase the word of mouth and make sure that there are more great people that will be able to listen to this. It's really an amazing event that we're putting together. It's just the first of many, though. And as amazing as this first event's going to be, there's nowhere to go but up. We are going to become a gold standard of debate that you'll be able to see that will oftentimes be emulated, but will never be repeated. So we can't wait to be that. Now, next up, we have the great Shabbos Kestenbaum, if we could bring him up, if he's in the chat. Shabbos will be debating a topic against Michael Rechtenwald, and the topic's going to be the American power balance, foreign influence, and lobby power. We'll be talking a lot about sort of how much influence foreign countries have, how much we should help foreign countries, how much aid we should send them, how much military backing, etc. And it'll be a tremendous topic, and it's been on people's mind right now as we have situations such as the Israel-Palestine conflict, as we see things such as Ukraine and the invasion that Russia has participated and the European Union and the United States there. And we see other things like the ongoing situation in Venezuela. Foreign policy on this administration mind and a lot of people back home. So it's amazing that this is one of the first debates that we will be having at Word War Debate 1 where we could talk about this. If Shabbos isn't available right now, then perhaps we could bring on his opponent in that debate, who I do see here, the great Michael Rechtenwald. I will see if I could bring either of them up. Now, as much of a speaker as I am, full admission, I am a bit of a boomer when it comes to running tech. That's why we have an excellent production team behind us at Word War Debate. So for me, managing right here, I'm clicking buttons. The old fat fingers are trying their best to bring up speakers. So they will be here, I promise you. But I'm very excited about this debate, and I know a lot of you out there are as well. There is almost no topic that inspires such passion in an audience at this point as these sort of foreign policy decisions. And so you could see sometimes getting a little too passionate, if you know what I'm saying. But I think it's absolutely a tremendous debate that we'll be able to talk about here. One more time, we will try to bring up Michael. Michael, you should see that there is a button that says invite to speak or accept a request. So if you just click that, it should bring you right up here. Meanwhile, I hope you're all having a fantastic night. I'm here in Pennsylvania, so I'm about 6 hours away. I'll be heading out to the beautiful ACX1 studio tomorrow here. I'll be making the drive out there. So we're praying for good weather and not snow or anything of that. But I couldn't be happier to be here promoting this tonight. It's something that we've been working on for an awful long time. And when you get ready to a production like this, when you get so near to it, it's amazing just how great that feeling is to know that you're on the cusp of this great event going on. So very much looking forward to it. As we wait here for the speakers to come up, another thing that I wanted to talk about when it comes to sort of the league aspect of this, there's all sorts of things that we have ideas kicking around in the future. These will include not just more live events as we're committed to doing every 60 days or so, but also possibly branching out and doing some formatting online. And these might be debates that people will be able to participate online, that big names that you know of will be able to join Word War Debate, and different moderators that we have that will be able to have those big debates so you'll be able to view online. And also, we're going to consider setting up so people that are maybe not the biggest audience will be able to join those online spaces, ultimately with the idea of eventually winning enough of those debates to be able to come on the big show and get to come out to Atlantic City there and be able to be on the main stage and do debates there. So I think it's going to be a phenomenal thing. As we wait for some of our debaters to come up, we'll see if I can bring up another debater. Frequent guest on my show and a person that I've debated quite frequently, Pisco, who is an attorney. He will be debating against fellow attorney Ryan Mullally on the question of, should the Supreme Court limit birthright citizenship? Now, this is going to be a fantastic debate because this is going to be one of the biggest court decisions in the next docket coming up here that the Supreme Court's going to decide, and it could be the biggest decision since the Dodd decision that overturned Roe v. Wade. So, should be a tremendous topic, and I couldn't think of two better people to talk about this than two attorneys that I've debated several times. Maybe not the people that have the biggest audience in the world right now, but that's likely to change and going into the future. Pisco, thank you so much for joining us this evening.
Thank you for having me, Mr. Debate Architect. Who gave you that name, by the way?
I gave it to myself. Debate Supreme Lord wasn't available, so we went with Debate Architect, you know?
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck this. I mean, you're organizing the whole event. We all really appreciate it, but no, I think it's a super critical topic. Birthright citizenship, right in between the Jews are evil debate and the what is it? Should women vote debate? I think that this is going to be a really fun one. Ryan and I go at it pretty hard, but yeah, obviously very appreciative of you guys organizing it and for starting this 1,000-year debate Reich.
Well, while we're on it, any takes on whether or not women should vote?
I think that listen. I think that all voting is premised on force, and unless women can meet the standard of a Navy SEAL, then they shouldn't be able to vote. Isn't that your whole argument?
My argument? If I would argue that only those that can meet the standards of the Navy SEAL, I'm just going to not show up on the first Tuesday in November and head to Golden Corral and eat the buffet instead. I don't think there's any chance my fat ass is competing in any Navy SEALs competitions.
What kind of food are you guys providing? I mean, I'm expecting or selling.
Excellent question. Now, the whole point was for you to help promote your perspective. But if you're gonna give me the floor, our food options are going to be amazing. So the studio it's like a coliseum that there's all of these kitchens that are built into it. So they're going to get some of the biggest names in Atlantic City, some that are connected, restaurants that are connected to the casinos, others that are just restaurants there in town. So there's going to be phenomenal food options and many options. Not to mention we're going to have several bars set up, including one specifically for the VIP room. Which is it's a phenomenal. It's literally you walk out the glass doors, you're right on the ocean. There's a fireplace in there. So as far as those sorts of things, concessions, it's going to be top notch. I guarantee it. But
Well, listen,
go ahead, please.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think that it's very funny sometimes when you have these clowns like Gavin McInnes say that the left doesn't want to debate, or they're not interested in debate, or they're scared to debate. Usually, in my experience, the other way around. But I'm happy that's not true of Word War Debate, and not true of you, Rob, that you actually do want to have a venue where the best go to bang. And so, yeah, we're definitely gonna have a debate. I hope it will get a little bit fiery. I know that you picked people on diametrically opposed sides. And I know Anna can get into it. I know Pearly gets very angry. So hopefully it will be contentious, though, keeping the intellectual element that I know that you guys, fucking love.
Now, I don't know if clown's supposed to be an insult to comedian. Like, I think if anything,
they're
Gavin has
good
surpassed
clowns.
clownhood, right? You know what I mean? I think that he personally is one of my favorite comedians. Nonetheless, we'll get to shaming you here at the end of it. So for those that don't know, me and Pisco actually have known each other for quite some
Oh, I
time.
can't hear you, Rob.
Oh, you can't hear me? Well, hopefully everyone
How
else
about
will be. Yeah, can you hear me? Hopefully,
No, I can.
Okay. No, Pisco and me have debated each other many times, and it's always a pleasure. If he can't hear me, hopefully the rest of you can. Someone just give me a thumbs up.
Is it just
or
me?
some sort of gesture in the audience there for the people in the space to let me know if you could hear me. I will continue with this though. If not, I could reload the space, no problem. Any of the people in the space, if you could just give a thumbs up or anything like that, if you could hear me. Oh, we got a face. I don't know if that counts. Can you all hear me? Please let me know if you could hear me. Nonetheless, I'll continue as if you can until someone messages me that they cannot. I've debated Pisco many times. It will be a pleasure to have him on the stage, particularly arguing these form of legal topics. So, all right, let me reload the space.
Time. There will be statues of gold everywhere. I see Michael. Why didn't he get brought on? Sorry, guys. I am just a speaker. How about AC, though? A lot of gambling opportunities. You guys like blackjack or something. My favorite part of the advertisement to World War Debate was when they were near the water and they were trying to like recreate the Titanic.
I'm waiting for them to bring me back
Well,
up.
funny fact, it is one of the only buildings that goes over at Atlantic City, so it's a great venue.
Yeah.
But we did add a little sensationalism there.
No, I loved it. I thought the promotions are really funny. Generous and lovely use of AI too. They made me look like a fucking ethnic person.
This is what we're trying to bring out here, So
what's that supposed to mean? Ethnic person? Come on now, Pisco. You're supposed to be the resident left here. Can you all hear me now?
Yeah, I think you know what ethnic means.
I have no idea what you mean. I have no idea. Now, what I was trying to say before X Spaces, I must have been saying something that Elon wasn't a fan of. They cut me off there. No, I'm just kidding. Boomer me. But no, one of the things I wanted to ask you, in all seriousness, and then I'll get back to roasting you here in a second. It is difficult as someone like me and you that have been out there and we've been willing to debate pretty much anyone. It's nice to have a platform where people are going to like promote you, treat you right, and put you up on a big stage. It's people that have been debating online a lot. Talk about like the feeling of being able to go to like an actual in real life event, hopefully with a huge audience, for a big platform that'll be able to hear you.
It's almost always better. Yeah, like first of all, getting to meet people who share entire worldviews with you, because no one's ever done that before. It's so cool to like meet people IRL who will see you online and have shit to say to you. Sometimes I have someone who met me at a Tim Pool event who's like stalking me now because I called him a bitch, which is, you have some of those every now and then, but it's cool. It brings more like life and energy to it. And there are some organizers who are really not professional and who like just fucking don't do a good job organizing stuff. Things fall through, that kind of shit. So it is nice to have a set of organizers who genuinely care and treat their talent like I am, like celebrities.
Yeah. And now I will say, I'll get you out of here on this. Me and you have known each other for a long time. So obviously our relationship a little different. We'll talk a little trash with each other, etc.
Yeah.
But I honest from the bottom of my heart, I was so happy that you and Ryan agreed to do this debate. I think it's a huge topic. I can't think of two people that are more qualified to do this debate, and will keep it more entertaining. So I look forward to you having a great performance, and also setting the stage. You'll be the very first debate.
A lot of
And
pressure.
it's a lot of pressure. I also don't know if we'll ever have anyone as insufferable as you enter the word war
Listen,
debate.
that's all in good fun. I'm just trying to hype up a little bit. No, I super appreciate the invite. I love these kinds of forum, and I love AC too. So it'll be a ton of fun. I hope you guys get out there. Go buy the $200 tickets so you can like meet all these weirdos, and we can like party afterwards. But yeah,
You're one of the weirdos that they can meet, right? You'll
Yes,
hang out with
yes.
people, right? Yeah.
I will definitely have one beer and then get like wasted, and you guys can all like take videos and shit.
Yeah. Spoken like a true ethnic person.
Yo, you said it on me. All right. Thank you so much, Rob, and thank you, Word War Debate.
Thank you, Pisco. You have a good one, man.
You too.
So, sorry about the technical issues there. I don't know what happened. It showed on my end that I was still talking. Of course, I was still talking, but something happened with the audio feed. We're back now, though, baby. So, next up, we would like to bring up Michael. Are you there? Would you like to come up next? The great Michael Rechtenwald, who will be debating on foreign policy and lobbying power. See if we could get him to come up next. Part of what we're doing here, and I've learned this when it comes to anything that's worth doing in life, that no matter what, you have to be yourself. Putting on airs doesn't help anyone. One of the great things about everyone at Word War is everyone's just being themselves and allows you to be yourself. And we're committed to professionalism and to being as neutral and unbiased as possible and treating all of the debaters that come in and all of the people that buy tickets and watch with the utmost respect that they deserve. But it's also nice when you personally know people to just be able to be yourself. So I appreciate that Pisco's coming on and is being his true self. You know, he's like the wrestling heel, except some wrestling heels end up being likable. Like, you know, originally Stone Cold Steve Austin was a heel, then ended up being likable. I don't know that Pisco will ever be likable, which is fine. But he is an entertaining person to watch debate, and I think it's going to be an excellent debate, him and a fellow attorney, Ryan Mullally, that will be debating the birthright citizen cape. And I promise you, I absolutely promise you that even if you haven't heard much about this now, you're going to see all of a sudden the media is going to be behind us on this, talking about this as one of the most important things going on during this second Trump administration in the next year here. So, Michael, I sent you that invite, so there should be something on you that on your platform there that says accept invite, and then we can bring you up to speak. And then Word War that's running the host there, anyone that you could bring up, just let me know. I don't know if it's monkeying with me and people aren't being able to get my invites or not. But I've sent several invites to some of the debaters. A reminder again, please go to wordwardebate.com. You could do two things there. You could check out the card and buy tickets if you like. And you're also able to enter the arena and put your name in to be able to be a potential host, moderator, researcher, promoter, or just audience member and get new information as we come up. So I'm looking for the great Shabbos Kestenbaum here to bring up.
I'm here. Hey, everyone.
There he is. Look at that. Like, just out of the ether comes Shabbos. Thank you so much for joining tonight, man. It's a pleasure to speak to you again.
Yeah, likewise. Good to connect.
So, amazing opportunity here to hear two competent people talk about these foreign policy issues that oftentimes you see people sort of ham-fisted yelling about. But I'm so excited to have you come on and talk about it. Can you talk just a little about sort of the topic? The topic itself is the American power balance, foreign influence, and lobbying power. Tell us a little about what you think about like foreign lobbying and our relationship with international partners across the world.
Yeah, well, first of all, it was Charlie Kirk who taught me, as well as millions of Americans, that the only way to combat bad ideas is with better ideas. So I'm definitely on board with the mission and the ideal of using debate and using the power of persuasion to get your arguments across, as opposed to censorship and as opposed to accusations of, bad faith actors In terms of the topic at hand, of course, I'm concerned about foreign lobbying, which is why just today, the Department of Education, under Section 117 of the Higher Education Act, they released the aggregate amount of foreign funding for American institutions of higher learning that definitively showed that Qatar has spent $7 billion on American colleges across this country. Now, someone has to ask the question, what exactly is a country of 300,000 people that still actually employs actual slaves trying to do with the minds of young people? So am I concerned about foreign lobbying? Am I concerned about countries that don't share American values? Absolutely. Do I think the obsession against Israel is in our national interests? Absolutely not. And I look forward to advancing that position on Saturday.
Now, when it comes to, like, you've been on a lot of platforms, you've been involved in actual court cases, you've been on television platforms. Can you talk a little about sort of what you think about going and debating in front of a live audience and on a platform that's going to be sort of broadcast out for thousands of people to be able to watch? Can you talk a little about that?
Yeah, so obviously when you're debating, let's say on TV or on social media, you essentially only have one opponent, more or less. So when someone's shouting at you or calling you not the nicest of words on TV, you only have one person to worry about. I recognize that in our fraught political culture, the position I've taken is an increasingly unpopular position. So I'm both optimistic but also realistic that it's probably going to be a position that the audience may not necessarily agree with at first, but that really underscores the importance of what we're doing to try to use the art of persuasion and convincing people that America first is not America alone.
Now, you also have done a lot of speaking on college campuses, I believe, and you've been involved. I debated at university, and debate, let's be honest, at the university level, debate was overwhelmingly far left wing. Can you talk a little about, like, the importance of, like, your experience of debate and how even if people come in with, their sort of what they believe an issue is, how the power of debate, particularly in person, can actually change people's minds and would be a very good thing for our culture going forward?
Yeah, well, I'd start by saying that often when I give talks or I do Q&As on a campus, what I'll always say is if you, whether you're a student, you're a faculty, whatever, if you have a good argument and you have a position that you believe in strongly, then I am more than happy to be convinced. If the facts and the logic and the rationale is on your side, then in many cases you kind of have an obligation to tell me why I'm wrong. So that's first and foremost. As I said, the best way to combat bad ideas is with better ideas. It's not silencing, it's not censorship. Then again, as I said, there's definitely a more raucous, organic, I don't say chaotic, but more intense environment, obviously, when you're doing it in person. And again, Charlie knew this more than anyone. But look, young people on college campuses, they are voters. They matter just as much as any voter, just as much as any donor. And we have to meet voters where they are, whether it's on a campus, whether it's social media, or whether it's this Saturday.
Shabazz, I cannot thank you enough. As I talk to you a little behind the scenes, I think important topics like this need serious people debating them, and I'm honored that you and Michael have agreed to do this. We're so honored to have you in the inaugural event, and I cannot wait to watch your debate on January 10th. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Appreciate it. See you guys soon.
All right. Thanks so much. All right. Whoever comes up next, we're willing to take any of the debaters that are willing to come up next, including Michael, if we could get him to come up. One of the things I want to do as we wait is we're proud to announce that this Saturday, we're going to see tickets on sale for Word War Debate 2. It's also going to be, as almost all of our events are, at ACX1 Studio in beautiful Atlantic City, right in the boardwalk there. I'm telling you, this venue is phenomenal. It is an absolutely phenomenal debate. We're going to have even bigger matchups next time. We're going to have more time to prepare. We're going to have the ball rolling. The momentum is going to keep building, and it's only going to get bigger from here, as difficult as that is to believe. So we want you to go to wordwardebate.com. Tickets will be on sale starting this Saturday, and get ready for the next evolution in the gold standard debate. We got the great Ryan Mullally. Ryan, mute yourself just for a second until you start speaking. We're picking up a little feedback. Ryan is also an attorney. He is the co-host of a show I do with him called Law and Order. You get it? My last name's Noor. So, we went with that. He is phenomenal at breaking down legal topics to even laymen like me. And he's one of the most interesting up-and-comers that I see on this space. Ryan, thank you so much for joining us here tonight. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Rob, and thanks for including me in this. And sorry about the background noise. I'm sitting in my office at my law firm in Manhattan, and I guess even from a few floors up, the chaos is resounding up from the street.
Yeah, a lot going on there tonight. What do you think about this topic, first and foremost? I know it's a topic that I've heard you talk about in my show, the idea of birthright citizenship. Can you talk about the importance of sort of people getting more informed on this topic, why it's going to be important in the year coming up here?
Well, I mean, if you put the nail on the head earlier, which is if this isn't the story right now, it's the story that's going to happen soon. Because President Trump signed an executive order that is restricting birthright citizenship starting in February next month. And the court is going to hear this case. And this is going to be the story because, like you said earlier, Rob, this has the potential, like the Dobbs case that overturned Roe v. Wade, to be one of those cases that just captures the imagination of the American people. And for those of you who aren't, legalese, but maybe you're interested in immigration, birthright citizenship is the carrot. It's the magnet. Like, why do so many people cross our borders, some illegally, some temporarily? It's because if they have a child here, they guarantee their child's citizenship in the greatest country on earth. But that might change.
Yeah, it's amazing. And when you take the broader context of what the Trump administration ran on and the idea of immigration, this is like the next legal front that you would go to with that, with questioning who is citizens in the first place. So for anyone who's interested in sort of like being against the deportations that we see from ICE, wanting more deportations, etc., this is going to be a hugely important topic.
Absolutely, Rob. And it's right down the middle of the stuff that made me want to start talking publicly because, law is complicated. And, oftentimes you have the policy debate, you have the politics debate, and people have really strong opinions about the Supreme Court cases. Like a lot of people have real strong opinions about Roe v. Wade. And then you ask them, well, why was there a right to abortion? They don't know. They couldn't tell you what constitutional provision was at issue. They don't know what's happening. They just know they feel strongly. And I think people need to be informed, and maybe that's the former teacher in me, but that if people have a better understanding of what's happening in our legal system, they'll have not just a better way to argue with their friends and talk about their politics, but a deeper connection to our country. And I think an event like this is the perfect venue to have those conversations and really, up the level of the debate.
I couldn't agree more. The last thing, I'll get you out of here on this. As someone who's in the legal profession, can you talk to us a little about the importance of actually having public debates so that the average person who maybe doesn't really understand when they're listening to a hearing in front of the Supreme Court, them being able to hear from competent attorneys that are talking through these difficult issues, how important that is to you as an attorney and perhaps other attorneys out there?
Yeah, I think it's hugely important. I think one of the problems that we're having right now is that people assume that when a court case goes the way you don't want, it must be because the court's corrupt. It must be because they're out to get you. But in reality, there's a robust legal argumentation that's happening and that people are really getting into the weeds on this. And if lawyers aren't taking the time to translate these issues to the public and to make them accessible, then people aren't going to have trust in our courts and our legal system and our rule of law. And that's critically important. I think a lot of people think President Trump is trying to restrict birthright citizenship because he's mean or because he just hates immigrants, or they have all kinds of crazy ideas about him. But there's actually a really sound legal theory for why he's restricting birthright citizenship. It's on all fours with the Constitution. It's on all fours with our history. It's not some crazy thing he came up with. And if people understand that, I think they'll have a better appreciation for what the issues really are.
I couldn't agree more. Ryan, it is my absolute pleasure to see you on a huge platform like this, to be doing the very first debate of Word War Debate and setting the standard. I can't help but notice, talking to you here, and hopefully this is noticeable to the audience, your personality very different than your opponents. Pisco coming in, talking trash and our analysts and stuff. Any predictions for the debate? What do you think?
Well, let's see. I've talked to Pisco about this debate a few times. What has he done? He said that the judges will be biased, just like the judges were biased in the last debate I beat him in. Then he said the moderators would be biased. So I guess based on that, my prediction will be that, as usual, I'll beat Pisco in the debate, and then he will claim the moderators and judges were biased. So I think that's probably how this is going to go.
Well, I'm not so sure that will happen, but I do know this. We will not be biased. So, Ryan, it's always a pleasure. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. We really appreciate it.
Rob, deep thanks for including me in this. It's a really cool idea, and I'm so glad to be on the ground floor.
Thank you so much. Reminder, everyone, if you're enjoying the space, please, please, please share it. I am honored to bring up next one of the main event participants for the first Word War Debate that will be setting the standard for all main eventers going forward. One of the most influential people that you see talking about issues of feminism online, the great Pearl Davis. Pearl, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I couldn't be more happy to talk to you.
What's going on, guys? Thanks for having me.
Absolute pleasure to hear from you. Now, I was wondering, can you talk a little about what your position will be on this topic? The specific topic is, has modern feminism empowered women or led them to cultural and relational decline? Can you give us a little insight into what your position on this is for people that don't know you?
Well, I would say that it, in fact, has empowered women. It's empowered women to be whores. It's empowered women to, get abortions. We've aborted 1/8 of the world population. It's I would say it has empowered women. So we have absurd power, and so we have the power to put our husbands on child support. We have the power of alimony. It's definitely empowered us. So yeah, now we're drunk on power. So.
Now, I know you've done a lot of discussions with people. I've watched your show many, many times. I've seen you debate people. I've seen you bring people on you agree on. Talk a little about the opportunity to debate in person in front of a big audience and what that means.
I'm excited. I've never done an in-person debate. So I think it'll be cool to have a live audience. I've never done it before.
Yeah, I think it brings a different energy. It's almost like you get the feeling from the audience when you're making a good argument. You can feel the energy. You can see how they're reacting. And for me, it's always led to improving my performance as a debater because you sort of feed off that a little.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited. I've never done a debate like that before. So it'll be interesting because when I do my show, if I say something, there's no pause or applause or anything. So it's going to be weird to have a live audience reaction. Yeah, I've just been doing YouTube for so long. Go ahead.
You got to ham it up Hulk Hogan or something. Do the putting your hand up to your ear to get get the audience pumped. It is different though. It's very interesting. I think you're going to transition so well though because you have such a command of sort of so many of the things you talk about. Can you talk a little about the importance of getting the ideas that you're talking about out there in the public? Because, I think from your perspective, for a long time, it seems like a lot of people were afraid to criticize things like feminism.
I mean, look, women make 80% of consumer buying decisions. That means out of every $10 spent, 8 is women. Okay. The female point of view, the liberal point of view has been out there for 50 years. Ever since we got credit cards, it's been cooked. So, I think it's good that we finally have conservative platforms and conservative viewpoints, and we're not getting kicked off of different social media anymore. So thank God, because I was kicked off for 2 years. So
I know. Yeah, and it's still crazy. I'm sure you can speak to this. The walking on eggshells that you have to do on a lot of these platforms, euphemisms and certain topics you can't approach. It has to feel good to know that you can come on a format, you can be in front of a live audience, and you can say exactly what you're thinking.
Yeah, no, exactly. So I'm excited. I think it's going to be fun.
So the last thing, I'll get you out of here on this. And again, we are so thankful that you came on here tonight, and we can't wait to see you January 10th at Word War Debate 1. What do you think of the venue, of anything you've seen on it? Right in the boardwalk there in Atlantic City? You looking forward to just hanging out afterwards, checking out the scenes, the ocean and everything?
Yeah, I think it'll be fun.
So, all right. Hey, Pearl, thank you so much for joining us tonight. It is our pleasure, and I can't wait to see your debate. I'm so excited for it. So thank you again for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
Right, that is the great Pearl Davis. She will be debating Anna Kasparian in the main event, and man, it's going to be amazing to watch people like Pearl and Anna that have such a big following and talk about these issues so eloquently, be able to go toe to toe in front of a live audience. I absolutely can't wait. Michael, if you'd like to come up next, if we could get him brought up, that would be fantastic. I would remind you, in addition to sharing the space that we're doing tonight, even if you just share the rest of the post and follow Word War Debate on social media, such as the X platform that you're seeing right now, it'll do a lot to keep you informed of what's coming up. We are very audience driven. We want to make sure that our audience not only gets to enjoy as a viewer, but also gets to participate as much as possible. That's why we're going to be implementing a voting system during Word War Debate where you at home will be able to vote. We'll have instructions on that when we get to the day so that you'll be able to give your input on who the winner of the debate was, and you'll be able to help shape the future of who the panelists will be and what the topics will be on Word War Debate. In addition to that, if you go over to wordwardebate.com, you can click that tab that says Enter the Arena, and you too could be a member of the Word War team. You could be a potential debater, a moderator, an analyst, a promoter, or any other sort of things that you think you would add value to this, even if it's just wanting to be an audience member that's in the know. So remember to go over to wordwardebate.com. Check for those tickets. They're still available. And remember, we kept them affordable so that everyone would be able to join and be able to see us live. And click that Enter the Arena tab to be able to jump in there.
Hey, I'm finally able to get on here, Rob.
There we go, Michael. Thank you so much for joining.
I had 5 different devices, man, that I tried, and I had technical problems on every one of them. So it seems to me that, yeah, maybe not the device.
Luckily, you're a far better debater than you are a device manager. Don't worry, me too. You already saw my audio went out as well, so you're doing better than me. It's an absolute pleasure to have you here tonight, Michael, and to be able to get to hear you debate on Saturday. We already talked to your opponent, Chavos. Foreign power and foreign lobbying in the country, it's such a hot topic right now. Can you give us like sort of your thoughts on why this is a very important topic to discuss and sort of where in general you stand on it?
Yeah, sure. I mean, this is I think this is the issue of our time. We're living at a time where our national sovereignty is imperiled. And that is because the country of Uzbekistan has used their lobbyists and their money and their power and their influence to control our state. Of course, I'm kidding here. There's another country that may be doing that, and that's what I'll be talking about at the debate. And I think we got to put some protective glass up so that nobody can jump into the ocean after I'm finished with that.
Oh, see, now that's what I like a big prediction. So that's amazing. You hear a lot about this, and one of the things that I've been watching a lot of sort of your social media posts and a lot of videos that I've seen you on, like, I think that sometimes people approach this topic in a little of a ham-fisted way. You are taking it from a very analytical, like sort of informed standpoint. Can you talk a little about like the importance of being able to have positions that are hypercritical of some of our international partners without being shouted down as, you know, the worst names possible?
Yeah, sure. I mean, first of all, one thing should be clear is that our patriotism should never be questioned, because what I'm arguing is a patriotic stance. It's actually an America first stance, and we're talking about the control of our foreign and some of our domestic policy, and the problems that poses for us constitutionally and ethically. So I won't go too far into it because I don't want to give away my hand. I have been researching for weeks. And ever since first of all, this is a topic that I've addressed for quite a long time. and but I did some deep dives much further than before, and so I have memorized 20 pages worth of notes.
It's absolutely amazing. Mike, I'll get you out of here on this. I know you're predicting a victory. I heard that. How many minutes into your first speech do you think it'll be before, everyone will be able to just declare victory? What do you think?
Well, to be honest, I think my opening statement will be the clinching. Will clinch the entire debate. By the time I'm done with those first 5 minutes, it's over.
Michael, I love the confidence. Thank you so much, man, for two things. One, for coming on, and second, proving that I'm not the only person that has trouble navigating these spaces. It's an absolute pleasure from the bottom of my heart, and I can't wait to meet you on Saturday and to watch your debate. It's going to be phenomenal.
Sure, certainly you understand that I'm being sort of facetious here.
Oh, of course, yes.
Okay. Listen, I look forward to meeting everybody. It's going to be a grand time. I look forward to meeting Shabos and shaking his hand before we begin. I want this to be a civil and very, very high-end debate that focuses on issues, that stays away from ad hominem, and that drives home our various points, and then let the judges decide.
Well said, well said. Well, thank you so much, Michael. It is our absolute pleasure to help facilitate that. The last guest, I believe the last guest we're going to have tonight. Now, I have to be honest, I've met a lot of great people. A big fan of Sam and Gavin. I've been streaming since around 2019. And one of the biggest influences I have, a man that I used to watch almost on a daily basis as I was at work. I worked with people with developmental disabilities. The highlight of my day, so many days, was the great Stefan Molyneux. And I could not be more honored to have him call in today. Stefan, thank you so much for joining us this evening.
What a kind set of syllables. I really do appreciate that. And thank you so much for the invite and for setting up this great debate platform. I was a little confused when I first logged on here. I thought it was K-pop Demon Huntress feet pics, but apparently this is not the topic. So that's a plus. I can probably roll with that. But yeah, I'm looking forward to meeting you all in March and having a good old public throwdown.
Now, you're breaking something here. First, the K-pop feet pics is my stream that I'm having after this. You can also join that if you like. But
please disregard all the pictures I uploaded on X. Then they're probably sensitive warning anyway. But a lot of intertwined toes. But we can get back into that afterwards. But yeah, it's a real pleasure to chat tonight. And for those of you who are wondering, yes, I'm still alive. I am trying to crawl out of the Spinal Tap moment currently in the Where Are They Now file. Back from my 5.5 years of deplatforming, back on X, slithering back into various social media platforms to bring the glowing Galandriel light of reason to a benighted world. So yes, I am not dead. I am not picking grapes in Queensland. I have not become a monk, and I am into feed pics.
Well, it's good to hear all that, except maybe the final thing there. It is absolutely, I can think of no one better to talk to about the importance of free and open debate than you, who built a platform on allowing everyday people to call in and discuss controversial issues with you, and then to be one of the most prominent people that had the hammer brought down in such an unjust way of censorship. Can you talk a little the importance of debate in general and having platforms that encourage debate of all topics?
Yeah, no, that's a great point. So debate is civilization itself. Look, we all are going to have disagreements. We're all going to have disagreements about morals and truth and facts and evidence. We're going to have disagreement about the allocation of resources in society, who gets what and how much. And there's three ways that we do it. And two, of course, are a subset of the other. The first is we reason with each other and we agree to respect reason and evidence and to conform to the facts on the ground and the syllogisms in the mind and in the voice. We accept reason and evidence, or at least we haggle and negotiate in the free market to figure out what is a good price, if any, that we're going to use to exchange goods and services. So we've got reason, we've got the free market, and that's it. The only other alternative is lies, propaganda, viciousness, and violence, manipulation, sociopathy, and deplatforming. So yeah, those who silence voices are in fact paving the way for the worst devils in human nature to stampede forward like Genghis Khan over the steppes and take down all of the reasoners in the world. So we have reason, we have violence. And so when I was contacted about this, and people were saying, well, we're going to have more challenging and exciting debates. You want the kind of debates where you're like, wow, can he say that? Is that even allowed? Is that,
Yeah.
goosebumps, hackles rising on the back of your neck, ancestors beckoning from a surprisingly bright light off on the horizon? You want those kinds of debates where the most electric and live wire facts and perspectives and arguments can just jolt you out of whatever Overton window you think you have and stretch it as wide as an analogy that I'm not going to repeat here. So the fact that you guys are promoting these kinds of debates, robust debates about really volatile topics, is absolutely essential, because we've been programmed to think that certain ideas and arguments are just evil and wrong. And no. The only evil is shutting down debate. And there's nobody who is epistemologically sound enough to know what is true and what is false ahead of time. All that people can do is scream that they're offended when their interests get challenged. So I really applaud you guys for putting this on, and it's a great venue and it's a great lineup, and I'm looking forward to taking the stage and doing my part.
Now, I think we're breaking something here. The next Word War debate is March 28th. Are you saying here that you're going to be participating? Is that true?
I think participating is the wrong word. It's like saying, is U2 participating in a U2 concert? No, I'm not just going to be participating. I will be the debate. No, I'm just kidding. So, I'm going to be down there and taking the stage really for the first time since, gosh, when was the last time I did public debating? It was when they were attacking the venues in Australia, if I remember rightly, when I was down there with Miss L. Southern. And we were doing our debates, and there was lots of excitement going on. And so, yes, I'm going to be treading the boards and trading barbs, insults, witticisms, and syllogisms with, I'm sure, an esteemed opponent that we're still working on. And it'll be my first time out there publicly debating in 7 or 8 years. I'm been a studio band for the last while for obvious reasons, COVID plus violence, but it looks like things are cooling down a little bit, and the more challenging personalities can emerge and have the most robust conversations that are necessary to try and preserve this wee little tidbit we call civilization.
That's absolutely amazing. I am so excited to see that debate. Let me ask you this. I know we don't have an opponent lined up, and it doesn't have to be potential opponents for that, but Stefan Molyneux, dream debate. You can take anyone alive today, and you get them in a fair, neutral debate on any topic you like. What would come to your head, first and foremost?
Oh, Noam Chomsky, why were you with Epstein? Just about anybody who showed up in the Epstein files, I would love to find out exactly how anyone who showed up on the Epstein files has the absolute gall to tell anybody in any universe what right and wrong and good and evil is. And I would just love to bring people up who've been the moralizing a-holes of the last Infinity War and just say, oh, so you're very good at recognizing good and evil. What are you sitting with this guy for? How dare you? You're like somebody with a pizza face telling other people how to avoid pimples. You're like somebody dying of lung cancer with 14 cigarettes out of every orifice telling people how to quit smoking. So anybody on that Epstein list, I would love to get up front and center. Maybe Noam Chomsky, not on the Epstein list, but photographed with him, or all of the other people who photographed with the guy, because they all claim to be such expert moralists at figuring out who's good and evil, and they can detect ruminations of corruption from across the internet, across time, across the world, and yet they cannot stare great evil in their faces and notice it for what it is. So just about anybody on that list
Well, now
would be
listen.
very exciting to chat with.
To be fair, Stefan, I think we all know what was going on. Noam was just manufacturing consent. That's all that was going on there. So, allegedly, that's a hot take. Noam, if you're listening, we'd be happy to have you on Word War. Just a little joke there. For me, I would go for the low-hanging fruit if I could do any debate, and I want the easy win. So I would take Joe Biden on anything except ice cream flavor. I think I would like my chances, there. But
the problem with Joe Biden is the length of time it would take him to respond would have the audience on the edge of their seat, otherwise he was thinking or decaying. And that's always a, did he actually die and is currently decomposing on stage? Is that a pause for rumination or just the final exhale of nitrogen before his bowels loosen in his pants? So yeah, it's hard to know.
You know, one of the things, I'm sure you've realized it, sometimes the most difficult challenger in a debate is the people that know the least. Sometimes it's very hard to sound compelling even to like an objective audience if your opponent is so far gone that it's hard to get simple concepts across.
Well, it's the Dunning-Kruger thing, right? So the people who can be the most challenging to debate, and I think you're right about that, the people who can be the most challenging to debate are the people who are absolutely unmoored and unconstrained by any facts, reason, or evidence that has cluttered up their mind. It's like trying to stare at a snowy mountain without crying because it's completely uncluttered by any trees or facts or knowledge. So yeah, people sublimely sure that they're in the right, having never thought about anything other than basic NPC propaganda, can be really challenging to debate with because it's like trying to wrestle a train off a track leading to nowhere. It's kind of a lot of sparks, a lot of grinding, but not a lot of movement laterally.
Couldn't say it better. We got the great Sam Tripoli that's up here with us as well. Sam, can you hear us? What's up? This was his vision. So what's up, Sam?
Can you hear me, dude?
Oh yeah, we hear
Yes,
you,
sir.
man.
Well, dude, Rob, you did great. And all the debaters showed up and crushed it tonight. And I'm just going to tell you guys, you're about to see something you never saw before. We're going to put debating on a whole new level. And, you know, this is event one. And I'm telling you, this thing's just going to start cooking with gas. And I think you're all going to be blown away. And like, we want to have not just the safe, dangerous conversations, but the dangerous conversations. This is where people will come and debate as long as people aren't afraid to show up, which, regardless of what some people have said earlier, is a big issue. We put out feelers to a lot of people and they just too chicken to show up. And so this is where everyone could come to a neutral area and really get their point across and see if they have any weight to their discussion. So this is it. Word war debate, new era, and I'm very excited to be a part of it.
Sam, thank you. So well said. Sam Tripoli, everyone. Stephen, thank you so much for joining. I'll say this. Now, I would put money on you to win a debate. I can't be certain, though, but I would be shocked if anyone can compete with you in the realm of verbal poetry. The way you talk is almost mesmerizing, and it's always such a pleasure to hear you.
That's very kind. I really do appreciate that. Hopefully there's a substance among the flourishes as well, but I look forward to whoever you have going to put me up against. And, you know, just the important thing to remember, I'm sure you guys are aware of this, just remind your audience, the people who win in a debate are the audience. There's no one who wins, no one person who wins or loses on the actual stage. But the people who win are the audience. And I've never lost a debate because if somebody kicks my ass all up and down the quad, I've learned a lot. I've reformed my opinions to something closer to the truth. It is impossible to lose a debate. Having said that, I do enjoy going for the jugular and making sure that the irrational taste the ashes of their own foolishness. But you cannot ever go to a debate and lose. I've never lost one. And the audience for sure has never lost one. So I really would encourage people to get out there and really dig into the only gladiatorial sport that fundamentally matters, which is mind swords clashing in showers of sparks and steel over a baying mob that is going to be Roman, gladiatorial, exciting, magnificent. The greatest sport known to man is verbal combat, and let's get it on.
Thank you so much. The great Stephen Molyneux will be debating. You heard it here first. We'll be debating at Word War Debate 2 on March 28th. We got some great opponents signed up. Stephen, a pleasure to finally get to talk to you, and can't wait to see you out there March 28th.
Thanks. Looking forward to it. I appreciate it tonight.
Can I jump in here before Stephen jumps off? I just want to tip my hat to you. You have been a model thinker, and your work on childhood and abuse and so forth has just been amazing. I just want to say that.
I appreciate that. With all humility, I very much appreciate that. Thank you.
And I feel the same way. I have a 4-year-old. I'm an old dad, 41 years old, I have a 4-year-old. So I appreciate that as well, Stephen. So thank you so much.
Still younger than me. Thank you very much. And congratulations.
Thank you. We'll talk to you soon. Thanks so much, Stephen.
All right, good night.
What a great lineup that we've had here tonight. It's absolutely amazing. So a couple things before we wrap up here tonight. First, even once the space is done, please consider resharing it. Let people see it on social media so they can see what a powerful lineup we have, what our vision is. Secondly, head over to wordwardebate.com. Buy your tickets now if you haven't. We're talking 9+ hours of entertainment live at the beautiful ACX1 studio right on the boardwalk in Atlantic City, literally overlooking the ocean. We wanted to make it as affordable as possible, $50 and change for base level tickets, a little over $200 for the VIP ticket. Your VIP ticket, where else are you going to be able to see a venue where all of the people that you like watching online, on television, etc., do these debates? You'll actually have a chance to sit there, have a conversation with them. If they're the type of person that likes to drink, have a beer with them. If they're the type of person that doesn't, sit there and laugh as they're having beers like Sam plans to do to people. It is going to be amazing. In addition, you get to meet our great team that'll be there in that VIP room. You got the great Sam Tripoli, Gavin McInnes, Kyla Turner. We have the great sideline reporter, Crystal Marie, who is absolutely phenomenal. Then you have Ben Swan, that is going to be our host and moderator. Truly just a professional guy who's going to do a wonderful job. He has, like, if you hear Ben talk, he just has a voice. He is the type of guy that you would expect to see exactly at the announcing of gladiatorial combat. So to have gladiatorial combat of the mind and him to be moderating and hosting it, it is the perfect fit. We have a great lineup of debaters. Remember, that first debate is going to be, should the Supreme Court limit birthright citizenship? It's going to be Pisco versus Ryan Mullally, both attorneys. You heard both of them tonight. It's going to be an on-fire debate. They definitely have unique styles, and I think it'll be really interesting to see them clash. That second debate in our showcase is going to be the American power balance, foreign influence, and lobbying power. You heard from both of those debaters as well. That was Michael Rechtenwald versus Shabos Kestenbaum. It is going to be an amazing topic that people have been looking at for quite some time now, and we are honored to be able to bring two people in that will talk about it in a very serious, intellectual way. And the main event, the great Pearl Davis against the fantastic Anna Kasparian on the topic of, has modern feminism empowered women or led them into cultural or relational decline? Now, if you can't get there, don't worry. Don't worry whatsoever. You'll be able to watch on all Word War Debate social media platforms such as X, YouTube, Rumble, and Play TV. You'll be able to see them all there for free, the entire 9-hour lineup. We have the best production team that's worked on movies, television shows, etc., that's going to make sure that you have the best experience possible at home. And so please make sure that you're following us on all those social media platforms. Go over to YouTube right now, to Rumble right now, Play TV or X, and make sure you're following Word War Debate. So you'll be able to watch that event as it comes. Remember, it starts 2 o'clock on January 10th. Last thing I'll say, unless we have Ben or anyone else that wants to jump on here tonight, please remember.
I wanted to add one more thing, Rob, if I might.
Sure, no problem. Michael, go for it.
Yeah, man. I just want to say my real debate partner is in the room right now. It's Lori. She's CLG News. That's my real debate partner. So any failings on my part is because she's beat me up the night before or something like that. She's a great debater. So sharpen my skills. I just wanted to have to say that. Thank you.
That's amazing. And Michael, spoken like a true debater, always have an excuse ready. I've learned that from a long time ago. Like, if things go wrong, it's always someone else's fault. That's the hallmark of a true debate. No, Michael, it's going to be a pleasure. And thank you so much for adding that. Yeah, it's amazing. A lot of debaters, myself included, my success as a debate had to do with so many people around me. And I think a lot of people will say that. Iron sharpens iron. And having great people around you to bounce ideas off makes us all stronger people. And that's sort of part of what the vision of Word War is about. Even the people we disagree with sharpens ourselves. And that's why I've always said, much to echo what Stefan was saying there, although he says it in a much more eloquent way than me, for me, I was never afraid to lose a debate, because what does it really mean to lose a debate? To just learn more, to revamp your positions, to learn to make your position stronger. So well said. I couldn't agree more. Last thing I'll say is, this is just the beginning. We are serious when we talk about setting the gold standard of debate. Again, the mission for this was, we want to treat the debaters and the audience with the respect they deserve. We want a platform where the biggest ideas could be discussed to the biggest audience. where no expense is spared to make sure that the debaters are treating like the stars that they are, to make sure that the moderation is as unbiased as possible, to make sure that they are treated both during the debate and before and after the debate as positively as possible, and to make sure you back home, if you come to the event in person, it's going to be a party. We're emulating the environment you see in places like the UFC. When you're watching those UFC fights and the camera pans out and you see all those celebrities in the audience and everyone's having a great time, that's what we're going for. If nothing else, the current political leaders, Trump, many other leaders, including some that you see on the left, they've illustrated that in order to get involved in the political or cultural project, you don't need to be some stuffy person in a suit that's barely audible as you dispassionately explain what your views are. You could be that, and that's certainly effective at times. You could also be bombastic, and you could also have fun. That's what we're here to do. We're here to make it informative. We're here to make it fun. This is just the first event. You heard right now, we've already got on signed for March 28th. Tickets on sale this Saturday at Word War Debate. The great Stefan Molyneux will be debating. So you know that we're going to find someone of a caliber similar to his. Hard to find someone equal to his caliber, but as close as possible to have one of the best debates that you've seen. What could be more exciting than the coming back tour of Stefan, who they tried everything they could to silence, kicking him off all of these platforms, and yet he persevered and is coming back in a big way. So we are honored to have him, and you will not believe some of the other names that we're talking about and in contact with right now that are expressing interest. This is the first event. You will be able to say that you were there, that you saw it, that you were there in person, that you bought a ticket, that you hung out with some of these great debaters. You had a beer with Gavin McInnes. You laughed at Sam Tripoli as he was unwilling to have a beer with you, and all of that other great stuff. You'll be there in person, partying it up as you're being informed in some of the hottest debate topics possible. And if you're watching at home, you'll be able to see it all happening live for free. So please get the word out. Share on social media. Follow all of the wordwardebate.com or go to wordwardebate.com and follow all the Word War Debate social media. We're happy to bring these debates to you, and we're happy to set the gold standard of debate, to change the way the debate is done going forward in this country and throughout the world. Thank you so much to all of the tremendous people that joined us today. Thank you to the host of Word War Debate here and the wordwardebate.com, our Word War Debate social media platform here on X. Thank you to you for helping facilitate this. Apologies for any tech problems we had, but I hope you had as entertaining as a time as me. Can't wait to see you all January 10th, ACX1, Atlantic City, right in the boardwalk, starting at 2 p.m. Word War Debate number 1. It's going to be fire. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. We'll see you all there. Okay, for my audience, 1 second. Let's. Oh, shit. Okay. Hey, I got it. Tell them to bring me back up. I'm good. Check, check, check. I have no idea. Can you guys hear me? Well, if you guys could hear me on the space, so sorry. For some reason, things have been very on. Now we can all hear me. I don't know what's going on. Now, I can't stress enough. This is why we have the great Dave Lugo and the folks at the Enlightened Network that are actually running production for the event itself. For this, you have Boomer Me, who has a tremendous sounding voice. And I am quite the talker, but my goodness, am I one of the most technologically inept people you'll ever meet. That's why I'm just working as the debate architect with some of these phenomenal people. Now, Ben Swan, can you hear me? I see that you're up as a speaker. If you can hear me, let me know. Mute your mic there. I would love to talk to you for a moment. Ben Swan, if you didn't hear me saying earlier, is sort of the heart and soul of this whole production. He is both the host and the moderator. He has, like, the air and aura of Ben Swan is just one of the most professional people you'll ever see. He's the exact type of person you want that's introducing you to some of the most prolific debates that you could imagine. And I just think that he is going to be absolutely tremendous in this role as not just a host, but as a moderator. I'll say this much. If someone of the caliber of Ben Swan asked me to politely be quiet and give my opponent a chance to get a word in edgewise, I'd be more likely to listen than the normal ramblings I have as I'm doing debates with moderators not quite up to that caliber. Truly, an amazing man, and I cannot wait to watch him work his magic there as the host and the moderator come January 10th. Ben, if you could hear me, I know we're having a few technical issues. It says that you have a role as speaker, and if you just go ahead and click the unmute button, we can see if your microphone is working or not. Now, on my end, I know there are people that are sending me DMs that are basically saying, same old Rob, having trouble with technical issues. There we go. What's happening? Oh, I think I heard our host, WordWar speaking. Well, if we can't, get Ben on, that's okay. We can wrap up the space. We can. That's no problem. If you'd like, give me 1 second. I would be willing to take a caller or two to bring up someone on the space to actually ask some questions or talk about the event if they like. Just go ahead and give me a thumbs up on text message if that's something we'd like, or we could wrap it up. Okay, we could wrap up and start another event. That's great as well. We'll get Sam Ben on and company. So here's the plan. We're going to wrap this event up. I'll send one more call to action to ask you to follow WordWar Debate on all social media platforms. Head over to wordwardebate.com. Consider getting tickets. We're going to start another space here, and it's going to be a little less formal, which is funny coming from me, who's butchered technologically the end of this event. But we're going to have some of our team on, and we'll just be shooting the proverbial cramps. Can I say shit? Yes, I can say shit. We can say shit. Yeah. So join us there. Make sure you're following WordWar Debate on X here. We're going to start another space here coming soon. We will be right back. And thank you from the bottom of my heart, everyone that shared this, that watched this. We appreciate all of you. And we can't wait to put on a tremendous event January 10th. All right. We'll see you all in the other space coming up here soon. Little clunky at the end there, huh? Let's go. What's Rob doing there at the end? Now listen, I hope the word war people forgive me. I'm going to the restroom for a minute. Also, Avarice, let Vic know I'm going to be late. I'm so sorry, but I'll be right back. All right. Now, all technical things aside, am I a great host or what? Look at that. That's right. Imaginarium nails it. Less boomer moments than he thought. All right. All right. Let's refresh and see if they're ready, if they want to do another space. Now, you have to keep in mind, I have a team of people telling me things to say. So let's get the, here is the next link. There we go. We're back. It's wonderful to be here. This is like sort of like word war debate after dark. You know, we could use more cuss words and all that good stuff. So yeah, won't be as long as the first event, but man, what'd y'all think? I had a blast. Thought it was good stuff. Shame about the technical issues, but then again, anyone who's followed me for any length of time knows when it comes to technical issues, I am the king of screwing those up. Let me check my ample text messages. I'm sure with all sorts of people telling me that I'm an idiot and this, that, and the other. That's all right. So we'll see if we could get on. I'm just going through text real quick.
Can you hear me, Rob?
Oh, what's happening? Thank you so much for joining.
Absolutely. We figured we'd just open it up, see if anyone wants to jump back in, if Ben or anyone wants to jump back in and kind of have a little free-for-all conversation here just for a few minutes and kind of answer any questions that people have. I see a few people in here who I know are coming. I know Tim's coming. He can jump in if he wants and just talk about, why he's coming and what he thinks about the event if he wants to.
Yeah. Anyone who wants to request speaking, totally fine. We can bring you up and you can ask what you like. So we'll work on that one by one. No, I don't know if anyone is going to join us from the rest of the team, but that's fine. If you would like to request to speak, if you have any questions, want to talk about coming, etc., just let us know. Go ahead, Fight Sport. You've been brought up. What's happening?
Doing good, Rob. By the way, you're a good host, and yeah, thanks for having me on. I just thought I'd take the opportunity because last time I brought up some of the foreign policy situations of the world, you had a go at me, and you didn't like what I was saying. Since then, things have gotten real smooth, very easy to sort out. No sweat at all for Trump. So, I guess, what are your thoughts on things now as they stand, given the last couple of days?
Well, given that we're here promoting Word War, and it's not really my show specifically, I will say this. When it comes to my impression of foreign policy, I do fall on the anti-intervention side, given what we've seen in the recent history with intervention with the United States. And although I think that things could go more smoothly than elsewhere with particular administrations, including the Trump administration, that does not mean that I like this policy. As you know, oftentimes we won't know when it comes to interventionist policy whether or not something would be a net positive or a net negative for months, if not years later. So this could lead to ramifications of places like Russia, China, balkanizing even more, possibly people dropping the dollar as the world reserve currency because people are fearful that they will do things like kidnap foreign leaders around the world, or maybe not. We won't know the results of that for some time to come, but not really the purpose of this show, though I do appreciate the question. Anyone have any questions specifically about Word War? Anything like that they would like to talk about? Anyone who's coming, that's excited, that wanted to talk about coming? Whatever is on your mind, let us know. I thought it was great. Now, I happen to know some of the things in the background that's going on as far as people that are being invited, etc. So I knew that Stefan was very close to officially confirming that he would be debating at World War II on March 28th there. But I did not know if that was something that would be officially announced. I just knew that he was going to come on the space. And man, it was a pleasure to talk to him and to be able to sort of get him to confirm that he is coming out and doing that debate on March 28th. So it's going to be huge. And there are a lot of matchups I would like to see with Stefan on a lot of different topics. So absolutely amazing that he was able to join us. And one of the people that influenced me the most in the live streams in particular, and I'm telling the honest truth when I talk about how much I used to listen to him, his call-in show. I remember waiting in queue to call in to talk to him. I never did get a chance to call in, but I'd been in the queue trying to call in before, so it was really cool. And it'll be an absolute pleasure to watch him debate. Any of you that are watching on my channel, if you'd like to ask any questions on my channel that I could read and then put forth to the spaces there, I'd be happy to do it. But man,
Rob,
sure, go ahead.
Are you going to be the one hosting in person in between Anna and Pearl?
No. So my role will be behind the scenes totally there. As the debate architect, I'm doing I set up the debates, the formats, the rules. I'm the liaison from us at Word War to all of the debaters, helping the team at Word War, whether it be our analysts, moderators, production people, etc., sort of understand what the debaters are feeling and sort of some facts about them. There's going to be a lot of production put in this. Maybe I should have mentioned this. I'm glad you asked this. It's not going to be like you see in a regular debate where it's just going to be, oh, okay, this person and this person. We're going to have walk-ins. They're going to have entrances. We're going to have interviews. We're going to have interviews that are going to be live, interviews that were pre-recorded. So part of my role is making sure that we understand about these topics and we understand about the debaters themselves so that our production team is able to put forth a great product so that the audience understands just what each of these debaters are about. But I will not be moderating or commentating. I will not be in front of the camera, which means that I could dress as disheveled as I would like. So that's more than fine by me. So, but yes, I will not be, not at this first event, in any role or capacity such as that. Well, I'll say this. Maybe best, I feel like we knocked it out of the park. We absolutely knocked the event out of the park. I think, the space. So, other than the technical issues, which, I don't have a good scapegoat here at Word War yet. On my personal channel, some of my mods are my scapegoats anytime I have technical issues. So we'll have to, I'll have to talk to the team and we'll have to find out who we could scapegoat. Let me give you a little secret. If you're on a team and you don't know who the go-to person is to blame for everything, then it's probably you. So I'm sure behind the scenes, I'm the person. It's like technical issues. It must be Rob. And I just don't know. I'm like, oh, I wonder who we could blame. But anyways, I'll get back to you on who we could yell at and who we could blame. That's all good. But now, on all seriousness, you know, you go into promo mode a little when you're doing this space, you know, this previous space I was doing. But honestly, all I could say is check it out. Like, I would love it if you got tickets. I think it's going to be a party. But I'm not, you know, let's be honest. Not everyone could go to every event. Totally get it. We kept tickets affordable, but you still have to take time out of your life. So give it a chance. Go to Word War Debate on YouTube, on Rumble, on X, on Play TV. Check it out. It's going to be free and see what you think. You know, that's all we're asking, to check it out. I think you're going to see the venue's phenomenal. The debates are going to be amazing. The format, the production's going to be different than the way you see most debates. Check it out. You know, and hey, if it's not for you, no hard feelings. We appreciate you checking it out. But I think it's going to be great. And I think that, I'm telling you this much, man, I can't wait to have a beer with Gavin McInnes. And the idea, you know, when I'll be honest, even though I'm a Christian, one of the people I used to love watching, like on the early days of like social media, was Christopher Hitchens. I say, because he's an atheist, you know, he was debating a lot of Christians, but he just had a flair about him and a talent for debate. I found it amazing as a fan of debate. I can't imagine getting a ticket for $50 to go watch Christopher Hitchens debate and then being able to have a beer with him. I mean, that's crazy. And that's sort of the accessibility that we're trying to offer. I think almost everyone that we've brought on, all 6 of our debaters here this first event, I think they understand the importance of a fan base and of an audience. And, you know, you could have the best ideas in the world, but you got to appreciate that people want to listen to them. And so for me, that's what it's all about. And I think we're lucky to have so many talented debaters that understand that and are willing to interact with an audience and maybe answer some questions they may have and just relax with them. So that's what's being offered. And I hope that that comes across. I really do. So let me just communicate with my team here. Oh, okay. I got it. I've been told officially by the team that we're blaming Elon for the technical issues. There we go. There we go. Elon! I am a big Elon fan, though. So, Elon, if you're listening, I'm just doing what I'm told. Don't give me like some digital Nuremberg trial or something like that. So, we're going to end this tonight. One last time for all you listening, wordwardebate.com. Go over, get your tickets, enter the arena. Click on that tab there. Give us your information. Follow us on social media platforms. And get hyped, baby. January 10th, right around the corner. Technically 3 days away, but only for 2 more hours. Then we're 2 days away, so it's going to be fire. Please tune into it. Thanks so much for joining us on this After Space. And we'll talk to you all soon. Have a good one, everyone. All right, a little inside baseball there. So what happened was they really wanted Ben Swan to come on, and then when I left the space and then tried to get back on, it was technical issues galore, and for whatever reason, Ben couldn't get on, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So they wanted to do another space to see if he would possibly be able to get on. Now, what I would like to do is, I got a couple texts to answer. So how about I play a song, What Do You Like? And let me deal with these texts real quick that are sort of important. Now, we could do like the Rob Noerr show. We could do all of that stuff. But instead, I'll leave you with my super exciting, I'm starting a, what's the word I'm looking for? Somalian daycare. And so we're going for that vibe. Let's get it out there. There we are. There we go. Enjoy this. Just think how much you want to send your imaginary kids to my daycare so that the government sends me millions of dollars while we listen. Cool, I'll be with you in a second, man. Promise.
ku tira. Karur fara badanaya narka magasho kala duan khosol dhan kama challinda kada ista kata ainu char ku barano hannano sannano hannano sannano wajek lahai halkan waqbadan kabarnaya zero midab shikoyo jar qalbi gaga ai iftiminaya sannano 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 wajek lahai
لو خطد وخان كورنا لبو سعدي أفرتا كدب شمبير ساويرا أيان رينجينا شغار بلوك كسانا كودر
sahib ke yarwu ichawiya kala
Oh, hey. Hey, how's it going, Rob? Can't hear you.
Hey, you couldn't hear me.
Yeah, now
I
can
thought you
hear
said I can't see you. I was like, I've lost a little weight, but let's get rid of this ridiculous background. What am I even doing? I tried to do these. Oh, were you kidding me? Did it do this again? Oh, you're not even going to believe this. All right. It froze up on me, so it's going to make me keep this background, but we ain't going to do that. I'm going to refresh my screen. You'll be on by yourself just 1 second. I'll be right back.
All right. Well, hey, ladies and gentlemen, it's me, Kewl Vic. Glad to see you all today. I'm in charge of Rob's show for the next, I don't know, however long or so. Oh, Rob's back.
There we go. It just, sometimes I stream. Do you use StreamYards when you stream?
Yeah, I do.
Sometimes it freezes up on me, like my banners and stuff, and I don't know what it's about, but there we go. So thank you for bearing with me, Kewl. I'm so sorry. You know how these things are. I normally I was supposed to have tonight on Wednesday night. It sounded good, and then they were like, "Oh, the spaces." Of course, when you have someone of my talents available, they're going to tap me to lead it. So what can you do?
Oh, yeah.
So it's fun though. I enjoyed it.
Understandable.
You think
Yeah.
you like Sam Gavin or Stefan Molyneux? You fan of any of those guys?
Yeah, I like those guys. I like Gavin. I like Steven. I'm not too familiar with the other guy.
Yeah, Sam's a comedian. He works like he's sort of known as one of the people out there at the comedy club in LA that like got comedians a fair wage. But he's like big friends with like Alex Jones and company. So he's an interesting
Wow.
guy. I met him out there. Like as soon as I see him, like I'm out there with Andrew, right? So I go out to Atlantic City and like I'm just like Andrew's little buddy. Like it's like
Yeah.
I'm his little toady. And like Sam comes in and he's like wearing this coat, and he's like, "Oh, what buttons do I use here? Blah blah blah. Should I do this?" I'm like, "I don't know. You still look gay." He's like, "Who the fuck are you?" I was like, "Don't worry about it. You'll figure it out." But no, they're good guys. They're fun to hang out with. So it's my pleasure. But Kewl, it is such a pleasure. So for my audience that doesn't know Kewl Vic, I think that you are one of my favorite people to listen to when it comes to sort of putting out videos of people that are doing other online debates, commentary, and analyzing them. And I thought you really did me a solid, letting me come on and sort of confront some people that I was dealing with some drama. And it worked way better than when I was going on their channels and they were going to send me to the back and mute me. Didn't really have that opportunity when I came on your channel. So I'll always be thankful for that. But yeah, thanks so much for joining me tonight.
Yeah, no problem, man. It's been a pleasure. I've been looking. You're one of the people I've been wanting to do like a little collab for like a long time. Ever since I saw you. I remember when I like first saw you, I was like, dude, this guy is like a freaking amazing debater. And I was like, I bet you this guy has a pretty big following. And then I looked at that time, you only had like, I don't know, like 7K subs or 8K subs. And I was like, no fucking way does this guy only have this much. Like this guy should be blowing up big time. And so I see that you are. And so I'm very happy for you, Rob. You deserve it, brother.
Thank you. Yeah, it's weird. Like, I think guys like me and you, we just have a passion for it. So, like, this wasn't my job. I did home health care. I worked with adults with disabilities. And I just came on and hit stream. And that was it. And so I wasn't thinking about, like, well, what's the best thumbnail? And how do I get in the favor of the algorithm? And, like, I used to have dudes like Andrew Wilson that would call me and be like, hey, man, you're getting blacklisted, like you're making all these mistakes that the algorithm's looking unfavorably for you. You're getting mass reported. You should do that. And I was just like, I don't really care. Like I'm just it. I'm just saying what I want to say, and that's it. And so, I think part of it is just that I didn't know how to play the game right. And then the other part of it is, since I've gone full time, I mean, I'd be a liar to not say one of the big things was that, Andrew gave me an opportunity to do some shows with him and sort of to get my voice out there, and it's really paid off. So I couldn't be more thankful to the audience and also to people like you. And like there's a lot of people that I think it's a pretty cool community that all sort of pays attention to the work that other people are doing. And it means a lot because I think what happens is like fans of yours will bump over to me when you're done streaming, or fans of mine could bump over to you. And I think it really builds a community atmosphere that really kind of a rising tide that lifts all ships. So I couldn't be happier with it.
Yeah, no, same here. And I've told other people too. I was like, I think we have a pretty solid community building here, like a pretty solid like movement growing here, and I'm just happy to be a part of it too. It's been it's fun.
That's how I feel, right? It's like, it's one of the things that's funny. I don't know if you ever get this. People be like, "Well, I don't like Andrew," or "I don't like Vic," or "I don't like Speakeasy." I'm like, "That's okay."
Yeah,
that's perfectly fine too. It happens, So it's not a big deal. But man, it's so awesome to have so much crossover, and ultimately, what I would envision is it kind of works this way organically, but it's almost like we're a television network where it's like we're staggering the times we stream. So like if you're someone that wants to hear sort of commentary like ours, you could probably almost any time of the day find someone that's like in our community that's streaming. And I think that's amazing because you know how it is, man. People have different jobs. Some people are like listening to you while they're working. Some people can't listen until they're home. So I think it's pretty cool that we have people in all diverse times in our community that's sort of streaming.
Yeah, and it's cool because we help each other out too. Like I end my stream, I try to find someone to raid, and then I'll raid them to their channel. I've done it to you a few times. You've also done it to me. Thank you very much for that, by the way. Very awesome.
No problem.
But I think that's what's awesome too, is that we're also helping to build each other up too. I think that's really cool.
Do you mind? So how about this? I got to take a call from the Word War people. It shouldn't be more than 5 minutes. If I give you the stage, explain a little about yourself and sort of your channel, let them know where to find you, and sort of like what your like reason for streaming is and what it is that you cover. And I'll be back as soon as humanly possible, I assure you.
Yeah, no worries, brother. I got you.
All right. Go ahead. I'll be right back.
All right. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know who I am Kewl Vic. You could find me on my channel. It's Kewl Vic, Kewl V1C. And you could find me there. I started off like covering like political stuff, and I still do cover political stuff, but over the last year or so, I moved more into also debate stuff. Just because I discovered Andrew Wilson, and he's a really great debater. And then I also discovered Rob, I discovered Jim Bob, I discovered all these people that are just doing amazing. So I kind of moved more over to debates. I've done a couple of debates myself, not too many. And but I'm looking to get out there more. And also I've started hosting debates too. A few weeks ago, I've had Andrew Wilson versus Counterpoint. I have Marte Reyes. I don't know if you guys have heard of Marte. I got some coming up. I got one coming up with Wi-Fi Gospel. I don't know if you've heard of him. But so I moved over to the debate sphere, and I've gotten into YouTube because I've always actually wanted to be a YouTuber. YouTuber is like my favorite. YouTube is my favorite thing to watch. I actually watch YouTube more than I do like regular television networks or other streaming services like Netflix and all that crap. I'm on YouTube all the time, and so I was like, man, this would be awesome if one day if I could, because I was doing YouTube part-time. Like, it's like whenever I had time, I would put out videos, or if I really want to talk about something, I'll put out a video. And then in October of 2024, I was just like, or September, I should say, September 2024, I was like, man, I really want to do this. Like, let me give it a shot at this. And so, I put everything into it, and I started devoting like my time into YouTube, and it grew. It grew pretty fast, actually. And so, I've just been doing it, living the dream, if you will. And that's pretty much mostly about me. Let's see, what I'm a former wrestling promoter. I used to throw wrestling shows here in Southern California. By the way, yes, I am in California. Unfortunately, I'm stuck here with all the blue libs, the blue libtards, huh? I'm stuck here with all the maniacs holding down the fort, trying to make change here in California, trying to do something here, you know. It's not always fun. It's not always fun. You know, I see everywhere else, you know, they're like, oh yeah, look how low gas prices are here, huh? Look over here. It's like $1 or something. Oh, look over here. Look how much the gas has dropped. Yes, thanks, Trump. And I'm just looking at my freaking $3 and something cents gas prices, you know, and I'm just like, oh, well, that's better than the $4 that we had. It was better than the 4. Winning, I guess. So it's like, yeah, while Trump is in office and he's doing good things to lower the gas prices, I'm still stuck with Gavin Newsom, who is the worst. The worst. Hate that dude. So, luckily for us, though, we just have a little less than a year to go. And Gavin is gone. And so, as long as there's no shenanigans involved, hopefully we get someone like Chad Bianco, who's pretty based, you know. And even if he's not the most based, he's still better than Gavin Newsom. Remember they were floating the idea of having Kamala Harris like run for governor? I was like, no, do not. And then my theory was we're going to get the first ever illegal alien, the first ever illegal Julio Rodriguez to run for the first governorship, right? You know, I was thinking about that. I was like, oh no, that would be the worst too. But anyway, if Gavin Newsom runs for president, which he might, don't vote for that guy. Just please don't. I don't care who's the right winger is, the Republican or whatever. Just make sure Newsom doesn't get in office. You do not want to see this country turn into California. All right. You do not want that. No one wants that. The homeless is up. There's a whole bunch of fraud. There's a whole bunch of money, billions wasted on a highway that's never been built. And what else? You know, if you want trans in sports, huh? That's what Gavin's for. If you want drag queen story hours and stuff, that's what you'll get with Gavin Newsom. Did you see the Let Us Burn protest today? No. What is that? Is that the protest over the lady that got shot by ICE? Let's kick some ice. Is that what that is? Because I heard that the libs are spurging out about that. It pisses me off. You know, like you see all these libs that come out like, oh my gosh, how can something like this happen? How can ICE do this to somebody? And they're trying to act like, oh my gosh, the moral outrage. Meanwhile, the jig is up. Like the jig is up. You know, we've seen how they acted over Charlie Kirk. Like they can't get away with this crap no more. We already had a hard time believing that they cared when something like this happened. But now it's like the jig is up. Like when I see David Pacman or any of the Harry Sisson or any of these other clowns talking about how it's like, oh my goodness, how can something like this happen only in our country where our own citizen is shot by law enforcement? Blah, blah, blah. She was unarmed. That's another go-to. They're unarmed. You know, she was married to a woman. She had a kid. Blah. And it's like, oh, shut up. Like, shut up. We're not like really listening to you anymore. We've seen what makes you guys cheer. Okay. Why are we going to take morality? How do you say? Why are we going to take like morality lessons? I guess. I don't know. Why are we going to listen to them when it comes to morality and what's horrible? We've seen what they think is great. Pacific Palisades. Oh, actually, no, I did not hear about that. So there's a protest going on. I heard that. The last thing I heard about that is Spencer Pratt. He's actually going to run for mayor of LA. Do you guys remember Spencer Pratt? He was from the reality show The Hills back in MTV, like in the 2000s. So Spencer Pratt, his house burned down in those LA fires. The house, his house burnt down. So he's been going at Gavin Newsom ever since. he's been going strong against Newsom, and so he's going to run for mayor of LA. Which, listen, I don't know if Spencer Pratt's going to be a good mayor or not. I really don't care. I don't live in LA, thank goodness. LA's a freaking crap hole. LA's gross. Freaking homeless anywhere. But anyway, I don't really care if he's going to be a good mayor or not because I don't got to worry about it. I don't live in LA. But he has to be better than that other lady. Hey, how's it going, Everest?
It's just like Rob to leave you backstage with Cher, eh?
Yeah, me and Cher. I think we're doing a solid job, me and Cher. Co-hosting.
Fantastic. Yeah, good to have you on the show. Sorry for the late hello. I was getting a lot done. So while we were in the backstage, making sure getting all the banners up, like, you know, get those super chats.
Ooh. Now it's not fair to have two better looking people than me on this show. You Ross bastards.
Well, I'll let you guys back at it.
Thank you.
The show, cool. Thanks for showing up. Chat.
Yeah, no problem,
We love you guys.
Avers, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, they just called to fire me. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh man, imagine. Shouldn't have done what
You're
you
fired.
did.
We fucking hate you. What were you doing? Nah, it's like, you know what's funny? I don't know if you've experienced this. Not to get too meta. I hope you don't mind. But like, I've never had luck with the spaces thing. I've always had technical issues. I don't know if it's me, but it'll just be like random. Like on there, I'm sitting there talking, and all of a sudden I'm muted, and none of the audience can hear me, and I'm clicking on mute. Nothing's working. I don't know. I don't know if it's just me or if what the deal is with the spaces.
Yeah, no, I've never used spaces at all, so I have no clue. I'm kind of afraid to use spaces. I'm already kind of a boomer when it comes to tech, even with StreamYard. So I couldn't imagine me trying to handle spaces. So
yeah, it's absolutely crazy. So there's a litany of things we could talk about tonight. There's like news stories that are going on now, but I thought maybe the first place to start would be sort of, why not? I haven't done much of it this year yet. Some of the little interpersonal dramas that you see that come up from time to time. The one I was involved with the Panelverse, which was odd. What's your thinking on that? Is someone like, it's weird being involved in sort of this space where you see like people fall into these roles, like you're a moderator or you're a panelist, or there's different roles. And in dealing with like a lot of the sort of moderators, it's tough to find it where it comes without drama. And I think I had to find that out the hard way.
yeah, no, that whole situation is just watching that whole saga go down. It's all basically about pretty much that group over there. They don't think they do anything wrong, pretty much, and that's the whole thing. And it's because they can't reconcile that they've done at least a little bit wrong in that situation. It stopped them from fully getting over it, because they still to this day, like when you were going back and forth with Dusty, when you guys were on my stream on that one time, I noticed he was like when Dusty would be like, well, I was just joking, Rob, are you autistic? Do you not understand jokes and stuff? And then it's like, oh, okay. But then when you say something and Dusty didn't get that it was a joke or something, all of a sudden it's like, Rob, like, what's wrong with you? That's not even a joke or something. It's like, no matter what, it's Rob's fault. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And the whole thing to me was like all I am is my own person, right? That's it. Like, so I have nothing to do with Andrew's portion of this at all.
Yeah.
Now, full disclosure, the reason I bring this up here is what was going on was Andrew was working with Word War, right? I was doing the debate portion of it behind the scenes, right? And who was the booker? Sarah. And I sat at a table. Having dinner while they were like, who do we got for a booker? And I watched Andrew Wilson say, we got this person, Sarah. We think she would do good at like reaching out to people, making sure things like flights, et cetera, trying to book matchups. Okay. And then they asked me, what do you think? Now, at this point, Sarah had said some things to me behind the scenes, sent some messages that I wasn't the biggest fan of, but I said, team player, I think she'll do great. So for me, it was like, it was a little shocking, and they've rewritten history, right?
Yeah.
Where, Sarah wants to say like, oh, so I did was sit there and laugh. That's not what you did, Sarah.
Yeah.
And she wouldn't give me a chance to sort of like prove it with the receipts. But what she did was she sat there when they suggested they're going to come over. She said, do it this way. Send this person first. This is what you should do. Ha ha ha. And for me, it was like, Now, what the fuck is this, right? I know I'm going to be working on this project with you, and it's like, I'm not asking for unfair moderation. I'm not even asking for, you to not be friends or not have people. It's none of that. But I feel like I'd look like a bitch if you did this publicly. It'd be one thing if she said some shit to me behind the scenes, but if you do this publicly, and then all of a sudden here I am not saying a word, because it's like, so it could have, her point about Andrew, like, well, Andrew could have cut ties with Rob. I think he did worse. He could have. And I was just saying, hey, no hard feelings, Andrew. I wouldn't have fucking taken half-naked pictures wearing a Crucible coat. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
That's not the way I would have went. But hey, to each their own. So that I still don't think they get it. I don't think they get it. Now, having said that, Dusty, smart to try to monetize this. I don't know how much content he has other than this. I really don't wish ill of Sarah. If her channel bounces right past by me, I'd say, cool, I don't care, great. I just don't give a shit. And it seems, that their reaction to it shows that I think they are starting to realize, kind of a mistake to say we don't need them anyways and fuck them and we're better off. Okay. So that's how I look at the situation. I thought it was funny though that like you're just commenting on it, and then all of a sudden your show becomes ground zero for like I call in, Dusty calls in, Andrew calls in, Sarah calls in. It was pretty funny.
Yeah, no, that was a wild stream because I was rewatching it the other day. I reviewed that, and because I saw Emmett, Emmett. I saw him reviewing it. Yeah, great dude. And so I saw him reviewing it, and so I was rewatching it again. And I was like, dude, I forgot a lot about, like, even in this conversation, she was trying to gaslight and lie. Like, remember she even said like, oh, I didn't even know what they were doing when I arrived there. I didn't even realize what was going on. And it's like, well, BS. Like, even if that were true, then why not? Once you realize what was going on, you go, okay, guys, I gotta get out of here.
Exactly. And she did know, because she was, and again, it was like, I didn't recall. By the way, that's the video that you just put up yesterday. So I wanted to show that. So please check it out. And from there, make sure you're subbing to Kewl Vic's channel. You'll see a lot of awesome content. Does a lot of like debate reviews, things of that nature that I do on here from time to time. So please give him a sub. Yeah, I mean, it's like one of those things. It's like politics, right? Like this shit will happen all the time. You'll be like, hey, you guys, these lefties push for lockdowns. And they'll be like, that didn't happen. Show it happening. Show where, or you'll be like, they said that like, white people need to be silent and leave people. That never happened. Show it right now. Show it right now. And you're like, yeah, man, I guess in the context of this conversation, I don't have it in front of me. Right. And so what happens,
exactly.
That was the same way. Like Sarah's like, if you watch the whole thing. So finally I got fed up one night and was like, all right, fucker, I'll watch the whole thing. And I was shocked. Like I covered it the day after I was on your channel with her. And I was like, all I saw was the whole, and that's the power of the panelverse. Like when I went back and watched, and she was just like, oh, and say this and do this. And she's there the whole time and laughed. Even Dusty was full of shit in my conversation on your channel with him, where he was like, oh, it was like basically one guy that we didn't even know was doing it. And then he came back, and what are we supposed to do? No, it wasn't. They set the whole thing up. Oh, you go, no, you go, no, you go. And make sure you say this and make sure you do this. And then they came back and powwowed about how great they did. I mean, my thing is just fucking be on it. Like, is it the biggest deal in the end of the day? No. Like, listen, I'm sorry for Sarah that someone she was working with in the Andrew, who I also happen to be working with, was like, hey, go fuck yourself. Sorry for that. Not in my business. I didn't set that up. I just said what was on my mind. But to the extent of like, how big of a deal do I think it is at the end of the day? No, I don't give a fuck. Dusty and them trolled unsuccessfully. That's it. I said, hey, go fuck yourselves. That's it. That's the story. And so I'm not losing sleep. It's not like I'm like, oh, I hope, fucking Dusty and Sarah's channel is like crap. I don't give a fuck. But at least be honest. Yeah, we trolled you. That's it. That's all you have to say. It's like, yeah, I know. But instead they have to be like, that wasn't even trolling. Oh my goodness, and you have such thin skin and blah, blah, blah. And how could you see? And it wasn't even, dude, don't bullshit. Just tell the truth. What's the issue with that,
Yeah, and then if you complain about her, say anything back, oh, Rob, you're just emotional. You're overly sensitive, and it's like, but meanwhile, look how they act. Like Dusty, like the whole reason Dusty had a grudge against you is because you owned him in that debate, because you freaking out debated him, and he couldn't let that go. So that's why he had to come back, troll you, and overtalk you, and be bad faith and such because he couldn't handle that. So it's like, well, wait a minute. If Rob's emotional, then what are you, Dusty? Because look what you're doing.
It's very similar. I've been dealing with this guy, Brian Shapiro, right? And
Yes.
Brian Shapiro's his whole
Yeah.
shtick's this, like,
I love that.
I'm big time and you're a nobody. And yet he watches my show almost every night and he calls in. It's like, I don't get it. Like, it's very similar to that.
Yeah,
beef,
dude.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead. No. You could go ahead. Go ahead.
The whole beef in the first place, like it's frustrating when it comes to the moderate. And I do realize I will take defend Sarah a little here. I guess I misunderstood what like the open panel was supposed to be about. I thought that the open panel was this, like me and you have a debate and Speakeasy's moderating. And then we debate for 2 hours and he's like, hey, I'm going to open it up. I assume that meant that panelists come on to address me and you, right? Vic, I thought you were fucking wrong on this. Rob, you're a fucking idiot because of this. And so still it's like, it's not that we're smarter than or deserve more attention than, but we're on a different tier of the open debaters in that you could remove one of them. Like if there's an irreconcilable difference and one has to go, I'm sorry, open panelist guy, you have to go. And so there's a bit of decorum still, even though it could be a little more chaotic. Of course, you expect that. And now I realize that so many of those people, it's just like a shit show. And like, I saw that one of the things as I was going back and watching the whole fallout that night where they were trolling me was that Dusty was like, go back to one of the first times like that me and Rob had an interaction and blah, blah, blah. And what it was this illustrates the whole point to me. I'm like, it was Andrew was on the panel and he had debated someone. And then this guy Fatty was going to Andrew about something. I can't even remember the topic. Now I'm listening, and I got to be honest, I share a little Fatty's frustration, where it has to do with whether or not something's moral. And Andrew, who's debating things from a philosophical point, is like, well, we have to define morality. But me, who's debates from more of a pragmatic side, is like, I'm willing to say, unless it comes up, that we have a similar idea. Now let's look at the pragmat. So I get Fatty's frustrated. So, Andrew leaves, and I was just trying to say, Fatty, I will accept your definition and let me give my take on, in a pragmatic sense and not a philosophical sense, sort of where we go from here, right? And, they all grow their big balls as soon as Andrew's going, oh, you're here to just suck up to Andrew? You're just here to blah, blah, blah. I'm like, no, actually, I'm saying I'm not debating like Andrew. I'm going to take it in a different, blah, 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 blah. And Sarah puts me and Dusty in a one-on-one. We're just like, why you gay? Why you want Andrew, huh? Why you gay, man? Huh? What's up with that? Why you gay? Blah, blah, blah. And like, then I realized like, oh, that's what Sarah wants. That's what Dusty wants. Like, I'm there because it's like, I'm actually, you can have fun and I don't mind an insult or two. It's no problem. But that's, secondary to we're actually having a discussion. They want that. Let's just fucking call each other gay. And let's pull up clips of some fucking, shirtless firefighter or some chick getting on a horse. And I'm like, oh, I get it now. This place isn't for me. This place can fuck off. But that doesn't mean if they don't talk shit, or if they talk shit, I'm not going to respond. But it's weird. It's weird for someone like me that actually, I'm like, yes, I want to debate people on I see Speakeasy in the chat. That's why I love going to Speakeasy's channel. We have fun, but it ain't that. It's like there's actually discussions going on.
Yeah, no, that's crazy. Going back, one of the things that I liked about when you guys were going at it on the channels that you actually called her out for something, because it was something that I was like wondering, because she asked you to apologize to RTP after RTP was like, hey, what the hell? Wait, can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Your video went away, but I hear you.
Okay, yeah. Oh, stupid camera. My camera does that sometimes. Anyway, yeah, I guess I could finish while I fix this, but you called her out because she wanted you to apologize to RTP, and I was always wondering, like, well, did she ask RTP to apologize for some of for starting the personal stuff? Did she ask you brought up, you're like, did you ask Connor to apologize for saying I'm gonna beat you up or whatever?
Yeah.
And notice she never answered, and you called her like, yeah, that's what I thought, because you didn't tell Connor to anything about that, huh? She was like, you don't worry about it. And I like that you called her out for that, because that was something that I was wondering too.
Yeah, it was so the DMs that she would send me, like, here's the deal, right? Oh, we can see your real background.
Yeah. Doxing my room.
So I used to brief side note, I used to, when I streamed as a hobby, I'd had this job with home healthcare, right? And part of it was, even though I wasn't doing anything wrong, I'd only stream when I was off the clock. Still, you're nervous about the background, whatever. What if you accidentally let some piece of relevant medical information that someone could hyper zoom in on the background that was on a calendar or something that was slightly off screen or whatever? So I couldn't figure out how to do what you're doing there with like the green screen. So I brought this absurd thing called a web around. And it was this big fucking piece of like cloth that would go behind you. And you'd tape on the back of your chair. It was the silliest shit. But I did that enough.
I might have one of those.
Yeah,
I might
did
have
that
one of those.
enough.
It's like kind of like a green screen. Yeah.
Yeah. So I did that enough times where I accidentally showed like you did. I was like, you know what? Fuck it at this point. You know, what have I got to lose? But yeah, I mean, she sent me that message. Everything was good with me and Sarah until that night. I think that's when things started to turn. And I debated RTP and I was shocked. Quite frankly, I was taken aback. It was like 4 a.m. We finished the debate, did open panel, whatever. I got a shower, go to bed. Last thing I do is I noticed my phone vibrates as I'm falling asleep, and it was a text message or a DXDM, I think it was, not a text message. She don't have my number. And I checked it, and she's basically like, not to get into specific details, but basically it was like, you should have brought up RTP's family, his daughters. You need to apologize. And my first reaction is like, what did I say? Like, because it's not beyond me talking fast that oh, fuck, maybe I do need to apologize. And I was like, the only two things I remember saying were, one, he said he would titty F me. And I was like, is that the type of language you have in front of your family? That was it. And then the other was, he was commenting about me clearly having a wife that doesn't love me or some, not having a wife or something like that. And I was like, do you have a wife? And he says, no, but I get mine. Like, I bang a bunch of chicks. And I was like, do you have kids? And he says, yeah. I was like, it's not something to brag about. Bringing a bunch of strange women in there, that's not cool. I'm not impressed. You should get a wife. That was it. That's the big point that I have to apologize for bringing up. It's not like I said, oh, your kids are probably stupid. I'm sure his kids are wonderful. For real. And he might be a fantastic father. I'm just speaking to, if you're going to talk shit in my family, and then when I retort, be like, I'm the big man because I bang a bunch of chicks. I don't respect that. It's the equivalent of if you say to me, like, you hear my kid yelling, you're like, hey, Rob, you should tell your kid to be quiet a little. And I'm like, well, do you have kids? Yeah, I beat the shit out of mine. It's like, well, that's not good. How dare you talk about my kids? Right? It's like, what is going on here? And so I know what happened. RTP had been embarrassed by Andrew Wilson, and he'd been embarrassed by me on Sarah's show. And so she was like, well, let's set up another debate. And he was like, no. I don't like that this happened and blah, 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 so I'm not coming back. So then she thought, well, I'll just say, hey, Rob, apologize, and Rob will apologize, and it'll smooth out. And I was like, yeah, no fucking way. I'm not apologizing. And then she was like, well, he should apologize to you, too. I'm like, yeah, I don't give a shit. I don't need an apology. No apology necessary. But I'll be damned if I'm apologizing. Not happening. And then I could tell the interactions I had with her after that, something had changed. And I personally think, look, now, I'm happy to help out Sarah and Dusty with some more content here. I know they'll clip this. That's fine. I don't mind at all. I personally think that some of it was, I think you could kind of see that maybe she had a little bit of a upset relationship with Andrew, but couldn't say anything to him. So next best thing's to yell at me. And like, she felt she was higher on the totem pole than me, so she could take it out on me. And she grossly misunderstood what was going on there, because that's not what was going on. Nor would it have mattered if it was. Andrew's a good friend of mine, but I'm not going to leave someone talk shit on me just because, or send trolls out or whatever. Fuck all that.
Yeah.
So that's it. I think that a lot of it was like, that, and a lot of it was, with Connor, her treating me like shit over Connor was Connor's access to Destiny and other left wingers, and who am I? Nothing. Andrew's the big dog. He's already there. Who the fuck am I? Okay. And then Dusty's her friend. Fine, great. You want to stick with the friend? Oh, there, you disappeared again. But I think that's what a lot of it was. And, hey, she got what she wanted. She said that she, the Crucible community, she always knew it would end this way. It's better now. Good. Everybody's happy. So I don't know what the whole, pictures and holiday videos are and shit that she's putting up. It's like,
holiday,
more power to you, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. All these weird the AI slot video she put out, and then these calendars or whatever she's doing, and and then the lewds. It's just it's just very weird.
If you didn't see her last, I only know this because someone showed it to me. But like, she's putting out these like it's not a bad idea in this sense that hey, try whatever, you know. But sort of these videos, short form videos, it's like
oh yeah,
let me tell you something type videos, you know, like, you know, it pisses me off. This cool, fine. People have done formats like that work. More power to her. But she did this one that's like, oh, you're a new person. Like, no, you're not. You know, you say you're a new person for New Year. No, you're not. Blah blah blah. It's like, but Sarah, that's you. You're pretending to be a new person. Like, what happened to that trad lady? You know, that was saying the Pledge of Allegiance before every video. What happened to her? And now it's like, oh, I'm going to take pictures of myself, like, and sexually provoke, you know, with, like, skin showing while I'm wearing this coat and this, that. Well, that was the exact opposite impression you were putting on 3 months ago. What happened? So maybe you should take some of that, you know, striking sort of just razor wit that you're going after other people. Maybe do a little introspection and say, geez, am I now being someone completely different than I was pretending to be not 3 months ago? So,
I tried watching one of theirs and I was just like, dude, this is just so cringe. It was completely cringe. But yeah, more power to her. It's funny though, because Speakeasy showed me this clip that took place a few months ago when Speaky was on her panel or whatever, where Speakeasy got her to admit that she's actually pro-choice. And this is before the fallout with Andrew. So Speaky was like, I called this shit out before it actually got revealed that she was this covert feminist, if you will, because like you said, she did put on this facade that she was like based, if you will, a trad or conservative, and she even claimed that she's like, I'm more right leaning. But I was like, you don't sound right leaning at all.
What is so this guy? Oh, never mind. I see what's going on. Yeah, I mean, for me, it's like, listen. I do say this, and this is not me being tongue in cheek. I mean this. Like, at the end of the day, all of this drama is still just online bullshit drama. Like,
oh yeah,
you know what I mean. And like, I will say that to Dusty's credit, to Sarah's credit, and anyone else. Like, no one's brought my family into shit. Now it's a little different. She, put that video up with Andrew's wife in it and shit. That's different. That's their beef. I have my feeling. But as far as like, all the shit that like Dusty said about me, they call me a fat fuck and a mouth breather and this don't bother me. Like, perfectly reasonable. So there are scales to this thing. And, I guess at the end of the day, if you have to deal with people being involved in drama, this sort of drama is the easiest to be involved in because it's just petty bullshit. And it's like, I don't know. I just said, fuck you. That's it. That's my entry in this, and as far as, it's to take it one step back further. I don't know if I did the right thing on Trippy's show or not. I think there's a compelling case to be made that, like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have reacted the way I did. That's fair, right? But from my point, it's like I'm frustrated because so many times it's the same fucking thing now, over and over and over again. I go on Tomfoolery to debate Destiny, same fucking bullshit. Him talking, blah, 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 blah. I can't get a word in edgewise. I go on Sarah's channel, it's Connor, blah, 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 interrupts, can't get a word in edgewise. And then it's like, now I'm dealing with fucking, like, radical fucking coder doing the same thing. But all it was like, I actually got to tip my cap to Radical Coder because he one-upped me, right? Where I was like, listen, man, I'm going to be quiet until you get everything you need off your chest. How about that? And he said, great, more time for me to talk, which is a phenomenal answer. So then I'm like, well, shit, what do I say to that? And I was like, I know what I'll do. I'll give him all the time in the world to talk. Now you got 2 hours, big boy. Have at her. And my favorite part was, whose show was it? It was maybe Speakeasy's, where, because Coder's line was like, well, I think Rob realized I prepped for that debate, and he was afraid to debate me. He realized he was in trouble. So I saw him on Speakeasy's show. I was like, you really think you want to have the debate right now? And we went through it, and he didn't do so well. And then at the end of it, I was like, now, do you think that that's what was going on, that I was afraid to debate? He was like, well, I don't know. And I was like, I just want to let you know, I'm still not going to interact with you for a long time after this to teach you a lesson. And the lesson is this, they need people like me more than I need them. I'm perfectly fine doing content in my own. People will watch. I like the debates. I do. That's what I'd prefer to do every night. But I could do the streams on my own. No problem. I could do it. I don't need to go into groups of people for debates where it's like a big circus shit show. I don't need it. Especially if it's like not big names. I don't need the Jerry Springer shit. So it's like, hey, if that's what you guys like, there's no problem with that, by the way. That you're talking to a guy who used to watch fucking professional wrestling and Steve Wilkos. So, hey, if you enjoy that shit, tip of the cap to you. I'm not, but I don't need it. And that's what I was trying to tell them. It's not that I'm bigger than you. I don't need you. It's I'm bigger than you. And so the shit show isn't necessary for me. Right? I don't need it. And like, all of us are willing to fucking get muddy once in a while. Like, you're willing to go and dig a ditch if you're getting paid for it, right? If it's something that you need to do for your family. I get that. I don't need to do that for my family. In fact, sometimes when I'm on panels like that, my viewership's less. So it's like, hey, I don't need this. And and so I've talked to some other people, and I didn't know the panelers had two meanings, that it's like Sarah's crew and then also there are other people that consider themselves in the panelverse. And so I'm forgetting the name of some of the people I talked to that were like, well, we consider ourselves in the panelverse, but we're not part of that. And I was like, well, I apologize. I'm not besmirching you. But I don't know. That's my feelings on it. I just brought it up to you because I saw that you I was watching your video earlier that you had covered this from yesterday. So
yeah, man. I covered that. What's it called? It's funny though about Sarah is that she was always like, oh, you should always do it publicly or privately. But in my first actual interaction with Sarah is her calling me a content thief live on stream. And after I was super chatting her money, I was super chatting her money. And then she's like, oh, thank you very much, Kewl Vic, you content thief, stealing my content. And I was like, whoa, what the hell? Like, I like you. I'm supporting you. And you call me a content thief in front of everybody. So I actually privated her messaged her privately after that to say, hey, is there a problem? And I actually had to bring it privately after she did it publicly.
Well, and then for me, it's like, okay, well, you publicly told helped trolls come over and troll me. So what was I supposed to do? Privately message you? No, I publicly said something. And then she doesn't have a problem with me. That's not the issue. She'd have told me to fuck right off. And what's well within her rights. The problem was that it cost her an opportunity with Andrew. That's where it hit home. Now, of course, I know what you're going to say. You're going to say, it doesn't bother me. I'll be better off. Of course, that's what a bunch of NFL coaches are getting fired this week. What do you think they're going to say? My life's over. This sucks. I'll never get a job as good. No, you're going to be like, bang, next stage of my life, no problem. We're going to approach it with a smile on our face. I'm going to be great. Right? Of course, that's what you're going to say. You can't besmirch her for saying that. But then to simultaneously be like, my life's ruined, and Andrew took food out of my kids' mouths, and blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, pick a lane, right? Like, either you're oh my God, I'm the victim, please everyone feel bad for me, or, you know what? This was for the better anyway, so let's keep going forward. Choose one. You can't do both, right? And so, I get it. She's upset that Andrew said something publicly without calling her, but it's like, well, why did she say something publicly without calling me? Why did she send the trolls? That was fine for her. And the reason is because in her head, she was higher than me. Well, guess what? Like, regardless of what she thought at the time, and she did have more subs at the time, right? But regardless of what she thinks about that, Andrew was bigger than her. So for the same reason, she didn't feel the need to message me and say, I don't like what you did to Trippy, and blah, blah, blah. And she made a stink about it there. She has every right to do it publicly. I had every right to respond publicly. Andrew has every right to say, geez, here were two people that were working on a project with me. This project out in Atlantic City, which at the time Andrew was still with. And now I'm in a tight spot where they're both publicly going at each other. And so, Rob's been my friend for a long time. Rob has a position that's higher up in that organization and it's higher up in the Crucible. I'm going to take Rob's back. But he didn't have to. He could have just been like, Rob, be a fucking pro, suck it up. She's still going to. I said, okay, sure. But I said what I needed to say publicly. I'm not going to let someone talk shit, send trolls after me. I don't give a fuck. And that's why I was like, Sarah pissed me off more than Dusty. Because for Dusty, it's like Dusty's image is he's a troll. Troll gonna troll. But Sarah's the impartial debate, blah, 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 that's working with me. She said she didn't know I was working on that project. Okay, fine, whatever. I knew. And I'm like, fuck all this. After I just went to bat for her, like a fucking month earlier, I'm talking to Sam Tripoli and them like, oh, yeah, she'd be great. Uh-huh, yeah. When I should have, if you're listening, Sam, you should be like, wait, is Rob really trying to tell me he had a problem with this girl but told us she was great? Yes, that is what I'm telling you. You know, I took one for the team and said I could work with someone professionally. Now, the other person is Erudite, who's working on that project. Me and Erudite went at it publicly, you know, and they asked me, you know, I was like, I think Erudite will be fine. You want left-wing voices? And I was like, I'm a fucking professional. I'm not going to go in there and bring up old beef. You laugh about it. You make it a joke, right? Like, oh, yeah, we were going to each other. Like, that's fine. But I could do it, and I could have done it with Sarah. I could do it with Sarah tomorrow. If they decided they were going to hire Sarah, I could. But they won't. They could hire her because she brings nothing to the table. So, there you go. Yeah, you brought one thing to the table, and that was your relationship with a streamer that, you know, had the rocket strapped to his back, and you fucked it up. So have fun with your fucking calendars and your AI slop videos, you know. And I do wish the best for your children, though. I do. So I would never say anything about her as a mother. I presume she's a fantastic mother. I don't know about any of that, but you know, the deeper she makes it, the further she goes. I don't think that. All I'll say is I don't know that other people are as interested in keeping the personal shit out of it as me. Just saying, if you want to start talking about other people's wives, making jokes, okay, you're opening that door. Maybe you have some skeletons in your closet. That's on you, you know? That's all I have to say about it. But as far as I'm concerned with my interactions with Sarah, it's a big fuck you. And, you know, good luck to you moving forward. I don't care. But it is funny too. And it's great too because, like, I told Dusty this. I'm like, you know, I'm proud that my channel's growing. I really am. I really am. And I'm also proud that there's this separate ecosystem of people making videos of me breathing hard into the mic that helps their channel. So, hey, it's sort of more than happy to help you guys out. No problem. Point taken. I need to get better with my cardio. I accept. You're right. You know. So, yeah, that's my take on it. But I'm glad you covered it, and I will always be thankful that you gave me an opportunity to come on because, you know, they were hiding from it. Particularly Sarah, go on Dusty's channel. Okay, bring Sarah up now. Oh, fuck you. If Sarah has something to say, then say it. Right here we are. You know, and they'll act like, what are they going to say? That you were unfair? Like, as the host? No, you didn't say anything. You just sit there and let us go back and forth. And all of a sudden, their fucking Dusty's big balls weren't so big when he couldn't just send someone to the back or mute them. Like, which is what you see with these people all the time. You know, so... You know?
I was laughing at the beginning because it started off with me watching the Sarah Cope stream and then or complaining about how Andrew how dare Andrew pay me the $3,000 that I didn't earn, but he did it the wrong way. How dare he? Smoky Man bad. So I was watching that, and then Andrew was in the chat, so he comes on and me and him are talking about it. Then I see Dusty in the chat, and Dusty's talking all this shit in the chat. Let me up, blah blah blah. And then I bring him up, and then like. He didn't have anything to say against Andrew. I was like, well, Dusty, are you sure you got nothing else to say? That's it. And then I like how when you came up, you're like, oh, look at you, so meek against Andrew all of a sudden. Now you got nothing to say.
And that's the theme that they had for a long time. And I don't get it. Right? Like that time Andrew was on Sarah's panel with Fatty. Everybody's super polite. And then as soon as Andrew leaves, oh, blah, blah, blah. It's like, he was just here. You could have said all this. What's the issue? And it's like, it's not that like Andrew's physically opposing. What it is, and this is even worse. I'd have more respect for like, oh, I'm intimidated because that guy's physically imposing. It's worse. It's, oh, I might be able to get something from that guy in the future, right? Oh, he's got a big platform, so maybe if he has me on to debate, that's more eyeballs. So I'll be super polite, as if like it would be like this. Imagine if I would be shocked that Dusty or Sarah saw this conversation. It's public. Of course, like right now, there's someone like, oh, I'm going to take this to Sarah's Discord. I don't give a fuck, right? It's fine. But it's like these people, it's like, you think just because Andrew left 30 seconds ago, you guys talking shit would be impossible for him to find out? Just so if you're willing to say it publicly, say it to his fucking face. What's the difference? You know, and it never made sense to me. And this has happened multiple times with Andrew, multiple times on Sarah's channel. That based Oracle guy, that shit happened one time. I didn't see it, but it was like Andrew's debating or whatever, and then left, and all of a sudden it's a big shit talking fest. In fact, I've been on the other end of this with someone I don't really like, Destiny. I did a debate against Destiny on Politically Provoked's channel, and she's bringing up super chats, and then, oh, Destiny's a great guy, blah 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 blah. You know, Rob's great, blah blah blah. Okay, fine. right? Destiny at one point's like, hey, can I go take a piss or answer the door? But I don't know what it was. He gets up from the computer, and all of a sudden she starts bringing up super chats. It's like, Destiny let some dude bang his wife, blah, blah, blah. And I called her out right there. I was like, wait. That's fine. You can bring those chats up, but why wait until he left?
Yeah,
Bring him up.
exactly. Yeah.
Bring him up. Give him a chance to respond. What the fuck is this bullshit? Don't wait until he leaves the room. Say it with your chest. That shit annoys the shit out of me. Just say it. Why you gotta go? And that's so with Dusty. It's like when he's such a big shit talker about Andrew, and then all of a sudden, okay, here's Andrew. Say what you gotta say. Oh, Andrew, I just had a couple questions and blah blah blah. Where'd that big man go? And it's the same with Sarah with me. Big fucking talker behind the scenes, and then when I get Rob, I don't want to do this. I'm sure you don't. That's it. And it's like, there's nothing wrong with being polite and cordial. That's fine. I'm not saying, Rob's saying you got to be a big tough guy. No, I'm not saying that. But if you're going to talk shit, like on your own channel or on a public fucking channel, and then when someone's there, act like you didn't say it, I don't understand. You're just clowning yourself. And that's sort of what I said to Trippy. It was like, Trippy, I talked to you and I was like, hey, I kind of do feel bad. I'd like to make it up to you, blah, blah, blah. Oh, no problem. Then all of a sudden he's on these, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay, I'm here now. Like, and he's like, first he was at least like, fuck you, blah, blah, blah. And then the whole thing changed. And I'm like, I don't get it, man. You had your chance to say whatever. That dude could have ripped me apart. Hey, man, I was doing a fucking stream for my mom to raise money for my mom, which I didn't know, but nonetheless. And you fucking bailed and it fucked the stream. So fuck you. And I'd have been like, yeah, I'm sorry, man. Let me know how I can make it up to you. But instead, oh no, you were right. I put the moderator in a bad position. You're right. You're right. No hard feelings whatsoever. And then, fuck Rob, blah, 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 blah. It's like, well, what happened? What happened to no hard feelings? Like, I just don't get it. If you got something, like, I'm not going to bite your I swear to you, I would have been like, yeah, you're sort of right, man. I did fuck over your channel, and I'm sorry. I am sorry about that, but it's not the direction he went. He was like, no, big deal. And then, I don't get it. I don't know what the fucking, I get it in real life. Like, if me and you're at the bar, and I'm like, hey, Vic, how's it going? And then you get out of your bar, so I'm like, fuck that guy, blah, blah, blah. But on a public platform, it's like you're not going to hear that.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know.
I didn't understand the Trippy thing either, because I remember you guys having a conversation after he was very cordial, like, oh no, Rob, it's fine, blah, blah, blah. And so I thought you guys were cool. And then I forgot where else. Then I just see him talking shit again, like against Andrew. Oh, it was on Dusty's stream when he was talking shit against Andrew and all this stuff. And I was like, what the hell happened to Trippy? I thought everything was fine with him and Rob. It's like, it's as if they got him riled up again or something, or told him, oh, are you going to let him fuck you over like that or some shit? I don't know. I don't know what happened.
I think that a lot of it, and look, I'm intentionally being obtuse, I guess, because I do know if I think about it, it's, you get in with the group, right? Life's like this, right? Like, you're with a group of people and they're all, fuck that guy. And you're like, yeah, fuck that guy, right? Like, I understand that there's something about human nature like that you just sort of bandwagon on. And so, look, the truth of the matter is, and I have no ill will towards Trippy, none, right? But the truth of the matter is, Trippy is probably going to continue to interact with more people in that space than he is with me. And so as such, he can't help but sort of go with the flow. But all I was saying was like, hey, I'm here now, motherfucker. If you got something to say, say it. And, he started to, which was fine. But I was just making the point, like, I don't know what you expect from me. If you had something to say, you could have said it. But yeah, it's strange on his behalf. And then the aftermath of it, which was, I still, the irony of someone that, like, their entire model for a while becomes like, we're going to watch this dude every day. And we're just going to, like, in real time, watch his stream and then have a group of, like, 5 or 6 of us just be like, yeah, he's stupid. It's like, it's like watching 9th graders, like, fucking. And that was the other, like, with Dusty and them, it's like, at least make the trolling funny. I didn't get it.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's just like, they might as well just be like, oh, did you fart? You fart? It's like, I would at least chuckle, but it's just like, you breathe in the mic heavy, huh? Like, if you go back, it's one of the greatest things I've ever seen. If you go back and you watch right before Sarah says the whole "that's the power of the panelverse" thing. I don't know if I have this clip or not, but I when I first saw this, I laughed my ass off. Nah, I don't have it. And it's that Modern Men guy. And he's on
Oh,
there.
okay.
He was one of the trolls that came over, and he's like, guys, I just got to say, we did a really bad job. I don't really know anything about this Rob guy, and I tried, but no one did good. And Dusty's like, we did great, guys. It's like, you have to have a pep talk for your trolls because you didn't even do well trolling. Trust me, guys. Don't worry. Don't leave the negativity get you. We're great trolls. We're doing great. We're doing great work here. And I thought that was so funny. I'm like, that's actually the most pathetic thing about this whole thing. Right?
Yeah.
It's like, it's like you're a fucking, garage band and you got booed off the stage. You're like, don't worry about it, guys. We're a big deal. These guys are nobodies. We're going to be a big hit someday. It's like, okay, buddy. Like, you get them. But it was, I don't know. It's surreal. It really is.
Yeah, no, that's the thing too. I completely agree. I was like, but they're not even entertaining trolls. Like, at least if they were watching the clips and being funny about it, they would get more people to watch. Like, oh, let's watch them make fun of Rob or Vic or whomever. But dude, even that one stream, the trash talk extravaganza that Andrew did, Andrew was doing the stream and they're stream sniping and watching them, and they're just watching and they're getting mad. They're like, this is boring. And I was like, this is your stream. It's almost as if they're wanting Andrew to do all the entertainment for them on their stream.
I know. They said that they'll be like, well, this is a bad argument. Or they'll say stuff like that. And it's like, okay, well, then do a debate. Make the good argument. No, we can't do that. It's, I don't know. I mean, I'll tell you a little story about me. And you're going to be like, what the fuck does this have anything to do? So when I was debating, I got pretty good. And I had long beard, fucking long hair. I'd wear like metal shirts. And I was a hit. I was like one of the only right-wingers in the debate space. And the higher up you get, the less right-wingers there were. And I started to get pretty good. And there were people I respected in it, particularly some coaches and some programs. And, they ranged from slightly left-wing to fucking Bernie Sanders is a scumbag alt-righter. That's how left-wing some of them were. But nonetheless, it is what it is. And I remember one time I did pretty good at this tournament, and I'm like waiting to get in our van or whatever. And this coach comes up, very reputable dude, fucking nationally known coach, and was like, Rob, listen, man. He's like, you're really good and you could be something special. He's like, you just got to like cut your hair, trim your beard, and like some of your more radical positions, just tamper a little, and you could be one of us. And I was like, yeah, man, I don't want to be one of you. I just don't.
Yeah.
I don't want to be one of you, and it's something that's like always been there where it's like, nope. I have no interest in like going along to get along, right? Like, it's just not something that I have on the cards. So when I watch these, like, the Panelverse people and all of this, and it's like, this, that, and the other, it's like, yeah, I just don't give a shit. Like, I'm not really trying to fit in with you people, and that's fine. That's perfectly reasonable. All of you should be able to go your own way. I just, I don't know. How about this on X? My good friend Word War Debate.
Oh yeah,
Channel
Word
says
War
Cool
Debate.
Vic in the house.
Yeah, no, what's up, Word War Debate? Yeah, no, cool dude. Marte had him on his stream, and we were all there. He interviewed him. It was a good stuff. Good dude.
So I don't know that. So we'll transition. We could talk about this for a minute, and then I'll read some super chats if you don't mind. I could see him on your channel as well. So, I think one of the things that is very smart about Word War is they understand sort of the online sort of debate sphere, and they really want to help promote people, even that aren't the biggest people, even people that are on my size or your size, and they want to find debaters, but it's not just that. So, like, if you go over to Word War Debate, like, they have a section called Enter the Arena, and they want people to sign up and any role that they think they would fit. So it doesn't have to just be, I think I'd be a good debater. It might be, I think I'd be a good moderator. I think I'd be a good promoter. And I think that they're very wise that if you're trying to centralize something like debate, then you go around and you look at the places that are doing it and you say, how could we help those people? How could we bring those people on board? So I think it's very cool that the folks that are running the socials there at Word War Debate are trying to keep their eye out in a lot of these spaces. I think it's a very good thing. So, I hope that it expands and we start to see some more promotion of a bunch of people that are involved in this space. So, particularly the right wingers. Fuck the left wingers, but
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, fuck the left wingers. They could have their Unfuck America tour. You know what I mean? They could have that.
Yeah. Some super chats. Some of these are going to be before you came on, but I'll read them fast anyways.
No worries.
Baxter, $5. Thank you, my friend. Naughty Germ, 5 as always. Thank you. Call me GL. Says, love this for you, Rob. I'm a proud Neuron. Thank you. Appreciate the Neurons. We got reverse massage that says, Gavin's my Nick. New York Nick? That's Gavin's team. Didn't know. Blasterbot, $5 says, remember, fellow bots, we need to make sure Rob wins the poll on Gabriel Carbo Gains channel. Oh, yes. I'll put that up in a second. Oh, did you see this? I'm in the finals. Let me see. I'll bring this up.
Oh yeah, yeah. I promoted that for you too, Rob. I had people.
Thank you.
My stream.
Did you see who I'm facing?
Nuh-uh.
Oh my goodness. Here, wait. You'll get a kick out of this. I'm in the finals. Why can I not find this? I'm winning right now, but we'll see how it goes. Here's the link, everyone. Go vote. And then I'll bring it up on screen. Old boomer Rob. There it is. There's the matchup. Rob versus the Powder Dusty.
Dude,
Yeah.
you versus Dusty? Wow.
For live streamer of the year 2025. Yeah, I voted for myself because the audience demanded it. But the last round, I didn't care if I won or not. But I would like to win this one. So, Dusty, if you win. Now, I'm in a lose-lose situation, though. Because if Dusty wins, he's going to go bots. Or if Dusty loses, bots. That's what it is. That dastardly Andrew Wilson. Andrew not only sends bots to my channel, but then has the bots donate money to me, which YouTube takes a cut of. What a brilliant plan that Andrew has running. So dumb.
Yeah, brilliant.
Pimo Roz, thanks so much for being a member. Bandit, $2 says, let's fucking go, not one step back. But peace goes to celebrity. Now, if you listened with a careful ear, methinks that Sam was being a little sarcastic there. From Bumbley, $5 says, the weather is going to be awesome this weekend. Can't wait to see you again, Rob. I got a VIP ticket because I'm a fucking G. Oh, amazing. Yeah. Now listen, I'll be working my ass off during the event, but it ends at like 11:30. And then I will waste no time to head to that VIP room. I'll be hitting an airplane the day after. So I want to be nice and hungover on the plane. So I will you'll definitely see me there. It's going to be from Brumbly. It'll be great to see you again, man. Bandit, $5 says, Beast a living proof that working profession doesn't make you professional. That's right. I worked at Burger King, professional in some sense. Reverse Massage, $2 says, if a baby wants citizenship, join the military. Oh. Bandit, $2 says, service guarantees citizenship. Bandit again, $2. My prediction is Pisco won't be invited back. Be surprised. Gotta have ups. Bandit for $2 says, not glazing Rob, but compared him to Pisco tonight. Well, my tech did fail me there a while. Balsania, $2 says, you gotta have Stefan on stream, Rob. Yeah, I think I could probably work that out. It'll be a pleasure to have Stefan Molyneux on. Haas Knuckles, $5 says, all due respect, I would argue there's a way to lose a debate. If you participate and refuse to learn anything and stick your head in the sand. Yeah, I agree. On reference to what Stefan was saying. Nico Pluto, $20 says, no one in the debater world can cut a promo like Rob. Listen, brother, it's funny. I'll show you a promo here later, Vic. I'll see if I can dig it up from when I was doing Dylan Burns' title thing. I'll show you a promo I cut. Bandit, $2 says, I was waiting for you to call me up when you ended spaces. Oh, I'm sorry. And then here we have on your channel, Snuckles donates $2, says, tell Rob to unmute his stream. I hope I did, unless I've been talking to the wind here. Game is over. $5 says, cool is the big GA3. Gay? Gab? I don't know. Well, anyways, I'm making sure you know. There you go.
All right.
And then Alexander Madeira
Wi-Fi
says,
Gospel.
WVic, W Rub. Thank you. That's to your channel. Thank you, Alexander. And also to your channel, King of All Pixels. Bobby Heenan or Jimmy Hart? Oh, he's asking you, I think.
Bobby Heenan, without a doubt.
Yeah, that's
Bobby
Bobby's
Heenan.
best to ever do it. Like, Jim
Yeah,
Cornette's good, but Bobby, like, dude, sometimes when I'm like, if you watch the old, like, I don't know what the segment was called, but it was like the show they had that it wasn't wrestling, they're just covering it, and it was Gorilla Monsoon and Bobby. My goodness, their back and forth is some of the best you'll ever see any entertainer in any field do. You can tell that they have the utmost respect and friendship with each other, but they're playing like one's this slimy bad guy and the other's like the, straight-laced good guy. My goodness, is it some of the funniest shit you'll ever... Like, I was watching a video the other day where they're just putting up a Christmas tree, and I laughed my ass off. It's just Bobby the Brain and Gorilla. So Bobby's the best ever done it, in my estimation.
One of the best
Flavius,
talkers.
$10 says another awesome collab, and then gives you 10 and says the same thing. Thank you from both of us, Flavius. Great. Look at this. Postal Joe, 5 Cool Vic memberships. Thank you, Postal Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Postal Joe. Now I think we might be able to add a new emoji now. Got more members for another emoji.
Yeah, I was... I forget to keep track now, but for my moderator, Are We Not Men, he's always giving me shit. He'd be like, come on, we're 7 members away from a new emoji. I'm like, oh, shit, I don't even know how to check that. Speakeasy, thank you so much, man. It's great to hear from you. My after open chaos is chill and superior. Of course it is compared to Sarah's. Yes. No doubt.
Definitely. Mm-hmm.
The other thing, like, I don't know. Maybe I should leave Sarah alone. Like, sometimes you get the vibe. It's not just Sarah. It's some moderators. You get the vibe that some moderators are just, like, fucking not paying attention.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, everybody stop talking. But it's like when I'm moderating a debate, I'm also enjoying a debate. And I'm listening, and I'm thinking, well, what would I say? Well, what does he mean here? Right? And so, even though I might not be as smart or as intuitive on some of the topics of what the people are talking about, I'm at least taking an interest. And I think a lot of people to get in the moderating space, it's just like, okay, I got the 2 people together. All I got to do is tell them to shut up if they're both talking, and I'll just do my nails and be like,
exactly.
And like, I never get that vibe with Speakeasy. I get the vibe with Speakeasy that he's always listening, right? And he's trying to be like, it's not that you have to add your 2 cents. It's that you could tell that someone's listening. I wish that like some of those moderators that I feel that way, that I would get together with my opponent beforehand and be like, listen, exactly 33 minutes into this debate, just completely change course and we'll start talking about your favorite pony on My Little Pony. And we'll just start debating and see if the moderator even fucking gets it. Right? Because if you see the moderators just still sitting there, it's like, they ain't fucking paying attention. They don't even know what they're talking about. So Speakeasy, no prep debates coming soon. That's right. I got to get with you. I don't know if that first one, I'll get in touch with you here this week, Speakeasy. I'm hitting a plane on the 11th. Now, with any luck, I'll be back on like the 14th, and the debate the 15th will go off without a hitch. But I don't know. It's something I'm doing with the Crucible. So part of working for the Crucible is at any given moment, they could be like, Rob, we need you to fly to fucking Ukraine, get some footage for us. And I'm like, okay. I'll have more to say about it later in the week, though. And then Speakeasy $20 says, her new videos seem like a weak attempt at my goofy of the day mixed with Mr. Rogers. Cringe! There you go. Wrong Quay. $2 says, oh no, the panel verse. Oh, well, all right, fuck it.
I think he doesn't know the power of the panel verse.
Oh shit! Not the panel verse! Oh no! Not the fucking panel verse! Beware the panel verse! He doesn't run afoul of the panel verse! Who could know the great Sarah Tomato? The power she wields! The power of the panel verse! Now, what's funny is that I can't even take credit for that. It's my great editor, Black Elk. They still haven't trolled me funnier than that.
Exactly, man. That's classic. I love that clip.
It's great. And then we got Bandit again. $2 says, please donate to AAFA, the Asthma Foundation. Thank you. And then here's why I wanted to do super chats, because I want to get your take on this. Patrick Law, an incredible $100. Thank you so much, man. Says, new year, but what do you think the biggest highlights and concerns of 2025 were in retrospect? It's often good to look back on this because our news cycle's so fast. It's amazing how many times like a story will come up and I'll be like, didn't I hear about that before? Oh yeah, 6 months ago. And it's totally out. For me, I think 2025, you have to, the biggest story has to be, Trump getting elected and then Charlie Kirk. Doge and stuff like that would be a brief secondary, but those would be the biggest issues that I think we would have to say that probably have the ability to shape our country going forward. You got anything aside from that, Cool Vic, that stands out in your mind?
I definitely agree. The Charlie Kirk assassination definitely, I think, is tops. Honorable mention though, because I think it's been a year, but the underground Jays, tiny hat
Oh
people.
yeah, you know I didn't cover that very much, but what a crazy story! It's still
Yeah.
weird. Like I couldn't even wrap my head around. Like, wait, what? What was the fucking? Yeah, what a weird story, right? And there was really no resolution, right? It was just like,
Yeah, there
eh.
wasn't. It was just like, oh, they're there, and I don't know if they got kicked out. I don't know if they're still there. I don't know what's going on. But I thought about it recently because I was like, yeah, I think it's been a year since that story popped up. Because I remember it was the beginning of last year when that happened. Yeah. So
Yeah,
that's,
there you go. I totally forgot about that. I probably hadn't thought of
Yeah.
that story in 4 months until you
Mhm.
brought it up. Crazy. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Some of these, like, it's so weird. Sometimes I'll just go back if I don't have much time anymore, but if I had spare time, right? And I would like the live streams. I don't watch my own live streams. I'm not that much of a fucking narcissist, but I watch like the short form videos I used to do. And it's like, what was I talking about on this day 4 years ago? And it's weird how many times I'll see like, holy fuck, I completely forgot about that. Completely forgot about it. Like I did this video months ago where I went back and looked like 4 or 5 years ago, and it was a video I did about left-wing violence, and it was like Republican gets stabbed at public fair, Republican office shot up the same day, and then there was another incident of like a firebombing of a Republican. And I'm like, when people talk about left-wing violence, I forget all three of those stories. That was just
Yeah.
one random day. And you're like, oh shit. And so for me, it's like there are certain key stories that I try to bring up the Charlie Kirk stuff every night. I try to bring up like COVID a lot. Because to me, nothing gets my
Yeah.
fucking blood boiling like COVID. And they got away with that shit. They got away with it. These motherfuckers. And they got away with it. And I screamed myself hoarse the entire time. And they got away with it. And it's like, they were right. They played the long game and were right. Guess what, motherfuckers? We're going to get away with it in the short term, and then you'll forget about it. Even people like me, I'll forget about it. My life moved on. And it's, so yeah, it's always good to take stock and be like, what was it that we were talking about? It's one of the reasons I regret not doing short form videos anymore, because it was sort of my own, like, Rolodex of stories, which now Black Elk's clipping for me, which is nice, but I used to post on this place above Top Secret, this blog before I was streaming. And so I could go, I would make a thread, and then I could go back years later and be, bam, there's that thread I did on Pfizer. There it is with all the sources. Now I don't have that. Now I got to remember, oh, I did a video about that. I wonder what time it was. And then go back and then hope I remember to link the fucking sources, which most of the time I don't. And so then I'm like, I'm not going to look that up again,
You know what sucks too is that the left they do nothing but like gaslight and lie too. So we all know that, like, okay, so for instance, we all know what they told us during COVID. We all know the things that they said, like you brought it up too, the whole you're gonna kill grandma, right? We all know they said that. We all remember it, right? But like I saw you debating that one guy on your 24-hour stream or whatever. I don't remember his name, but I was watching that, and then he was like, well, who said you're gonna kill grandma? And you're telling them, like, but they try to they rely on the fact that it was a long ago, and you're not going to remember specifics. You know what I mean? But we all know they did. We all have this memory. We all just didn't collectively make this up one day. We all remember that they said, oh, if you go outside, you're going to kill grandma. But they just lie and gaslight and be like, who said that? Who told you that specifically? And if you can't think of who specifically said that, oh, well, that must mean it's not true then.
Yeah, and that's, they rely on, like, and it's amazing. It's like, oh shit, I always forget this quote, but it was someone in, like, with Stalin, and the Soviets, right, that said, like, tell the biggest lie, right? That's the easiest lie. And like, you could just shamelessly do that shit, and it works. And because most of us, there's fucking, what I need to do, and I've talked about that. One of the ideas, I'll save that because that's a money-making idea. But what someone should do is, you make fucking billions of dollars if you just did this, man. Just fucking collect these stories every day that you see on X. Just collect them, date them, put them in some sort of format where it's easy to search, do a quick search, bam, it brings them up right there. And then fucking sell a subscription service to that, and then, just have a keyword search, lockdown. Bam, there's fucking 100 times public officials endorse lockdowns. So then when someone says, now when endorse lockdowns, you could be like, here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But what they rely on is no one's really that fucking autistic on our side. Or if they are, they don't have the charisma to, be reaching huge swaths of people. It's, oh man, you're right though. It's infuriating. Here is that promo I was going to show you. All right, let's see.
Okay.
I don't know if my audience has ever, 188 people saw this on my video. This is when I was doing the douchey thing of wearing sunglasses inside. So Dylan Burns was having what he called the Hippy Dippy Championship. This is a joke, but it was me and John Burke and Vosh and I forget Demon Mama, right? Was the and so he asked us to cut promos, and needless to tell you, no one fucking did anything worth a shit except me. So here was the promo I cut, and you're a Bobby Heenan fan, so I hope you'll appreciate a little wrestling-esque promo here. So here's remember, it's Vosh, John Burke, and Demon Mama. Here we go. Rarely in human history do we see a day that is looked upon with so much excitement and so much fear as we're going to see April 9th, 2021, 8 p.m. Eastern Time on the Hippy Dippy Podcast. Fatal four-way for the Hippy Dippy Championship belt. It'll be a day looked on with excitement of all the fans of online debate, the debate community on Twitch, YouTube, and elsewhere. But it'll be a day in fear for all those that stand in my way in getting the Hippy Dippy Championship belt. This is a fatal four-way, so it's no tag team action. You might be thinking, Rob Noerr and John Burke, return of the Mega Powers? No, there are no teammates in this. So although John Burke might normally agree with me as a conservative, I'm going to make him look like Bon Jerk. He might be able to handle me if we had something like a push-up contest, though I doubt. But when it comes to the realm of debate and intellectualism, he's going to be left in the dust. And we'll find out that the populist python, Rob Noerr, is the real cream of the conservative crop when it comes to online debating. Next competitor will be Demon Mama. I've always been told if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. So to Demon Mama, I say this. Lastly, we have Vosh. Vosh, the defending Hippy Dippy champion, also known as the Money Man. Talks about socialism, talks about communism, just like so many leftists on Twitch politics. Oh, they're great moral people when it comes to spending other people's money. But it comes right down to it. They're concerned about the money and the bottom line, just like the money man Vosh. He's going to be wishing he never entered the world of competition and meritocracy. It's not some socialist utopia that he's looking for where everyone gets a medal. No, this time, the money man's going down. And lastly, I say this, the chairman of the Hippy Dippy Podcast, and I do use the word chairman because he reminds me of Mao, Dylan Burns. If you get in my way, you're going to be like everyone else that gets in the way of this intellectual juggernaut. Looking at me from the bottom cellar, saying, why did I ever try to get in the way of someone who's so intelligent, someone who's so articulate? The cream of the conservative crop, the populist python, Rob Noerr. Why did I get in their way? So it doesn't matter what the topic is. It doesn't matter who the judges are. Come April 9th, 2021, 8 p.m. Eastern, Hippy Dippy Podcast, I'm going to be walking out of there with the Hippy Dippy Championship belt. Oh, and by the way, everyone, have a good one. There we go. Yeah. Now, needless to say, I didn't win the belt. We had 3 judges that were like lefties. I think they voted for Vosh. Also, they didn't tell me the topics and told everyone else. It was a bit of a shit show, but it didn't matter. It was all for funsies. But yeah, it's like you gotta build up a little fucking. That's what I was trying to with the word war. It's like hype it up, man. Like there's a reason people watch wrestling, and the wrestling ain't it.
Yeah,
it's the promos, baby. That's what people want to see. Is Vosh still around? I don't know. He might be involved in equine activities. I'm not sure what he's getting into much anymore. But John Burke just messaged me today, man. I think I'll be doing a show with him soon. So
nice. I gotta say, man, that was really good. That good stuff. You're like a natural there. If I still had my wrestling promotion and stuff, I definitely would have hired you for like a manager or something like that. Or
see, that would be. I ain't getting in the ring. I take a bump. I could do like a bump, but I think it's funny. Like now you have this world. Not that I thought it would go here. I don't watch wrestling much anymore, but I was always like, I could handle like an NFL or an NBA athlete getting involved, right? But now you're in this world of like rappers or other personalities, and it's like that's fine to get involved, but you got to get your ass kicked. You're like the manager, right? You're not, they're not struggling to deal with you. The whole thing's supposed to be your wrestlers are supposed to be like demigods, like they're supposed to be fucking untouchable. And so Joe Schmo comes in that has a rap career, he gets fucked right up, right? You could be the sympathetic, like, oh no, they're beating the shit out of that guy. So if I ever got an opportunity to be involved in wrestling, it would be straight getting my ass kicked. There would be no, oh, but he fought back valiantly. No, an ass whooping. That's it. I am not in the physical condition of them, and I don't even want to give the false impression that there's anywhere similar to an out of shape layman versus these giants of men that are supposed to be. So it always bugged me now when they'll bring on these celebrities, and it's like, come on, man. I can handle Karl Malone, I guess, getting in the ring, or Mike Tyson, okay, right? But fucking Jelly Roll, come on. He was on with the WWE. It's like, get the fuck out of here, man. I'm sorry. He seems like a decent guy, and he seems to like wrestling, but come on, man. I don't get it. I don't get who thought that was a good idea. But now the booking's all about, well, forget kayfabe and, fucking money, eyeballs. That's all that matters, so.
Yeah, pretty much. That's why, that's not wrestling's not even, it's not even as good as what it used to be. It reminds me of did you ever see the Jay Leno match where it was Jay Leno DDP versus Hogan, Dennis Rodman?
Yes.
And that's how it was. Jay Leno, who's this old guy, not in any athletic shape whatsoever, and he gives this arm wrench to Hogan, and Hogan's selling it like, oh, brother, and it's like, it's totally like unbelievable. Like, okay, come on. You know what I mean?
And then what's his name won the belt there in WCW?
David Arquette.
Arquette won the belt, which, okay, it wasn't like he just outpowered his opponent. He had help and whatever, but still, it's like, it's weird because you would never do that in any, like, imagine that you watch UFC and you're like, my guy's Conor McGregor. And then all of a sudden some shit-talking rapper comes in and, like, takes him to the limit. You'd be like, man, this shit sucks. Right? Conor McGregor's not that much of a badass. But in wrestling, you're supposed to, like, keep up the idea that these are supposed to be, like... And so you got Jay Leno. Hogan's supposed to be this untouchable dude.
Yeah, Hogan's a big guy, big, strong guy, and you have little Jay Leno there, all, giving him this arm wrench, and he's like, oh, brother, like, in pain, and it's like...
He should have did, like, the chin pick, like, put the old chin into it, like, at least then you could be like, well, he has, like, an iron chin, no one could stand up to this,
yeah, no, exactly. To be fair to David Arquette, though, he actually did like in I think 2017 or so, 18, he actually did train to become a wrestler. And he he actually became a decent wrestler. And I was like, oh, wow,
and I saw
good for him.
He kind of felt really bad about the whole situation too.
Yeah.
But you can't blame him. Like, they're promoting this movie. Hey, do it. It's a good idea. But apparently he had significant reservations. Was like, I'm not so sure. So I mean, if you're in that position and they're like, here's a bunch of money, and hey, promote your movie, you're like, okay. It's not you being an asshole, and I think a lot of the wrestlers held him in contempt, like, who the fuck are you coming in and stealing our thunder? But it wasn't him. It was the bookers said, hey, do this, and he's like, okay. But interesting. I didn't know that about you. You're a wrestling promoter.
Yeah, here in Southern California, freaking from like 2008 or so to 2016. Yeah. So 10 years ago now was my last event.
Do you have anyone big that we would have heard of come through, like, as a wrestler?
Yeah. Teddy. Well, Teddy Long.
Yeah.
He was a host of one of our shows. Do you remember Paul London or no?
Yeah. He, like, cruiserweight type guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was our champion for the bit. Do you know who the Young Bucks are? They're in AEW right now.
Yep.
Yeah, they wrestled for me regularly too. Jimmy Wang Yang, Brian Kendrick.
Oh, man. Yeah, I know. I know all these guys. Jimmy Wang Yang, one of my all-time favorite gimmicks. The Japanese cowboy. I love that
Japanese
fucking entrance song. That's great. like what a hick song. I'm going to have to punch someone tonight. It's like, yeah, great. I love Jimmy Wang Yang. And I also thought he was very, like, underutilized. But that was the era of, like, huge personalities in the WWF. And everybody was a jacked up dude. So some guy like Jimmy's kind of like, I mean, next normal person's going to look fucking ripped, but next to fucking, The Rock or whoever, it's like, yeah. So I don't think he got a fair shake there, to be honest, for as talented as he was.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either. But those are some of the names. A lot of people who are in AEW right now, like, because they're friends with the Young Bucks, they came from out here. So I know a lot of people that were in AEW.
Austin Aries, they want to know. Did you have him?
Oh, I never had Austin Aries, no. But I know who he is.
So why'd you get out of it? Just life moved on, or?
Yeah, just like my life moved on. Like, it wasn't just really making any kind of money anymore. And so I was just like, I had the show 10 years ago, and I was just like, if this show doesn't do well, and I actually tried to promote it more, like put money in advertising and such, you know. And I was like, if this doesn't do well, then I think I'm going to take a break. And so, well, it didn't do well. So I was just like, okay, I'm going to take a break. And that break turned into 10 years of not doing it. So yeah.
If you had the right offer, would you jump back in? Like someone came to you with money and was like, hey, we need someone to help us promote this. Would you do it? Considered, putting in 20, 30 hours a week. Would you still do it?
Yeah, I would probably do it. Yeah.
Yeah. It's so weird. Like, not everyone has the good fortune to do like their passion. For me, it was like what I wanted to do. Like, well, depending on my age, but there was a long period of time when I was a really young king. I wanted to play in the NFL. And then, I've told the story on my channel. I walked into college, Clarendon University, and I went to like the first meeting for incoming people in the summer for football. And I stood next to this guy named Reggie Wells, who was drafted by the Phoenix Cardinals, and he was playing the same position as me. And I'm like, hi, Mr. Wells. Maybe this isn't for me. Yeah, here's this fucking giant of a man that could like pick me up with one hand. I'm like, maybe not going to work out. But even before then, I realized I wasn't going to play in the NFL. So I wanted to, I batted around being an attorney and then being like a sports commentator was something I had an idea of. But for me, it was debate. Once I got involved in debate, and it was like, well, I wanted to be a debate. How do you get a career in debate? Well, become a debate coach or a debate teacher, professor. And, I fucked around a lot. I was quite the drunk. But by the time I got around to like having the degree to do it, the problem was, universities are so fucking left wing. They didn't want some dude like me. I ran for Congress as a fucking Republican. And I knew some of the people that were like on the hiring committees, some of these universities, they were like, good luck. And then also, in-person education is declining in so many of these schools that I was putting in for. So it's bigger class size, remote. So it's like, well, we don't need professors. And the dream I had of like, hey, you get tenureship somewhere. You're good. You sit down roots, raise a family. Like that shit ain't happening for people that were, at that age, like 35, 36. Nope. We'll hire you temporarily. And then right around the time we'd have to pay you more, we're going to say, and see you fucking later. We'll bring in another temporary guy and bring them in because no one gives a shit about this anymore. So that was it. And now I weirdly back end find myself working with Word War Debate, working with the Crucible on debate, doing a channel that's largely focused on politics and debate. So it was weird. But I gave up. I was doing home healthcare 14 fucking years. I did home healthcare, working with adults with like autism, and I was just like, "Yep, I'll do the stream as a hobby, and that'll be that." I mean, you can see it even here if you go back. Let's see. Oh shit, I don't have it up anymore. But you go back and you look at my short form videos from back in the day. It'd be like 40 views. Live streams had like 7, 8. It's just what it was, and so I backwards fell into it, but it's weird. Maybe someday. Maybe it'll take you 14 years of toiling, and then all of a sudden you'll get the right opportunity to be like, no shit, I could do this again. So I'm glad to hear that it's something you'd be interested in.
Yeah, no, definitely. And I definitely learned from a lot of the mistakes I made too. I was like, I think I would be a better promoter now than I was before, So yeah, it's definitely, I still have the ring, and I even have a cage too. I still have that. So I could put on cage matches.
What'd you think of, did you watch the Netflix show with OVW? I forget what it was called. But it was Al Snow's promotion, OVW. Netflix had a sort of docu-series, like 8 episodes on him running it. Did you get a chance to watch that?
No, I didn't.
It's not bad. Check it out. I mean, I don't know what you think of Al Snow. Like, he's a character.
I like Al Snow.
But it really shows you, like, from the prospect of like the promoters to like the indie wrestlers, because like AEW and TNA is one thing, but like this is like OVW at this point, it's like they ain't that, and so like it's weird. You see these like guys or women that are younger that you're like, okay, maybe they'll make it to one of those big ones, and then you see the 40-year-old guy still hanging on, and he's still bumping his ass up, he's still working his ass up, but it ain't gonna happen. You're not gonna be fucking on the WWE roster. I thought it was interesting to see some of these characters. A little overdone, but might check it out if you're bored. I forget the name of it though. But yeah, Jim Cornette used to do OVW, I think, back in the day. If
I remember that. Yeah, because OVW is like I don't think it is anymore, but it was WWE's like developmental, I think that's where John Cena and all of them came from, is from OVW. And so, Cornette used to run it, and I guess Al Snow runs it now. So, I mean, that's pretty good. It's pretty cool.
You know about this?
The Frustrator. That's a good one. The Frustrator.
That's very funny. No, that's a bit of an inside joke. Did I mention that in stream? Maybe I mentioned it on stream. There's a friend of mine that he's doing MMA, just like locally. And I was like, we were like, do you have he's doing his first fight. We're like, do you got a nickname yet? And he's like, no. And we came up with the Frustrator. It's like, oh, it's just, I won, but it was frustrating. The man was, okay, I've talked about it on stream. Yeah. It's a great nickname, right? Like, I don't wrestle that guy. He's frustrating. I mean, I won, but it was frustrating. It's a great nickname, And then we wanted to, we want to treat MMA like fucking wrestling. Like, we wanted to be like, fucking managers coming out like talking shit and stuff. And he's like, you guys are gonna get me killed. But we want to come out and be like, you fucking suck. You suck, man. The Frustrator's gonna tear you apart. You don't have a chance, And we're like, we gotta get you some promo videos like hitting slabs of beef and shit, It didn't happen. The Frustrator did not do those things, but
I actually, I don't know if you've ever used this nickname, but you come up with like nicknames for yourself. But I was like, I think a good one would be the Norr Machine. Have you ever used that?
Oh, I've not. That's very good.
Yeah.
Norr Machine.
I was like, I think that'd be pretty awesome. The Norr Machine.
It's very good. It's it's so funny. So many people have trouble with my name. It's Noerr for those that don't know, and it's Norr. And so I used to like the pickup line I would use back in the day. I was like, Rob Noerr. They'd be like, no, I'd be like, like the conjunction. Never worked. Like no one. My romantic themed, grammar didn't work. The real Noriega, not bad. Yeah, that's not bad. Check out Josh Barn. Well, let's read some more super chats here. We got some coming in on your channel too. OG2, thank you so much for the membership. And our friend Sniper says, yeah, the money man. Bosh the money man. Yeah, fucking fake commies. And then Letty, $5 says, Rob, you're dumb. You're thinking racism is real. Silly, it's just preferences. That's cool about this. You're thinking racism is really?
Oh, yeah. What's it called? I think he tried to say you thinking racism is real. It's from a whole thing. Like Marte and Emmett had a debate on my stream today about if racism is actually real or not. It's a spillover from last night's debate on Speakeasy's channel that Marte had. And
I did on
Speakeasy today.
Yeah, on Speakeasy's channel, I debated Jazz Urban on this.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Races don't exist. Oh, it's such a stupid talking point. It's so bad, right? Because it objectively exists.
Yeah.
Right? It might be a social construct, but it objectively exists, right? Like if we people with glasses exist. You can't be like, but that's a social construct. No, it exists. And so if you say, I punch people in the face with glasses, I could say, you're bigoted or hateful against people with the glasses. And for you to go, no. Glasses, they're really just a social construct. It's the same with race. You're right. There are nebulous ways in which people try to redefine race, and it's not as easy as glasses to define. It is more difficult, but you could objectively hate someone for their perceived racial characteristics. Hence, racism exists. There are large swaths of people, for example, that hate white people. That exists. They hate them because they're white. And if you're like, technically, I don't like the word race. It's just phenotypical skin color. Yeah, I don't give a shit, right? The part of the issue is that you hate someone for this immutable characteristic. That's it. That's the issue, right? If you want to quibble with me, actually, we should call it ethnicism or, it's like, yeah, whatever, dude. I don't give. But yes, I had this discussion. I'm glad.
Yeah.
Thank you, Letty, though. And then on your channel, Real Rain for $5 says, Rob, check out Josh Barnett's Bloodsport. It's a mix of MMA and wrestling, and it hits so well. I knew a guy named Josh Barnett. I assume it's not the same guy, but yeah, that sounds interesting. Like strong style wrestling used to be so sort of similar like that, maybe. I don't know, but I saw someone say Cornette. Yeah, I was a Cornette fan too, and he did become an absurd progressive. But
TDS guy. But it's funny because you look at his wife and you look at her and you're like, oh, I wonder if that's why he became a super progressive, because she looks like a total fucking lib.
Wasn't he married at one point? Who was it? One of the female wrestlers he was married to. Shit, I can't think of it. But I thought he was. Look, this is good. John Smith. New wrestling persona, abnormal. That's so
Normal.
bad.
That's good.
Me and
That's
Abyss.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
good stuff.
Abyss and Abnormal.
I mean, in fairness, when it comes to debaters whose body style I'm similar to, Abyss would be one of the best that ever did it. And then you had Mick Foley came out here, and he's done with WWE because.
Oh yeah, because of
Trump, I guess.
Trump, and yeah, he's another guy. A lot of these wrestlers that wrestling in general has been kind of taken over by like lib ideology, you know, and so a lot of these guys who I really like and respect, who are great, smart guys like Jim Cornette. I think he's really smart when it comes to wrestling. Kevin Nash, Mick Foley, you know, but they're all huge like TDS people, and it's like, Lance Storm was another one. And I was just like, oh my gosh.
Oh, I loved Lance Storm back in the day. The
Yeah.
whole Canadian stable is good shit, man.
Yeah, dude. Lance Storm was awesome.
I mean, my feeling, it's so weird, right? Like, entertainment's such a weird thing because I don't know. It's like, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Is it that if you're the type of person that has the characteristics that makes you want to entertain people in the forms of movies or music or other things, tends to be characteristics that make you more liberal? Or is it that the people that are running that shit, like, culturally have been liberal, and so to fit in more with it, you just subconsciously go along more with it until you become it? I don't know. But it's always a confusing thing because there are people that really push for you to like, well, boycott fucking everything that you don't agree with. And I sort of get it. I do. Like,
Yeah.
look, the Bud Light boycott worked. You needed to draw a line in the sand, even if I don't, personally, I could point to 100 fucking companies that did worse than what Bud Light did with progressive shit and say, look at this. But whatever. You symbolically drew a line in the sand and it worked. And it needed to happen, right? But on the other hand, like, what am I supposed to do? My fucking 4-year-old really likes Mickey Mouse, and it's like, oh, Disney's evil.
Yeah.
And I'm
yeah,
like,
exactly.
I mean, I don't know. Or, you know, I'm just never going to like another fucking Hollywood show, or I'm never going to watch wrestling, or I'm never going to watch a sporting event because 95% of the players are fucking rabid Trump haters, you know, or whatever. It's like, at some point, I just separate it. I pick and choose, but it's almost like, it's totally subjective on my point. There are things that, like,
Yeah.
I won't drink Bud Light. You know, I just won't. In fact, when we were at DebateCon, someone handed me one. I was like, I feel like this is a fucking scheme that someone's with a camera right around the corner. No, thank you.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to pass on this, you know?
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, you know, this is my favorite. And maybe as a streamer, you'll appreciate this. Hey, Vic, I'd like to donate to you, but I'm not going to send money in a YouTube super chat because YouTube sucks. And it's like, okay, well, I'm on Twitch too. Yeah, well, that's ran by Amazon, and Amazon sucks. I'm not going to give that. Okay, well, I have PayPal. Actually, though, PayPal's fucking corrupt too, and you should see the shit they did with conservatives. Okay, I guess I'm on GoFundMe. Wow, GoFundMe. Don't even get me started.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, man, point to me the platform. And there's some that exist, but it's like, mark my words, eventually something will come out about them, and you'll be like, ugh. You know, it's very funny because I sympathize too. It's like, yeah, fuck the people running YouTube. Fuck Twitch. Amazon, fuck them. Fuck Jeff Bezos. Like, he needs another dollar. But at the same time, it's like, you know, I don't know. I guess everybody just makes their own decisions, and you'd be fucking absolutely miserable if you walk through life going, you know, what exactly can I use? What's been left wing, you know?
Yeah, I know. It's true. You know, it's like, I still like these guys. I still respect them. I still watch their matches. I still, not even just in wrestling, but just entertainment in general. But it's one of those things where it's like, I still like the product they put out, either music or movies or shows, even if I, you know, disagree with their politics, you know?
Yeah. Well, I put it this way, right? Like, take politics out of it. Like, what if someone's like really accused of something heinous? Like Cosby.
Oh, yeah.
Like Bill Cosby, right? It's like, you know, I still like the Cosby Show.
Yeah, that's
Am
true.
I supposed to, or, you know, I had a friend that was really into the R. Kelly song Remix to Ignition, which is it's pretty. It's the remix to Ignition, fresh in hand at the kitchen. So I was like, when are we not allowed to like that song? Like, what is the level of proof necessary, you know, where it's like, well, you know what? That's no longer a good song. And it's weird. It's like, I'm not going to the guy's fucking concert.
Yeah,
But if the song comes on the radio, I'm like,
yeah,
it's still a good song. You know,
yeah.
It's a weird thing, you know. By the way, we don't do this with other shit. You know, We can talk every time we talk abortion. We bring it up Margaret Sanger, and we can't fucking. Oh, of course not. You guys love fucking abortion, you shitty lefties. But couple
Yeah.
of chats over on your channel. Ward Radio, $5 says Marte had to debate JS Urban Adventures and Speakeasy. Line them up, watch them crumble. There you go, Marte. And then Real Rain, $5 says I've heard through the grapevine a lot of wrestlers are right wing, but they don't say it. Any truth to that, Vic? Because I know that the Young Bucks and Jericho are.
Well, the Young Bucks are like hardcore, like Christians, so yeah, they are right leaning. And Jericho, yeah, he's also right leaning. So it's not like there's no right wingers in wrestling, but in general, the ideology, like it's just the ideology is really like thick in there, you know. So yes, there are a lot of people who probably are right wing who don't say anything because that's how like thick it is. It just infested with it.
Well, I mean, I think that this speaks. Maybe you're listening, like, why am I listening to these two fucking guys talk about wrestling? I hate it. Well, listen, let me bring it to something that maybe you do care about. I think there is this mantra with left wingers, and I don't say this to discredit them. This is actually a tip of the cap for them. They'll see a space that's like inundated with people that aren't like them, and they're like, fuck that, we're taking over, right? So the gaming industry, they're like, no. What's this? A bunch of young men having fun, like blowing up zombies and shit? No, can't have that. Oh, Chun-Li needs sweatpants on. She can't be wearing that. Oh, no. Right? And so they went in. And, like, not just that, but, like, gaming communities like pen and paper role-playing games like Dungeons & Dragons shit. They take that shit over. And I think wrestling fell victim to that. That you go back. Now, look, some of it's cringe, but you go back in the 90s and watch that Attitude Era shit. It was over the top, like, fucking young men testosterone. Like every chick was like, dude, you better have your ass and your tits out. That's it.
Yeah.
We don't give a fuck how well you talk. You better. Right. And it was like, you know, my favorite wrestler when I was in like 8th, 9th grade was The Rock. And I go back now and I cringe. Like he's fucking like, oh, some Poo-Tang Pine. You're like, what the fuck is this? You know, and I'm not saying there wasn't room to be like, really? This is a bit much. But that's what it was. And I think that there was a pushback starting then where it was like, nope, that pendulum has to swing. And the best part is, like, these fucking libs always are, right? They still do the same shit. Like, they're still monetizing fucking sex. They are.
Yeah.
You know, look at, like, that Avengers movie. Oh, we can't objectify the female body. And there's Chris Hemsworth, like, completely naked, tied up. Like, and it's like, yeah, you know what you're doing, right? Like, you know it. Fuck off. We all know. You know, there's a middle ground. You could be like, dude, it's okay to have wrestling that's not literally like that you're ashamed that your fucking, 10-year-old nephew walked in the room like, dude, don't look,
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
okay,
exactly.
fine, great. I get that. Like, I'm personally more of a fan of like, NWA wrestling back in like the 80s with Ric Flair versus Dusty Rhodes and that shit. And there wasn't as much, women back then, they were attractive, but it wasn't like complete like craziness. But now I think that's what happened. I think these lefties realize like we'll get into these spaces and we'll take them over. And then after 10, 20 years, it's like you don't even recognize it. And it's a caricature of its former self. And now, I agree. It would seem odd to like the wrestling fan now for TKO to buy WWE and have this relationship with Trump. Right? Because it's like, well, we're used to like the fucking, CM Punk as I ain't going to Saudi Arabia, like politics, just like the gaming world. Like, is anyone shocked when they hire another feminist at Ubisoft? It's like, dude, just print fucking money. You're doing an Assassin's Creed in Japan. Ninjas, fucking samurais. Nah, we gotta have a black samurai and a chick. It's like, what are you doing? Just, it's a license to print money.
Yeah,
just
exactly.
a fucking dude samurai slashing people up. That's it, man. It doesn't even have to be a good game. People are gonna be like, yeah. And it's shocking. It's shocking how poor things are. And it's like, it's almost like it on purpose. Like, you know what? No, we're going to fuck it up on purpose. And you're going to eat that shit we're shoveling to you. And that's how I feel about, I don't think wrestling's been as bad as the gaming one, but that's sort of the vibe I get. That it's like, you took this thing that was, if you went back to the 70s and 80s, this was the fucking most redneck, conservative, white man fucking, now it wasn't just for white men, but that was the predominant audience. But they played off that shit. That's why you got like Junkyard Dog. It'd be good for the black community. Fuck yes. Conservative black dudes were like, yes, this guy's the shit, And now it's, the audience isn't that, now it'd be like, they'd be ashamed. Or if they do it, it has to be the most ham-fisted fucking, dumb shit racial angles that you can imagine. It was all right to be like the Iron Sheik's bad. Why? Because he's foreign. Fuck him.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, fuck that guy. The Futurama did it great when they had Bender wrestle, And they had all the villains in the one. He was the foreigner. He's like, my customs are different than yours. And the crowd's like, boo!
Yeah.
Fuck these foreigners.
It was
That's
it was
good
the
stuff.
easiest. It was easiest go to. That's why Hulk Hogan was the real American, you know. And then he would fight off the evil foreigners, you know, like Yokozuna, or when Sergeant Slaughter was a turncoat for WrestleMania 7.
Terrible
You know,
angle, by the way. Yeah.
yeah, oh yeah, no, definitely, it was. But that was the idea, like, oh, look at him, like the real American Hulk Hogan taking out all these, you know, foreigners and these, you know, evil doers and such. And
Dude, I'll tell you this much.
Simple.
Now, I would, on a scale of like 1 being totally unknown to wrestling, right, and 10 being like the most hyper, knows everything, I'd be maybe a 6, right? I don't think I don't call myself a scholar of wrestling, but I was entertained, and I particularly like older wrestling. I know Hogan for the later years, right? The politicking and the, you know, this, that, and the other, and like all that shit. But man, there's something hype about watching those fucking 80, like, fucking just him coming out like American flag. Like, yeah. I mean, it was the right place, the right time. And like, it looks cheesy, but I miss it. I miss the like fucking, you know, growing up when I was born in 84. I miss when it was like every summer there was, awesome. There was a Stallone and an Arnold movie. Right. And it was like, and it was mindless. It's like Commando, like, yeah, fuck you, you're bad guy, we'll blow you up. Bam, movie. And yeah, there wasn't some deep underlining meaning, and it wasn't like, well, this is really a criticism on, like, you know, uber violence. No, it was just, fuck these guys, they're bad, and we're just gonna take them out. And they're like, I'm not saying there isn't room for art that goes further than that and wants to make critical points and stuff, but there's also room for that. And now we've gone so far, not only do you not see those types of action movies, we don't even see comedy. It's like, well, that's too derivative. It has to have some deeper meaning. It's like, no, it really doesn't. It's okay to just laugh. It's okay to just have mindless fun. You don't need some big fucking message. And same with wrestling. It doesn't always have to be some social point being made. It could just be like, you know, some of my favorite angles to this day will just be like, hey, fuck you. I don't like you. You beat me for that championship. Go fuck yourself. Like, I'm coming back for it. That's it. Simple. Easy, you know, but now it's so much now. It's like, you always got to one up. It's got to be, the stakes got to be even higher this time. And even, well, your bloodline did this and that. And it's like, no.
Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, it used to be much simpler, and it was, you know, more entertaining. And I think of, like, my favorite of the Rocky series is Rocky 4, because it's simple, but it's also, it has the cheesiness, and I love the cheese, you know. There's no easy way out. He's like, oh man, you know, he killed my friend Apollo Creed. How the fuck am I going to beat this guy, the Russian? You know, it just shows the Russian.
I'll train in the snow.
Yeah, I'm going to train in the snow. They show Drago running on the treadmills, and he has all these things hooked up to him. And Drago's just standing over Apollo Creed's dead body, just staring at Stallone, and Stallone just looking up. And I'm like, oh crap, what am I supposed to do? And then, you know, and then it leads to the big fight, and Rocky wins, and everyone goes home happy. You know.
Did you ever watch the ESPN fake documentary, like the fake 30 for 30 about that? I forget what it's called. It is so, you can find it on YouTube. I'll see if I can find it while we're talking. But oh my goodness, is it perfect? And it's just like, you know, they'll do these sports documentaries. Well, this one, they're like, let's see, they're basically like treating the Rocky fight versus Drago like it was a real fight that ended the Cold War. It's ESPN 30 for 30. It's just called Christmas 85. Balboa beats Drago. And it's just so funny. Like, they have this Russian guy who's like, I knew that the Cold War had ended when the Soviets cheered for Rocky. Like, and it's like the one guy's like, their blows were so vicious that they weren't even connecting and they were knocking each other down, and it like shows slow-mo. It's hilarious. Like, it's one of the last good things that ESPN did. But yeah, I mean, it's so cheesy at the end. The Americans so good that even the Soviet, he has to go to the Soviet Union, and even the Soviets are like cheering for him by the end of it. You know, and it's like, it's amazing. Yes, I did see this, by the way. I know we're having fun here, but I did see this story that's just happened. 8 people shot and 2 killed at a Mormon church in Salt Lake City, Utah. It's shit. We didn't talk much about it. Dude, I've been so fucking busy at this World War stuff. I've seen some of what happened in Minnesota today. Was it Minnesota? Where was it with the ice shooting?
Yeah, I think it was in Minnesota. And yeah, the ice shooting, the lady almost ran over the officer or tried to, and the officer shot her. And so now the lefties are flipping out like, oh my God.
So my little part of this, I'll just say this. When I debated at DebateCon, I debated Tom Foolery at Grid Motorsports event.
Yeah.
And Tom, like, there are things that piss me off in debates with people, but most of it's like no big deal. But one thing that legitimately pisses me off is when people start to say shit that could legitimately get people hurt. And I'm not talking like, oh, you should do a paleo diet. I'm talking like I debated this guy one time, and he was a black gentleman and was telling blacks, if the police pull you over, don't stop. And I was like, don't fucking say that. That's so dumb.
Yeah.
You're going to get someone killed. Someone's going to follow your advice and they're going to die. Tom's saying in this debate, if I saw two guys that I thought were nice and they're pulling someone over, then fucking, I'm like, don't fucking say that, man. They have to show their badge to me. They have to no, they don't. You're a fucking lunatic, man. And if someone takes your advice, they're going to get hurt. That's how I feel about this shit. You had all these fucking people hyping up all these anti-ICE protesters. This was the inevitable. I've been predicting this for months. I said what happens is the left wants to hype it up to where they put someone in a dangerous position, then ICE fires back and they go, see, they are the Gestapo. And that's exactly where we're at. And if you watch the video, right, it is evident to me. I don't even know what YouTube would allow you to show. You can probably show the video of the time. Like, the woman is tires pointed at the fucking officer, accelerating. And anyone who wants to play Monday morning quarterback and be like, well, he should have dispassionately stepped out of the way and allowed her to flee. No, fuck that, man. It's your life on the line. Someone's taking a deadly weapon in the form of a vehicle and driving at you. Not to mention, she should have stopped anyways. Are we in that business now? Any criminal decides, I'm just going to drive away. We're like, well, shucks.
Yeah, exactly.
Shucks, what can you do?
Until next time.
and now here we are. And now these people... And you can see it coming. You remember there was that, it went viral. We were talking about this earlier. Stories that happen, you forget about it. There was this woman that went viral. She supposedly worked for WGN, which is the Chicago news there. And she's like a heavyset older lady, and ICE had her handcuffed, and people were filming it and like, oh my God, she's like, I work for WGN and blah, blah, blah. And the narrative that came out was, oh, they're just arresting members of the press that were trying to report on ICE. Well, then, when you looked at it, no. One, she works at WGN, but like not as a reporter or something. She just happens to work there, right? Secondly, she fucking threw a milkshake or something at the speeding ICE vehicle. Like, literally, you can see it smash. So what do? They pull over and arrest her. And I'm like, you try that shit. You go ahead. Forget ICE. Throw an object at a traveling police car. See what the fuck happens to you. Right? But the narrative that they tried to push was, look at how evil ICE is. They just arrested this poor woman that did nothing. And they'd get away with it too if that video wasn't there. And it was like, it was easy to predict, like, this is what they're doing. They're hyping someone up to take a violent action that will then be responded to with force, probably lethally. And they're going to say, woe is me. This is outrageous. Now, if that woman was still alive, what I would want to tell her before this happened is, these people don't give a fuck about you. They're going to use you as a fucking martyr, and you don't want that. You want to live. You probably have shit to live for. You probably have a family. What the fuck are you doing? Why are you putting yourself in this position?
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, it infuriates me. One of the things, that pissed me off so much about Destiny was when he was out there saying, like, with Trump, well, the worst thing could happen was the assassin's bullet to miss, and this, that, and the other. And I'm like, Destiny, your fucking audience, some of them are so impressionable. It's going to be them that go out and do something fucking stupid, not you. They're going to pay the consequences for listening to you and your fucking stupidity. And you might be like, oh, hyperbole, get eyeballs on me, blah, blah, blah. But no, there's real consequences to that shit. And that's how I feel. Like Tim Walz and all them that are out there, like, hyping people up. It's the Gestapo. It's like you're fighting the brown shirts. Well, here's the logical, predictable outcome of that. And now a woman's dead. And the Democrats couldn't be happier. It reminds me of this, Aaron Eckhart is. He played Two-Face in Doctor. He did this movie called Thank You for Smoking. Have you ever seen that?
I heard of it. I've never seen it, but I heard of it.
It's a debate movie. That's basically what it is. And Aaron Eckhart plays a guy who's like a propagandist basically for the smoking lobby, right? And there's a scene at the beginning of the movie. They're on like a Jay Springer type show, and it's this anti-smoking activist, and he's on there with this fucking dude with like, a trach. They're like, cigarettes, look what they did to this man, and blah, blah, blah. And the tobacco companies want him to die. And Aaron Eckhart's like, no, we don't. We want him to live a long, long life and smoke pack after pack. That's what we want. You want him to die. Because then you could use it as propaganda against us. And that's the truth. That's exactly what you see in these sorts of situations, right? And it's very much, they want, these lefties are like, good. They're rubbing their hands when they saw this situation happen. Like, meanwhile, it's the same with Rittenhouse. It's exactly, there's so many parallels to Rittenhouse. Like, dude, I said here, I lost friends over this. I was like, for God's sake, send in the National Guard. You used to be a civil libertarian. I'm like, but I could see what's happening. We're going to end up with a situation like Rodney King with the roof Koreans. We're going to have Americans shooting other Americans because it's getting out of hand. And someone needs to step in before someone dies. That's what needs to happen. You know? No, that's monstrous. Okay, then Rittenhouse killed it. And they're like, oh. And it's like, you knew this was the predictable outcome. You fucking knew that that's what you were setting up. You told the police to stand down. You said, just let these people riot. You saw the people saying, we're not going to take it. We're going to stand up for ourselves. And all you had to do was say, well, all you need is time. Inevitably, you fucking lit the powder. There it is. It's going to explode at some point. That's exactly what we see. And it's going to get worse if these motherfuckers don't calm themselves, and they have no incentive to, because they do not give a shit about their constituents, and they're more than happy to see the bodies pile up if it means that they can try to affect their political agenda, you know?
Yeah, no, exactly. They don't have a care at all. Like their rhetoric, I mean, you would think that it would have like calmed down after the whole Charlie Kirk thing, but it absolutely hasn't, you know? Absolutely hasn't. And it's that same type of rhetoric they've been spewing that led to the Charlie Kirk thing, constantly calling us, you know, Nazis, racists, all the horrible things, you know? And that's what led to Charlie Kirk, and that's what you get these activists going out there and literally putting their lives on the line, whether it's risking themselves getting unalived or risking themselves going to jail.
It's terrible. And it's, you know, it's, again, I am, at the end of the day, I debate, like, I am who I am. I'll tell someone to fuck off, and I'm like, you know, aggressive when debating when it's necessary, but I am a softie. I don't want to see anyone die. You know,
exactly.
And people have been giving me shit about the Venezuela, my take on that. And you're right. Part of it is that I don't have the stomach for war in the sense, I know it's necessary at times. I do. Don't get me wrong, but it's not me. Like a little bit about me. What I did working with adults with autism, I worked with a company that was non-restraint. Now, am I well aware that sometimes adults with autism need to be restrained? Of course. You know, you can't have someone, you know, that has a limited knowledge of social interactions attacking a child. You got to restrain that person. I get it, right? But I didn't want to work at a company like that. I was like, nope, I don't want to do it. It's necessary. I don't want to be a cop. I don't want to be a Navy SEAL. I respect the hell out of them, but that's not what I want to be. You know, it's just it. And so that does. And so when I look at these situations, truly, I'm like, man, fuck. There's a young woman who seems like she had terrible political takes. You know, I saw a post allegedly of her that was basically shitting on the Bible and stuff. Yeah, fuck her. God will judge it, right? I get that, but I don't want to see her die. You know, and it's and I that's why I was so upset when Tom was saying this shit. You know, because I know the alternate opinion. Fuck around, find out. Good. Line up the next motherfucker. I get it, but I'm trying to avoid that. That's what I would like to see. And there's no help coming from the left. They don't give a fuck. Two assassination attempts of Trump, they didn't skip a beat. They didn't give a fuck. Then Charlie Kirk didn't give a fuck. Remember, like in Dallas, we had that radical fucking lefty climbed on a building and shot at ICE officers and killed 2 detainees. Did not give a fuck. They didn't slow down at all. They never do. And it's like, you look at it and you're like, you know, they shit on Trump, and I did too, for his statements on Rob Reiner. But if you really think about what Trump said, he just said, yeah, the guy died and he suffered from TDS and, you know, it was a terrible man. And they're like, oh my God, how could you say that? Charlie Kirk's body wasn't in the fucking morgue. And they were like, well, he was a fascist.
Yeah.
And you're like, how is that any different than what you claim Trump's saying? Well, hey, the guy lived that life. So, and so when they say, show me any prominent Democrat that did what Trump did. How about all of them, motherfucker?
Yeah.
They all said, but Charlie was a fascist. But that was different because you're like, well, it was true. Okay, then I could say it was true that Reiner suffered from TDS. Now where are we? It's inappropriate to say in both situations. I don't think it's the end of the world in either situation. But the left does this ad nauseum nonstop. The New York Times ran a fucking piece after Charlie Kirk died within 24 hours. like sort of talking about him. And one of the things that's all you need to know about it. 24 hours after the piece, they had to issue a correction. And it said, previous version of this story said that Charlie Kirk on his podcast said these anti-Semitic things. While it is true he said them, he was quoting someone else and condemning it. And it's like, you couldn't wait 24 hours to get your facts straight that you were like, well, this guy is a Nazi. He is, so... And then those people have the balls to be like, well, Trump's rhetoric. Oh, fuck yourself. And here we are. And now, and it's going to bring out the worst of people. I know if you're a lefty and you're like, oh, this sucks, you're going to be like, this sucks that right-wingers are like, hey, she fucked around, she found out. By the way, I'd love to see a fucking Venn diagram of the people that mocked Ashley Babbitt for dying that are going to fucking say that this was a horrible tragedy. Did Ashley Babbitt have a fucking car that she was ramming into police or some form of weapon? No, she didn't. And yet they said she had it coming. But here, with someone behind the fucking wheel of a lethal weapon, they'll say, oh my God, the police should have done everything they could have to get out of the way and fucking let themselves be a victim. It's ludicrous. It really is.
Yeah, that's why I don't take the left. I've kind of been fed up with the left, more specifically after the Charlie Kirk thing, because I've seen how they act, and I'm just like, dude, I'm not gonna listen to you if you're like, oh my gosh, how can Trump say this about Rob Reiner? Oh my gosh, can you believe what happened with ICE and stuff? I was like, I don't really take you guys seriously at all anymore, because I've seen how you guys were. I know what you guys think of us now. So you expect me to believe that like you have some sort of sympathy or you really care about that? Like, no, you don't. You don't care about like lives or people at all. Like, and when it comes to this this culture war,
I totally agree. And it's, I find myself in an awkward position because, I say this all the time, like our greatest strength is also our greatest weakness. Like we believe what we believe irrespective of who's doing it. Like, so if Trump does something I don't like, I say, I don't like that. Right? I think that sucks. I do it all the time. And then it's ironic because when I debate lefties, they're like, all you should do is kiss Trump's ass. I'm like, dude, half my audience wants to fucking strangle me because they're like, when are you going to get back to doing a show about Democrats sucking? That's how often I criticize them, so something like this week happens, the Venezuela strike. I'm not the biggest fan. I don't think it's the biggest thing, but I'm not the biggest fan, right? And I explain why. And maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. The audience can make up their mind, whatever they think, that's fine. But then I struggle with this, and I did a stream on this, and the left called me out on it. After Charlie Kirk, I was like, you know what? I don't give a fuck to play that game anymore. I don't give a fuck, because my opponents want me dead. They're going to laugh. If I got killed tomorrow, like the lefties that I've interacted with, 50% of them would be like, that's a shame. Anyways. And then 50% of them would be like, good, fuck them. And everyone I didn't interact with would be like, good, fuck them. And then they would make fun of my wife. That's what they would do. And so it's like, am I really concerned with like, well, I didn't like that, the FEC chairman, suggested maybe Jimmy Kimmel shouldn't be saying what he's saying. I didn't like that. But it's like, you know what? I'm not interested in talking about that. Because fuck you. That's why. Yeah. Because you're trying to change the subject from the fact that we are being fucking killed and you're laughing at us. And then you're like, but what about this? And then I'm like, okay, you're right. I don't like that. And then when we point to all the bad shit and you're like the literal fucking bodies piling up, you're like, I don't see that. Where's the proof he was a lefty? Where's the proof? He was raised in a conservative household. Yeah, so was Destiny. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? And so now I find myself, and I'm sorry to say this, and my haters are they'll pull this out, right? I'm talking shit in Trump for Venezuela, fighting with my audience, blah, blah, blah. And then I thought I'm talking to Andrew Wilson, we're doing the TikTok siege, right? And it's like, yeah, man, this is war. It's not war through violence, but it's war for ideas. And at some point, you might not like when you're on the battlefield and you look over and you see your comrade in arms do something a little off. But at the end of the day, you still have an enemy. And so it's like, well, it's campaign season as far as I'm concerned. We're entering in the midterms. There is zero fucking doubt that if Republicans lose in 2028, they're going to be more aggressive with the lawfare. The Democrats are going to be more aggressive with the censorship online. And then where will I be? So at this point, it's a matter of self-preservation. Like, we have to beat these fuckers. Are the Republicans perfect? No. Are many of them outright dog shit? Yes. And will I call it out when I think that it strategically benefits? Yes. And will I still call out to a small degree everything I think's wrong? Yes. But at the end of the day, what am I supposed to do? Spend every one of my streams bitching about Trump's reaction to Epstein, or bitching about Trump in Venezuela, or bitching about Trump spending? I'm sorry, I have a battle to win. I mean, that's how I look at it at this point. which is more than the
Yeah.
fucking lefties that'll criticize me for saying that. They're just like, well, we just don't criticize our side ever. They hold you to a standard that they are unwilling to hold themselves to. That's what happens.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, like, yeah, like I said, so that's why when they come at us with, they're like, can you believe what Trump said about Rob Reiner? I was like, I don't care. Like, look what you guys said after Charlie Kirk. Like, you've literally moved it now to where it's like we have to kind of fear for our lives now. Like, now we're kind of like, hey, you moved on to shooting us now and attacking us and being violent toward us, but you want me to condemn Trump because of what he said about Rob Reiner. You guys have done way worse, and you guys had said way worse. So I'm sorry. Like, yes, I might not agree with what Trump said, but I'm not going to come out here and go, how dare Trump do that? I'm like, no, you guys are way worse, and I'm not going to listen to you guys hold us to a standard that you clearly aren't holding yourselves.
Yeah, it's so frustrating. And now we fall to this situation tonight. You know, where the situation where this woman's ran over or shot by an ICE agent she's trying to run over, apparently. And you just, like, not one of them will take a moment to step back and be like, oh, shit. Like, not one. And again, then you watch their reaction to Ashley Babbitt, right? Like, and it's like, how the fuck do we square that? And it's just naked partisanship.
Yeah.
And I mean, listen, I'm not going to pretend there's no one on our side that doesn't do that. I'm not. But at the end of the day, it's like show me the mass censorship that occurred on the left because of this.
Exactly.
I couldn't say that the fucking virus probably came from China. I could not say that.
Mm-hmm.
I got fucking, long story, but suffice to say, in a fucking 1 hour period, I had 2 videos, content strike, community guideline strike on YouTube, 2 in a fucking 1 hour period that were 2 years old, the videos. Why? Because they were videos when I had COVID in January of 2021 talking about my symptoms. That was deemed misinformation. 2 years later, 2 community strikes, almost completely lost my YouTube channel. So fuck off, right? With your, well, you need to condemn Trump. Fuck you people. You laughed. You said it wasn't happening when we were being censored. You fucking called and reported your neighbor because they had a fucking football party at their house and had too many people eating out of the chip bowl. Fuck you. You know, I'm sorry, you little fucking authoritarians. Now you're demanding that you criticize this rhetoric. You criticize. I'll criticize if I feel like, but never because you fuckers asked. Ever.
Exactly.
I don't give a shit what they think. And it's funny because, like, I don't think people get that about me. There's people in my audience, like, disagreeing with the Venezuela take. They're like, you're just trying to get in the Democrats' good side. I'm like, what are you talking about?
That's
I fucking
ridiculous.
hate them. I do not.
Yeah.
I have a disagreement, but that's it, you know?
Speaking of which, I want to, because I've been wanting to talk to you about this, and that's because I like that you did this with, your good friend Brian Shapiro. How you actually, I covered the last calling he did, where you completely blew him out of the water, like you completely destroyed him, and it's like I felt like you got fed up and you kind of just let him have it because you clearly pointed out his hypocrisy and his clear bias, even though he's an independent. But you clearly called it out and he had nothing to say. And I felt like after a while, you just kind of let him have it. And you just let him know everything that you felt. And I got to say, I loved it because that guy irritates the crap out of me.
So I always try to remember that not everyone that's watching knows the whole saga, right? So let's say me and you, we have an argument, right? And then 10 times we have this argument. Well, time 11, we both know everything that led up to it, but the audience doesn't necessarily, right? And so what I like to do with Brian is start off very cordial. I know how to win every time.
Yeah,
I do.
Every time. Yeah.
So I start off
Same
cordial
pattern.
and I'll talk for 30 seconds. He'll talk for 2 minutes. I'll talk for 30 seconds. He'll talk for 2 minutes. Right. And then as it goes, I'm lengthening my time and I'm like, now wait. And I'm like, as it goes. And then eventually by the end, I'm going to say something and he's going to spurg out. Right. And so that's what I was getting to, where it was like, I knew that his big lines, I'm a centrist. So, all right, let's test that. You're a centrist, right? So when you said that this building was permanently closed, I never said that. Oh, okay. Then I let him go for 10 minutes. I'm like, well, wait a minute. Here, I just pulled up. I knew fucking well. I had that post saved. I knew exactly what the motherfucker said. But I pretended, I must have misread. And then I bring it on. I'm like, wait, you did say permanently. And you said it in all caps. Oh, sue me, send me to X jail. And it's like, yeah, you see what you're doing. And then you just go step by step through each of these situations. And you keep bringing it back. Like, Brian, it sounds a lot like you're not someone who's nonpartisan. And by the way, that's okay. Just admit it. I hate these motherfuckers that act like they don't have a bias. I call myself a centrist. so much of the bias that we see now truly isn't party bias. It's Trump bias.
Yes.
There are people that'll say he never did any wrong because he's Trump and they support Trump. And they might say, but I voted for Dennis Kucinich. I voted for fucking this Democrat, you know? Okay. Right? And then there's even way more people that just fucking hate Trump. Well, James Comey couldn't have done anything corrupt against Trump. He's a registered Republican. Okay. What do I give a fuck? It's not, right? And so when you say I'm a centrist, it's like, so many of these people, I'm not saying that they don't have political values, right? What I am saying is all of them are subservient to the highest value, which is I hate Trump. So, for example, you might be a civil libertarian and say, I'm against a police state. I fucking hate him. But I'm glad the FBI went after Trump the way they did because I hate Trump. And it's like, but that's directly counterintuitive to your civil libertarian. Doesn't matter. That's because these values, which may exist, are underneath the top value. And that's it. Destiny and Brian Shapiro and so many of these other people, their top value is Orange Man bad.
Yeah.
That's it. So they'll say,
Exactly.
if you're like, okay, if you're going to say, if we point to something Democrats did, like this Minnesota thing with the Somalian daycare, and we say that's bad, and you say, but you can't say that unless you also criticize Trump's pardon, right? And I say, well, that's interesting. So then Democrats that criticize Trump for corruption, do you also say you can't say that unless you criticize Biden's pardon? And his response will be like, but I'm not partisan. I voted Democrat. But I noticed you didn't answer the question because your real partisanship isn't Democrat versus Republican. Your real partisanship is I hate Trump. And so what I'll see over and over in real time, something will happen. Like, mark my words. I'll skip to the end, right? Instead of doing a backwards example. 4 years from now, there will be a swath of people that when you say, like, now listen, you didn't say fuck all when this Democrat Somali daycare skip, they'll say, yes, I did. All them should go to jail. They should all go to jail. All of them go to jail. Now, in real time, they'll fight tooth and nail. There's no scam. Democrats aren't connected. Fuck you. This is racist. But 4 years from now, they'll go, when it's no longer matters, where Tim Walz is done, where fucking Keith Ellison's gone, where it doesn't matter and no one's there left that you can connect, they'll say, yes, throw them all in jail. We don't give a fuck. Throw them in jail. That's exactly, so like, you know, you'll take apples to apples comparisons, the best that you can. You know, Trump mishandled classified documents. You know, he ordered boxes to be moved. Wow, that's terrible. I also heard he ordered subpoenaed evidence to be deleted. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, I'm sorry, that was Hillary Clinton. By the way, did you say she should be arrested? That was Hillary's team. Yeah, I guess she should have been arrested. Okay, given that she wasn't, what do you think about the FBI's clear double standard then? You're saying I'm partisan, but I'm not. I'm saying I'm against it. Fuck you. We all know the truth. You didn't say fuck all when that was occurring with Hillary. You didn't care. Hashtag believe all women. Really? When Bill Clinton was in office? Oh, yeah, I was against it. Really? If I went back and saw what you were saying, it's the same shit every day. It's not happening. And then once it's over, 5 years later, though. In fact, I remember I was on a panel with Destiny and Brianna Wu where we were talking about the Hillary Clinton shit and Russiagate and all that. And Destiny's argument was, it was a long time ago. What can we do about it now? And I'm like, dude, you guys' entire argument's just my January 6th.
Yeah.
And they don't, and I'm like, this is, in real time when I was debating you, the last time I debated Destiny with Tom Fuller who was moderating, at the end of the debate, like 5 minutes left to go in the debate, for 5 fucking years, if not longer, 5 years probably, I've debated Destiny. One of the most central topics that's came up that I've argued with him about is Russiagate. And the FBI unfairly going after Donald Trump and the intel agencies going after Donald Trump. He, at the end of that debate, with 5 minutes left, after I've debated another 2 hours on it, goes, of course the FBI opening the investigation into Trump was corrupt. They were corrupt going after him. That's what I've always said. And it's like the gaslighting's off the... No, Destiny, you've always said the exact fucking opposite, man. That's the entire debate. Because his whole point is, sure, the FBI was corrupt, but not Obama. I don't give a fuck if Obama was corrupt. Obama's small potatoes as far as I'm concerned. I'm concerned about an institution in the FBI that still exists today, that will exist long after me and you are dead, that is out of fucking control. Obama will be gone, you know, and I don't say that I don't like Obama, but I'm not wishing death. I'm just saying he's a fucking human. That's different than an institution. The institution remains. Bodies come in and out, but the institution, if there's something fucked up, we need to deal with it. So for 5 years, you acted like it wasn't a big deal, and now you're like, of course they are. And yet you'll believe everything they say. Oh yeah, well now when they talk about January 6th, and you know, it's so fucking frustrating with these people. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, no, and especially they'll tell us like, well, COVID was so long ago, get over it, but their whole basis for why we need things like DEI and stuff is because, oh, but what about the Jim Crow laws that held black people back? Oh, what about slavery and stuff? And I was like, well, that was a long ass time ago too, but we're still dwelling on that. But yet we bring up COVID, and it's like, oh, that was a whole 5 years ago. Get over it now. And it's like,
yeah, I
no.
mean, yeah, like you're bitching about Trump's pardons. It's like Biden's pardon was about a year ago.
Yeah,
Well, I was against
exactly.
him. Brian says I was against him, but that wasn't the question. For the sake of argument, I believe you were against him. The question is, when Democrats talk about Republican corruption, do you say they are hypocrites unless they are also at that time talking about Biden's pardons? You're saying, but I talked about, that's not the question, Brian. And he knows that.
Yeah.
And I
he
said,
knows it.
Brian, you show me proof. I'll eat fucking crow right here. Show me the proof. You have a radio show. Dig it up. If this is an argument that you've made, show me. Well, I'll have to go through. But meanwhile, what about Trump University? And yet I noticed that that's moving the goalposts yet again. Just say the truth. Yeah, I didn't do that. It's one of my biggest pet peeves, this phony fucking bullshit centrism. I'll tell you another one that's not as bad, but that I fucking had at was Sitch and Adam, right? Now, Sitch and Adam are nowhere near the level of fucking Brian Shapiro. Sitch and Adam I like, especially, I think Sitch especially is a competent debater, serious person, right? But they got all pissed the first time I did their show because they sit there calling me biased for 4 fucking hours, and then I bring up the point that they're biased. And they're like, oh, this is like, they got all pissed. Well, maybe we should just remove you from the show and be done with it and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, we told you we're centrist. We're not for Republicans or Democrats. That doesn't mean you don't have a bias. Yeah. Of course you can have a bias. In fact, news alert, we're all biased. Sitch's bias is institutionalism, right? He's like, it's going to take a huge shred of evidence before I believe some manner of corruption because I trust the institutions. That's fine. That doesn't make you a shit person, but don't pretend you don't have a bias. Just don't pretend it. I have a bias. I'm fully mad. Because that's what they're saying. Well, you have a bias against the FBI. That's true. Totally own it. Yep, you're right. And yet you have one for them. So where do we go from there? Don't act like you're on a higher plane than me. And they got fucking pissed. They get pissed when you say something like that. It's like, this centrist, oh, I have to be above the fray because I'm a centrist. No, you don't. You're right here in the fucking mud with the rest of us. Don't bullshit us, So,
yeah, I think that's part of it. They want to try to act like they're above it. But I also think, too, I feel like they think it lends more credence to their argument or opinion, Like, I think if they acknowledge that, yes, I'm on the left or I'm left leaning or I'm this, then they feel like, well, they're not going to take me seriously. They're just going to think I'm a fucking biased leftist and stuff, which I mean, we will, but I think that's why they do that.
Well, it's like when they say, well, Comey's a Republican. So we're supposed to go, oh,
yeah,
well,
exactly. Yeah.
Well, I guess then there's no,
now
there's a time and a place for that type of argument. There is, like, for example, if I'm pitching about Venezuela, and someone says, well, you're just a Trump hater. And I'm like, no, really, I campaigned for Trump. I worked for Trump's campaign. I did this, that, and the other. Like, that makes sense, right? Or if you're like, oh, you're just a fucking Democrat. And you're like, dude, I've been bitching about the corrupt Democrats for fucking ever. That lends some utility. But the whole like, well, trust me, bro, I'm a centrist, but not so much Sitch and Adam. But Brian Shapiro falls into this category. It's like, dude, everything you fucking say is just the Democrat to everything. And then you'll throw in a benign, I didn't like Biden's fucking pardon. Wow, congratulations. The last day Biden was in office, you found something to complain about him. You did it, dude. For me, it's like, I don't, like, I just think of things like these seminal stories. And maybe it's not the best way to look at things, but I look at shit like COVID. I'm like, what was your take on COVID? If you were a fucking authoritarian, go fuck yourself. Like, I'm sorry. I don't really care about your nuanced opinion about Venezuela now. Sorry. And I know that's not fair, and I'll still deal with the opinion, but that's how I feel. And to me, one of the biggest ones when it comes to someone's credibility is fucking, did you speak up about Biden's cognitive decline? No, you didn't? Okay, fuck you.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry that it came to that, but it's like, and to this day, they'll still try to do it with Trump. See how bad Trump's... Trump is not a spring chicken. He is not as spry as he was in 2016. Joe Biden did not know where he was at half of his presidency. I mean, Trump is the most public, like the dude is taking press questions left and fucking right. Biden hid in his basement and the press let it happen. And all the people I was debating, I said it over and over. It was like, dude, this guy's like a human vegetable. Oh my God, how could you say that? That's so, there's no proof of that except what we can see with our own eyes.
Yeah.
And by the way,
We
it's
saw
the
it
same
everywhere.
argument now. Are you surprised? Are you surprised that the Democrat talking point, the mainstream media talking point on the Nick Shirley video is, I don't see any proof. What are you talking about? Right? You also didn't see any proof of Biden's cognitive decline. Of course. You could have it on tape, them being like, yes, we're corrupt. Fuck these white people. We hate them. We came here to steal their money. And you'd still be like, well, you know, there's no proof. Who took did you have consent to release that video? What's going on there? Oh, it turns out the guy that filmed that was MAGA. He was a MAGA guy. That would be their take. And you're just like, why would I believe you on anything that you have to say? Because there are questions that are harder. The Venezuela attack. Should we send money to Ukraine? What sort of tax policy should these are more difficult questions, right? Why should we trust that you're good faith on those when the easy shit? This guy's a fucking cognitively declined and they're covering for him. I get it. But it's better. There's competent people running the administration. It would be better than if Trump was there. I'd trust a figurehead that's incompetent with competent people behind him rather than a strong man like Trump who's incompetent in making the decisions. You see, you could do it and still hate Trump and still be done. But they couldn't do that. They couldn't. They had to lie.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I fuck with Pisco so much. Some of the shit that people like get frustrated with me because I'll be like the Jabal Bowman story. For me, that was it with Pisco because I love debating Pisco, right? And that changed my perception of him. Where he's like, for years and years, he said, lying to the FBI, when Trump's team lied to the FBI, it's serious crime. Lying to law enforcement, yep, serious crime. Okay. Then the Jabal Bowman thing comes out. He's telling his audience, look, any claims that Bowman tries to make that he didn't expect that fire alarm to go off is bullshit. Okay.
Yeah.
And then he's debating me on it, and he's like, well, he didn't think the alarm would go off, and blah, 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 blah. He knew it would go off, but he thought it was necessary to exit the door, et cetera, et cetera. We got in this big debate. Then when they released his statement to police, they said, did you think the alarm would go off? He said, no. And I was like, okay, Pisco, dead to rights, lying to law enforcement. You said that would clearly not be true if someone said that. Now we have Bowman saying it. You said lying to law enforcement materially about a case is important. Dead to rights. All he had to say was like, okay, yeah, a little bit of a double standard that they didn't arrest him, but still nowhere near to the level you're saying, Rob. But instead he doubles down. And his explanation was basically this. When he said he didn't expect an alarm to go off, what he really meant was he did expect an alarm to go off, just not that alarm. And it's like, why would I ever take anything you say seriously again? That's so laughable. It's so fucking laughable. There is 0% chance you would give a Trump supporter the benefit of the doubt like that. It's just, and I'm like, it's just laughable. You can't take the out. And I do it all the time when I'm debating them. They'll be like, well, what about Trump's meme coin? I'm like, yeah, it's fucking dog shit. Terrible. But they don't reciprocate. They'll fight tooth and fucking nail except on shit that doesn't matter. And so you're left with that. You see this. It's like, and I tell people this all the time. Your neighbor that was like, I don't see any signs of Joe Biden's cognitive decline, right? When they tell you like, hey, you should really consider voting for Judge so-and-so running locally here. You tell them, yeah, goodbye. I don't care what your opinion is on this because you're so fucking biased that you couldn't see the most blatant of objective realities. And so we relive it every day. Now we got to listen to those same people that told us that we were not believe our lying eyes when it came to Joe Biden's cognitive decline, are telling us not to believe our lying eyes when it comes to Smalley daycares. And guess what? Now they'll tell us not to believe our lying eyes when it comes to this woman driving her car towards ICE. Same fucking shit. Deny reality. It didn't happen. And you just, at some point, you shrug your shoulders and you say, I don't even know how I could have a serious conversation anymore. You still do it, but...
Yeah, no, it's funny about Pisco. That's who I actually had my first debate against Pisco. It wasn't a formal debate. It was just I went on his channel and we talked about Mahmoud Khalil because I made a video about him. I reviewed one of his debates and then, he got pissed off. So he's on X. He's like, come on my show and we'll talk about it, So he's like, come on, I challenge you. So then I went on his show and, I would be honest, I don't think I did that great, and especially for my first time, Pisco is a pretty formidable person to go against, but there's one part where I was pretty proud of myself for, because my whole theory about Pisco is that he's another, a TDS Spurg, as I call him, it's so Trump bad. So I was like, well, I want to at least get that out of him, because that's my theory about him, and so at one point we're talking about the we're talking about January 6th, then we go to BLM riots, and then, I was basically talking about like, well, he was like, well, Trump didn't send in the National Guard, and then I was just like, well, yeah, but he wanted to. You guys would have like thrown a fit about it if he would have. You guys would have thrown a huge fit. And then pretty much I said, oh, okay, so if a Democrat governor would have sent in the National Guard, would you have been okay with it? And he's like, yes, I would have. And then I was just like, so it is just about like, oh, if Trump does it, it's bad then. And then that's when he started to spurg out a little bit about like, well, yeah, Trump says stupid shit. He does stupid shit, blah, blah, blah. And he started spurging out a little bit about Trump. And I was like, well, that's what I wanted. I was like, thank you pretty much.
Yeah.
So even though I thought, like I said, I didn't do great, I was happy about that at least one part because I was like, that's pretty much what I feel about you anyways, that you're pretty much a TDS Spurg.
Well, they can't admit, like, when he did the 24-hour show with me, right, that this is the game, right? I didn't see any evidence of lawfare against Trump. I didn't think they did it for political motive. That's what he's saying. Nope. Yeah. I was like, we had people that were running on the promise of getting Trump. You don't think that showed a political motivation? Nope. And then he'd be like, but it's outrageous that Trump's politically motivated, to go after people. I'm like, I don't see it. You don't see it. I'm like, nope. Now where are we? Nope. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you show me your proof. I'm going to say, nope. Because you are denying reality, right? And the problem is, this is what people like me warned. Once you do this, once you endorse this lawfare, now it's tit for tat. That's the fucking game. Once you break that glass ceiling, now every time a new administration comes in, they're going to say, fuck those previous people. We're going to go after them at the state level. We're going to go after them at the federal level. Now, the Democrats will be way worse than this because they're shameless.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
They have judges that'll say fucking anything, do anything, right? But that's the game you guys wanted to play. And so now when oh, how could Trump do this? It's like, hey, man, we fucking told you. No. There wasn't lawfare against him. All of it was legitimate. All of it was by the book. By the way, I did the same with Brian Shapiro the other day there. I was like, were you for all of the cases against Trump? And he says, I had a problem with the payment of Stormy Daniels. I'm like, but that's the one you reference the most. You run around saying 37 felonies all the time.
Yeah.
Why would you say that if you had a problem with the case? And then it turns out, well, his problem with the case was that it's not that he felt that he was like overcharged legally because the jury found him guilty. It's that he thought that harmed the chances of getting a guilty plea. So in other words, his criticism of the case was, I thought that they weren't going to get Trump enough. That was my criticism. Not, whoa, you guys have gone too far. And I'm like, if I had a problem with the judgment, I wouldn't run around touting that as the most serious thing, right? It's like, I don't know what to say. It'd be like, take some black civil rights leader that hypothetically is charged with a crime he didn't commit, right? And then later, 10 years later, he gets out of prison and he's doing, things that are positive in the community. And I'm like, felon. And they're like, did you believe in the charge? No, I thought the charge was bullshit. But hey, a jury found him guilty. So I'm going to keep saying felon. It's like, no, I would say, okay, he was found guilty, but I'm not making that my argument, right? Like, they don't give a fuck. It's sad. Time for a grift bait, because people. We'll get there in a second. I'm gonna wrap up by 1. I don't know how late you have.
Let's see.
Half an hour.
What? Half an hour. Oh, that's perfect. That's what I was thinking about. I gave myself 3 hours, so that's perfect.
I got to drive to Atlantic City tomorrow, so.
Oh yeah, for the Word War.
Yeah.
Sounds like fun, brother. I was gonna say though, it's funny how you say there's the pattern with Brian Shapiro, because it really is. I made a song about it that I play on my channel from the Cool Tunes, where it's the same pattern. He calls in and he always started off by saying, "I'm hoping to have a good civil debate, Rob. Nothing personal." And then you guys will start off fine, and then he'll get upset because you're like beating him and you're proving him wrong. And then he'll start getting personal, like, "Oh, show us your tits, Rob," and blah, blah, blah. And then you go, "Oh, yeah, well, what does Sarah Spector say about this?" And then he goes, "Oh, screw you," and then he quits.
I can't believe he'd make this personal. He did the same thing to Andrew. Like, when he was debating with Jake, it was like he starts making it personal, then Andrew comes back, and he's like, "I can't believe you said that." It's like, okay. I mean, look, sometimes here's a fault I have. Let me admit a fault. Sometimes people will say shit that's like let's say there's a scale of escalation, right? Like we have an arbitrary line that we all subjectively have where we think it goes too far. So let's say like we start as civil as possible, and then it goes up and up and up. So we're starting here, and then maybe it's a little like, nah, it's a bullshit argument, a little less civil, and then it's like, you're a fucking idiot, a little less civil, right? And then there's some line, right? Well, you're a fucking pussy, you're a coward, and then for whatever it is, we all have our own subjective line, because I tend to, when it gets to the line where it's shaky, be like, all right, motherfucker, then I'll go here. How about that? You want to be like, fuck you, you fat fuck, your wife probably doesn't sleep with you, you're a cuck. I'll be like, what about this woman that allegedly you scammed all this money from? How about that? Right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, maybe it's too far. Maybe it's like, whoa, that's different. Maybe. I don't know. And it is something that maybe I should think about and work on. Like, it does happen. But, I mean, for me, it was like, the first time I was talking to him, and all of a sudden he mutes me, and he's just like, you're a piece of shit and you're a fat fuck and no one cares about you and blah, blah, blah. I was like, well, who cares about you? This woman, Sarah, she seems to care. He didn't like that. It was like, well, there you go. So I don't know. And, I guess that's sort of the criticism that Sarah had to bring it back, where it was like, with RTP, where I was like, well.
Oh, yeah. You went off. That was great, though.
He had it fucked up. I mean, that dude was on his channel.
He did.
Fuck these people, and I don't understand it, right? Like the people that want to fucking make it about wives or shit like that. It's like, I don't care. Brian said that, like he said the other day, but your wife doesn't have sex with you. I'm like, Brian, you're not married. Why would you make criticisms in the area of like that you could be I don't get it. It'd be like if I'm just like, oh, you fat fuck, Brian. At some point he's gonna be like, wait, what? Like, really? That's the criticism you're gonna go with? You can call me a fat fuck? I don't know. I just it's just, so for me it's always amazing, or Andrew gets that shit a lot. Now, granted, it's a little different because Rachel will do debates and shit. That's a little different. Once, okay, fine. But like, oh, Andrew, like, you can understand like a right winger being like, Andrew, your wife had children to a previous marriage. Okay. But like the left.
Yeah.
You're like, okay. Oh, wow, Andrew, you piece of shit for, raising a family and taking care of these kids, of your stepkids, you piece of shit. It's like, I'm sorry, I'm failing to connect here. All of a sudden, the left, they love to become exactly what they claim to hate, right? Like, they love to use racial slurs. They love to use homophobic slurs. They can't help themselves. Like, they go to it all the time. What, are you gay? Like, they'll do that shit all the time. You ever get late for a small dick? I thought we were against body shaming and this, that, and the other. They can't help it. They love it. They love it, right? Like, they just don't want it to be used against them. So, like, all of a sudden, you got these feminists being like, oh, you're raising kids that biologically aren't yours. It's like, I'm sorry, what's the problem here? I get it if it's Andrew Tate. I'm like, okay, I get his whole angle, the way he's coming at this. But what's the left doing here? And then they'll be like, well, I don't have a problem with it. But it's like, yeah, but you brought it up.
Yeah.
The issue is, what,
Or Brian Shapiro will act outraged, like, can you believe Trump said this? Or Myron Gaines, he was wearing the shirt that was anti-Semitic. How dare he? But then he's calling you like a freaking fat fuck and show us your titties, Rob, and all this stuff.
Well,
and
that's
it's
just
like,
me. Yeah. It's a weird thing. No, it is true. There's two things can be true simultaneously. That when the president says something, it's a different standard than an individual. And sometimes it makes sense to even point that out, right? If I'm like, fuck these losers, it's like, yeah, but you don't want the president saying, okay, fine, right. But a lot of times what will happen is both things are bad. We can both say that they're bad, right? But the argument will be like, yeah, but it's worse when the president does it. Of course, true. However, the way to go through life isn't to say, well, someone with more status or power than me did something shitty, so I do something shitty. Like, totally unrelated. And it's like, well, no, but because you have control of this was the argument I had with Connor, right? Connor's like, well, fuck Trump. You voted for Trump. And I'll be like, but you literally are working with destiny. And if you're like, fuck Trump because of his rhetoric, and you're working with the guy that was like, all Republicans should fear for their life, including you, Connor, including your family, your fucking mom, your dad, your brother, like, they should all fear for their lives to be in public. And you're working with that guy. Yeah, but Trump's worse. Yes, objectively, Trump is a higher status person than Destiny. So if they both do the same thing that we both say that's not good, it's worse societally for the president than a podcaster do. However, on an individual level, voting for someone is one thing. Actively working for them and promoting them is different. That's worse. You as an individual, I can accept, look, I don't like everything about the president, but I vote for them far more than I could accept. So I went to work for him and promoted the very ideas that I'm claiming that I don't like. That's different. And like they just it's a constant shirking of individual responsibility. Well, Trump's bad, so I could. That's Destiny's entire mantra. I say whatever the fuck I want, whenever, because Trump's bad, so I could do whatever I want. And it's laughable, and it's so easy to see through. And that's how so many of them are.
Yeah, no, 100%. It's ridiculous. What did you think about Brian Shapiro in the last one? I don't know if you caught it when you were, ultra comboing him, but at one point he goes, "Show us your penis, Rob." And I was just like, "What?"
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know if you heard that, but when because you were going off on him, and then you could hear him every so often, but so he'll be like, "Yeah, you fat fuck," blah blah blah, and then you would go off, and then you'd be like, "Yeah, show us your titties, Rob," blah 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 blah, and then all of a sudden you just hear, "Show us your penis, Rob," and I was just like, "Wait, what?" I was like, wait a minute.
Wow, I'll have to go back and see. That's Black Elk. If you're listening, clip that. I guess. I mean, it confirms some suspicions that I had.
It's
the first. Okay.
If it helps, it's at the beginning of. I covered it like a few days ago. It's at the beginning on the coming up section, so it's right at the beginning. If you wanted to, it's really weird. Yeah, because I didn't hear it at first either. Then someone in my chat was like, "Man, he has to see Rob's penis." I was like, "He did? I don't remember that." And then sure enough, you just hear, "Show us your penis, Rob," and I was like, "What?"
Oh man, he is like legitimately like. Look, we all get hyperbolic. You're the most partisan. You're the dumbest motherfucker. Yeah, okay, we all do that. But I say that, and this is what he flipped out when I said. Now, keep in mind, he claims us making it personal. You go back and watch that. He insulted me the entire time. Said how stupid my fucking audience was. Dumb, blah blah blah. Said all that shit, right? And then he goes on at the end there. He's talking shit, and I don't have to say that I win debates. Well, that's because you don't, Brian. But aside from that, what that really is like he's attacking me for having an ego. Is what he's trying to do.
Yeah.
And so I came back with, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, like you are the most fragile, low self-esteem person I've ever interacted with on here. And then he flips out. "Oh, how dare you make it personal, Brian? That's what you've been doing, like for huge portions of this debate." And it's like I just can't say it. Like, it's no different than like imagine that like there's some homeless person, and every day they're like, "Hey Vic, you suck," and you're like, "Okay," and once in a while they're, "Hey, you suck," maybe once a month, or you heard him say it twice, and so every day you show up and you're like, "Yo, you're nothing. You mean nothing, and I don't suck. You suck," and they're like, "Who are you?" "Yeah, that's what I thought. I'll be back tomorrow to tell you how irrelevant and how I don't think about you because you're so irrelevant. Oh, I'm going to write some fucking zingers. I'll be back tomorrow." It's like, wow. It seems like that. And that's what Brian is, where it's like, he claims like, I don't give a shit. And yet there he is. I know he's fucking watching, or one of his audiences. I know it right now. I fucking know it. I know it. And he knows I know it. The dude sends me text message. "This is the last you ever hear me." 2 days later, there he is in my fucking channel. Now he's in the comment section of my fucking videos, and it's just like, I struggle to think how he doesn't see the irony of the whole thing. It's like, how hard is?
Has he texted you since?
No, he text. All right, let me show you this. Did you watch the stream last night? My editor Black Elk clips some of the live streams that he's on, right? So he commented on the video. So let me find this, and you can see what he did, which is just let's see. I think it's this one. Give me a second and I'll bring this up. But yeah, my editor was like, yeah, here we go. So he is all right. So here's my video, and he comments yesterday. This is him, PTL radio show. And he says, "The email that Rob sent me last month, grifting off Brian with videos all the time. He sent us his resume and we laughed. Keep grifting, Rob." And then an email that I sent him the first time I interacted with him, he discloses it here, right? And it says, "Hey, this is Robnoerr, the guy whose show you called into tonight. just following up on setting up a debate for America Fest, which is what he told me he was debating at. Turned out not to be true. It was in Unfuck America, not America Fest, possibly. I say some selling points on me are I was a collegiate debater, qualified for the National Debate Tournament, ran for Congress, had a radio show, I should have said. I'm a producer for Word War Debate, and I have about 300 live viewers a night, and have debated some of the biggest names on the left, including Destiny many times, who will admit I am very good and talented debater. I would love to focus on politics instead of ethics and philosophy, and would love a topic such as who would have been better, Trump or Kamala. Here's hoping we get this set up and have a great debate. Regards, robnoerr. Now, the story behind this is he debates Andrew, and I was reviewing the debate. And he calls in while I'm reviewing the debate. And then Andrew calls in, and he's very cordial to Andrew. Let's set up another debate, blah, blah, blah. And at that point, Andrew mistakenly thought that they had an invitation to debate Destiny and Adam Mockler at America Fest. Now that's a whole nother saga.
Yeah.
You go follow that saga. The relevancy to me is this. Brian Shapiro says, I'm going to be there. And they're looking for someone for me to debate. I said, I'd be happily debate you there. He says, well, they're looking for someone with like a good resume. Can you send me some info that I could give to them and we'll see if we set up the debate? I say yes. As soon as the show's over, you can see the first line is, I'm the guy whose show you called into tonight. So I'm saying he requested I send this email to set up the debate. I did. And now that benign email, which somehow he thinks paints me in a bad light.
Yeah.
He's releasing DMs. Yesterday, the guy who doesn't give a shit about me. And it's just like, no, I don't give a fuck. Release away. You know, but it's like, what a weird thing to be like, I'm going to release the fucking DM that shows that I asked you to send me an email to set up a debate, and you did. Okay? Now I can see if I'm in there and I'm like, actually, I think Andrew Wilson's a piece of shit, and blah, blah, blah. Okay, now you got something. But no, it was just the most benign fucking shit.
Yeah.
And so it's like, okie dokie, good for, and what he's trying to say is like, see, I'm big time. I could release the fucking call transcript of when he called me and said, hey, you want to debate me on my show tomorrow? Does that mean I'm big time? No, of course not. He was being polite, was like, actually, we found someone else for AmpFest. Would you like to come on and debate me? I didn't take that as, that means I'm bigger than Brian Shapiro. He wants to debate me. It was just like, sure, okay, man. And if you can't have me debate, no problem. They got Alex Stein to do it. No problem. Alex has more views than me. No hard feelings. But the idea that he's constantly like, oh, robnoerr, I'm bigger than you. I have a radio show. I had a radio show. Like 10 people watched. Who gives a fuck? I told you, since he's releasing DMs, did you hear me say the text message he sent me? This is my Brian Shapiro text message. I will, he sent me this if he wants to release DMs. And let me see. And I'll show on screen just a little so you can see. The black is Brian. I'm the green. So if someone wants to pause it and then verify, but I'm accurately saying, he shows clips of my editor put up clips of our debate.
Yeah.
Right? And this is what he says. He puts those clips and then he says, while I'm at AmFest debating Jack Posobiec and Michael Knowles and being invited to conservative parties and doing debates, you're stuck in your attic making hate videos about me. What a fucking loser you are. Laughing my ass off. Last you will hear from me, you irrelevant cuck. Now, he sent me that on, I think, December 21st. And then my response is, Merry Christmas, Brian. And I'm like, I got that. I was driving when I got that. And I looked at my wife. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Like, there's something legitimately wrong. Like, dude, sounds great. Let's take you at your word. You're doing all that. Wow, sounds like you're having a great time, man. Great. Good for you.
Yeah.
I'm going to fucking, in the middle of this, I'm at this party with Jack Posobiec and I'm partying and having the time of my life. I'm going to text irrelevant robnoerr. What?
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Man, it'd be the equivalent of this. I'm at Word War, and all of a sudden Joe Rogan shows up, right? And I'm sitting there with Joe Rogan and fucking Stephen Molyneux, and Donald Trump shows up, right? And I'm like, hey, wait 1 second, guys. I'll be right over there. Hey, Powder Dusty, guess what I'm doing? You'd be like, huh? What?
Yeah.
You don't have better things to do than worry about that fucking guy?
Exactly.
But, and so, like, I mean, it really is, from the bottom of my heart, like, There's something wrong with the guy. I don't know what else to say. It's fucking weird, man. And then, anyone could say shit online, right? They can, and I hear accusations. Women will make an accusation here and there, and I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I gotta admit, after my personal interactions, I'm like, maybe this chick that's alleging Brian was fucking creepy, maybe there's something to it. I don't know. Like, the fact that he's this fucking strange, it's like, I just don't know. Like, there's, I got some super chats. Some of them are going to be relevant to this. Premonition, $2 says, sorry, not more. About the language and shit that it left abandoning you have language. Yeah. Gully 46, $10 says, next time Brian calls in, bring up his tweet about Babbitt, insurrectionist who got what they deserve. There you go. But he's nonpartisan. I'll bet he has a different take today on this woman that got shot by ICE. We want to bet? Toasted Butter Games, $10 says, how many times have protesters blocked ICE vehicles, leaning over to the front of their vehicle, and some libs on X saying he could have just got out of the way and not be hit if he didn't want to be? Yep. I mean, it's just Jesse Marquez, $10 says $55 hit the goal. And then I never know what these NT things are. 150 sounds great. Thank you, though. NPC the game says Rob, 74% Powder Dusty, 26%, with 233 votes in so far for the NPC Panelverse 2026 Live Streamer of the Year Award. Voting ends awards night, January 24th, 9 p.m. What I should do is, I should cheat, is what I should do. I should just be like, hey, Andrew, by the way, if you could bring this poll up on your stream, and then that'll be the end of it. That would be the end.
That would be the end of it.
But JJ Mad, $20. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Scott Hotbed on your channel, Cool Vic, says $2. Chaos demons only know and act with chaos. True.
Yeah.
True. The great AJC, $50.64. Goal accomplished. May you have safe travels to War. God bless you. Thank you, man. Really appreciate it. Then we got Vincent DeVicis, $10 says, you know why people don't have it good today but don't realize it? An old Greek proverb. A society grows great when old men plant trees whose shade they know they shall never sit in. Of course. I actually more along the next person. Rachel, thanks so much. Rachel Wilson, $5 says, if you guys saw the absolutely unhinged DMs Brian has sent me, you would die laughing. And also I'm horrified. I'd be horrified. I'm holding on to them for now and saying, yeah, I heard scuttlebutt about some fucking pretty crazy DMs. First off, I don't want some fuck knob texting my wife like that, first off. Dude, I gotta tell you, I'm fucking a weirdo. Hanging out with Andrew too much has weirded me out. Like, it really has. Even before I was hanging out with Andrew, though. Like, if a woman DMs me, I show my wife immediately. And 99.99999%, it's literally just something as simple as, hey, I'm reaching out, wanted to know if you wanted to do a stream, or, hey, what do you think about this politician? It's always benign. Like, it always is. But still, I don't want to be in that position.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you were DMing me, and like, and phone calls are super fucking weird, right? Because it's hard to, if I call you, right, and you say, you called me an anti-Semitic slur, how do I prove I didn't? See, here's the 6-minute call. Here it is. That's where it occurred. Oh, wow, he's got some evidence. But literally, the calls could have just been like, actually, Rob, I think you're wrong. I think that Jim Cornette was better than Bobby the Brain. No, I disagree.
Yeah.
And then we have an argument 2 years down the road. Sometimes that shit happens with, like, women, where it's like, oh, you had this benign conversation, and it's, I got to be honest. I find myself in a position now where I'm going to be traveling more, and I wish my wife was with me all the time because I love my wife first and foremost. But second, I don't want any accusations.
Yeah.
Fucking go to bed. I'm an old man. It's fucking 10 o'clock. I'm going to bed. Fuck off. I'm locking my door. And I don't even want to I don't want any guest, right? It's bedtime. I like the room to myself. That's great. I'm going to put on some, cops or fucking, something shitty like that and fall asleep. Forensic Files. But yeah, it's fucking creepy. Brian DMing or send a text to Rachel like that, It's a weird thing. I don't know.
I saw Rachel put in the comments that I guess Andrew said that if the next time that he sees him in person, he's gonna punch him in the face.
Oh yeah. Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Andrew told him that someday he's gonna see him in person at that event or somebody's gonna hit him in the face. He would just wilt. By the way, here's the thing, right? Like, and I hope Andrew doesn't mind me saying this. But Andrew's a great friend of mine. He's given me tremendous advice both on stream and off stream. And here is something that he said, and I think this is advice that anyone could take. It's like, as you get more successful, people come around in woodwork to fuck you over, and the strategies that they'll use will become more and more fucked up, right? And he's like, people like to find the areas where they can hurt you, right? And so if you have a tragedy that occurred in your life, they're gonna exploit that. They're gonna say, and they want that reaction. They want you to fucking be like, fuck you, and punch them in the face. They got nothing to lose, right? So they want you to do something like that, so then they can capitalize on that. Oh boy, and so it's tough. It takes like a strong I mean, just watching Andrew, for example, the shit. I should be careful about this. I'm not trying to get too personal. I'll just say this. I was reviewing some shit for a debate, and I was a hater of Andrew's, and I was watching shit that they were saying about Andrew and his family, and it was some of the worst fucking shit I have ever heard. Like shit that was so bad that I was like physically fucking shaking. Like if this person was in my face right now, and I'm not in Andrew's family, I'd fucking choke them out. That's how it was. I mean, talking about horrible personal tragedies, and I couldn't believe it, and it's someone that I'd heard before and was like, I'm not a huge fan, but and now all of a sudden it's like, I find myself in this position. Well, that's the exact type of thing that you would do. That's the exact, like, if you want that reaction, and it's fucking, it was I'll just put it this way. Maybe someone that identifies as a bear, and it was a big thing. But it was absolute dog shit. And I'm like, I told Andrew, I was like, I don't know how you fucking put up with this, man. Because if it was me, I'd be like, it was, what the fuck? I don't have to be. It was Owen Benjamin.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was like, oh, yeah,
Andrew,
I know.
Andrew was supposed to debate Owen Benjamin. That was the night Charlie Kirk was shot. Mm-hmm. And, Andrew's a fucking adult and was like, hey, maybe we should put this up. And Owen decides to go on social media and be like, Andrew's using Charlie Kirk as an excuse. It's like, you fucking psychopath. You absolute psycho. And it's just, it's brutal. It's brutal to hear the shit he was saying. And it's just like, I don't know why. Like, there are a lot of people that I fucking really dislike in this space. I would never, ever remotely go to the level that was being done. I couldn't believe it. I was just, and so, I remember talking to Andrew about it, and he's like, that's what people do, man. They fucking find the thing, like, if your fucking grandma just died in a boating accident, that's what they're going to say to you. Fuck your grandma. How about that? And it's like, it's brutal. And you see it with Charlie Kirk, same shit. Now they're going to go after Erica Kirk. Oh, she's celebrating. Oh, she's probably pregnant to Dawn. Like, it's like, you motherfuckers. Yeah, and that's true. And I looked into this too. Owen's certifiable. He did the same thing to Jim Bob after losing a debate to him a few years ago. Went after his family in the most vicious and personal way. They used to be friends. It's just, I don't know, man. So it's weird. When you
Trinity debate? The Trinity debate that Jim Bob had? Yeah, I saw that. I remember
he
that.
Didn't. What was the word that he didn't know? And it kind of kicked it off. I can't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was either, but I remember Owen.
Like ecclesiastic or something like that.
Yeah.
And he didn't know what the word meant, and then I kicked it all off, and it was like, oh boy. But
yeah, I remember that. That's crazy. I didn't know he went after Jim Bob after that, though.
Yeah, I heard that story too, and it's just like, that's who wants to hermeneutics, yes. Which, by the way, I got to be honest with you, I had to look it up too. It is what it is. Yeah. When I did the national debate tournament, I was at the biggest tournament in the fucking country for policy debate, and we're in this round, and I don't know, it's like round 2 or 3, and opponents used a word. I was like, I don't know what that word means. And we ended up losing the round, but it was a 2-1. So one of the judges voted for us. And the one judge comes up to me afterwards, and he's like, I've never heard anyone at this level of debate admit that they don't know what a word means. And I was like, and he's like, I just want to applaud you. He's like, because so many people just pretend.
Yeah.
Because they think, well, and sometimes it depends. Like, if I'm like, I'm fucking best mechanic in the world, and you're like, oh, cool, I'm having transmission problems. I'm like, transmission, I'm sorry, I don't know what that is. You're like, okay, fuck off, buddy. But like something like that, it's like, sometimes it's better to just admit, like, I'm sorry, I don't know what that is. But yeah, it was. No one has ever accused me. People have accused me of being smart. They're horribly wrong. Horribly wrong. I'm smart at some things, but overall, I may be average. I'm one of the dumbest people you ever meet at like anything that has to do with like fucking handyman type shit. I'm a complete idiot. Like I'll do things complete ass backwards, and like my wife will be sitting there shaking her head, like, "Why don't you just do this?" And I'm like, "Oh, yeah, that makes sense." It's different. It's it's different types of intelligence.
Yeah, because I think it's because in debates, man, you got this like great memory, man. Like I wish I had that, because it's like your ability to just recall things and these facts and stuff. I was like, dude, like like I said, I wish I had that, because I'm an idiot. Like I forget things that happened 5 minutes ago. I have a memory of a goldfish, but
well, then
you're just able to recall these things, and it's just like, wow.
It's very selective, though. That's my wife. That it's very selective, right? Because she'll be like, "Hey, we're going to so and so's house Saturday," and then Saturday comes, she's like, "Come on, get ready, we gotta go." I'm like, "Oh, it's first I'm hearing of this." She's like, "Literally, we had a 10-minute conversation yesterday." I'm like, "Well, that does not ring a bell because you're on your phone. You were getting ready for some fucking debate." I'm like, "Huh? What? What? There was a debate yesterday?" She's like, "You could remember some fucking like random Ukrainian prosecutor's name from fucking 2014, but you can't remember that I talked to you for 10 minutes about this." I'm like, "Yeah, last
that
life."
happens.
We got one more super chat. Forgotten Texas, $10 says, "Just sharing some love for you and Cool. Not one step back." Now, listen, we won't be satisfied. We're going to wrap up the stringer, but we're not going to be satisfied until at least $20 more comes in on my end and Cool's end. So we'll do a little competition here to see which one of our channels gets that $20 first, right? So let's do it. I know we got a lot of people watching on Cool's channel. We got a lot watching here. Things are going great. Listen, man, fucking 400 people watching us between the two channels. Nothing to sneeze at. I got whip songs to play. I mean, I don't know, man. We might have to put hiatus on whip songs tonight. Also, I don't think I do have any. The only purple chat was this, and it's not 50. It's $50.64. Ha! Oh, I lose. Oh, wait, no, we said 20.
No, we still, yeah.
You got to get
still got 10 more dollars.
This was over on Vic's channel.
Thank you very much, team.
$10. Oh, shit. Now, one thing I will say, Vic, as we're wrapping up, I'm in no position. Oh, look at this. 40 more. I got crushed. That's 50. World Radio gives 20, says Cool Vic for the win. And Joseph Newton, another 20. Motherfuckers. Oh, God, Texas sends me 5. I'm only 15 away from losing by 30. Interesting. And then we got Wade Boggs 20 says first, and then because Race Car 10 says goal. We're tied as of right now, but I accept the loss. I accept. You got the game was the first 20. Damn, you can't beat that. One thing I wanted to mention is who knows what the future holds, right? With projects that people are working on, this, that, and the other. But I do hope that eventually some of these organizations contact you, because I think you're in a perfect position to be a very neutral moderator. Like, and even on some of the hard, like, drama bullshit, right? Like, and you're impartial, letting people have their say, and that ain't easy. So I just want to let you know, I will be rooting for. I make no decisions at places like Word War or anywhere else regarding that. But I do hope that inevitably you get a call, because I think that you are a channel that's growing, that you've exhibited, that you are a fantastic commentator on debates and fantastic at being a moderator and being fair. And listen, in this space, that's rare. So many of us it's hard to be someone who has interested in subjects and is passionate about them, but at the same time could be neutral when it comes to a moderation. So, I really hope that ends up panning out. I have no idea what plans are going forward with that thing, but I do know the general idea of wanting to build out people for places like Word War is something that exists. And so hopefully, for my part, I will definitely put in a word for suggesting you. So
that'd be great, Rob. Thank you very much. I greatly appreciate it, man. And you too, brother. Like you're moving on to bigger, better things, man. And I wish you nothing but the most success, because I think you deserve it, man. You're a talented guy, great debater. We need more debaters like you. You know what I mean? And so yeah, keep up the great work, brother. And thanks
Thank
for having
you.
me on.
I got 5 years left, and then I'm fucking buying an RV, and you'll never see me again. That's
Nice.
I'll still. I can't get away. Oh, real quick, we don't want to lose a couple more super chats on Vic's end. For God, Texas, $5 for the contest. Joseph Newton then generously sent you 20 cents. Me, thank you so much. And then Wink in the Wind gives you another 2 and says, y'all more patient than saints in these debates. Thank you. We try. We definitely do. Vic, it's been a pleasure. I can't wait to do another show. It was a weird night.
Yeah.
And from the bottom of my heart, thank you. I know that the timing of this was so weird and I had that other shit going on and you bailed me out because I was getting phone calls. So I do appreciate it, man. And next time we do a show, sole focus, we'll get some clips that we can get up and reference and stuff. And I think it'll be great. So, but I had a blast tonight. So thank you so much.
I did too, Rob. It was a ton of fun. Thank you again for having me on.
No problem. All right, that's Cool Vic, everyone. Now, if you're watching on my channel and you have not gone over to Cool Vic's channel to sub to him, then clearly you're a communist. Could be no other explanation. That has to be the case. So let's get his channel out there. And please, 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 before you sign off for this evening, please go over there and give him a sub. Subs are free. Let's get him a sub. Let's do it.
I'm glad this happened today. Fantastic day.
Yeah, it was great. I'm very happy as well. Man, it's a great night a great nightcap here too, man. I've been fucking crazy busy today. So it's nice to just talk to someone and be able to relax and chill. So it was a lot of fun. Also, didn't know that Vic was a wrestling promoter, which is awesome. Good shit. So everybody make sure. Also, I'd be remiss if I didn't post this. I'm gonna get yelled at. Oh, I forgot to click on Cool Vic stream. We're still mutual streaming too.
And did you make sure to promote your vote?
No, that's what I was about to do. I knew you'd yell.
Oh,
at
okay.
me.
Okay.
So here is that link. I think I have to. I'm just gonna end Vic's stream on my side.
Well, I am currently in the middle of being raided, so I'm going to continue going back to that.
Yes.
So you all have
in real life, there are literal like Tuscan Raiders at your door.
No, on my Rust side of business. So
thank you. I'll be out of here shortly, as you know.
Yeah,
I wanted to get bed early tonight. So
yep. So
All right.
crew, enjoy, everybody. Have a wonderful night. I'm glad Cool Vic was here to join in on the festivities. So.
You know, the other thing, thank you, Everest. Take it easy, man. We'll talk soon. The other thing, like, man, my goodness, that Brian Shapiro said, asked to see my penis. My goodness, I missed it. I wish I'd have known. Now, the poll, we put that up there. Consider, maybe you like me, maybe you hate Dusty. Well, consider voting. How many votes? We got 236 votes. I had 75%. I'm doing pretty good. Not too shabby. Yeah, that's the mentality, Avarice. Gonna start playing Rust just to raid Avarice. Let's all build, let's get 200 of us joining Avarice's Rust server just to completely fuck him over. I like it. Yes, I got it. The Great Wade Boggs. $50. So someone great once said, where there's a whip, there's a way. Now listen, I'll play this song, but here's the deal. Like, from the bottom of my heart, this time, I'm not peckering around when the song's over because I got a lot going on tomorrow. I got a big drive. While I'm queuing this up and we get this whip wheel up before everyone runs out and leaves, let me just say this. I do not know what my streaming schedule will be for the next week. I have no clue. I'm driving into Atlantic City tomorrow, doing the Word War stuff. So that's going to be Thursday, Friday, Saturday night. I'm there. Then immediately getting on an airplane Sunday, doing some work for the Crucible. And I don't know when I'll be back. Now, I have a debate scheduled Wednesday, the No Prep debate over on Speakeasy's channel. So I would be happy and if I get back in time to do that debate. However, as Speakeasy said in the chat here tonight, totally understands if I have to delay that. So I will take my computer and I will attempt to stream either through my computer or through my phone while I'm on the road. That is something that I'm going to try to do. But motherfuckers. I can't make any promises. So the other thing is I am going to try to stream the Word War debate to my channel. Now, I do not know the logistics of this. And inevitably, it'll mean leaving my computer up running on its own somewhere. So I'll try my best. But if you don't see me, please go to Word War Debate on YouTube. Go to their channels on X. And you'll be able to see the videos there. And now, these stupid ass songs. If you want to hear a Whip Wheel song, it's $50. Let's see what we got tonight to anger me. Oh boy. Now listen, I'm cheating this first one. I'll play the damn songs, but I have to use the restroom. So I'm going to start it and go to the restroom, and then I'll be back. Mongolian Throat. I'm not that good. Wish I was better. All right, here we go. Ready? Be right back.
There's a way. We don't wanna go to war today, but the Lord of the Lash says, nay, 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 we're gonna march all day. All day, all day, where there's a whip, where there's a whip. There's a way.
Fuck, still going.
Where there's a way. Left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Left, right. Hey! A crack on the back says, we're gonna fight, we're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war.
All right, happy? We're down 100 viewers. Hey. All right. Also, one more time before everyone leaves. Special thanks to my one of my two favorite people in the world, my son Hank, for picking out my cool new green watch because he knew mine has to go to the jeweler. So, Hank, thank you so much. I told him I would tell everyone on my channel. So there it is. Sekio watch. Green's his favorite color, and he knew I would like it. Thank you, Hank. All right. Last one. Let's do this. Oh, now are we going yodel? Oh no. Oh boy. K-pop electric jazz fusion. I don't know if I have this one. I might need to remove this one. Son of a bitch. All right. We're going to take a mulligan. I don't want to hear any complaints. Mulligan it is. That one, it says the file's corrupted, so... There you go. An original. No, I didn't remove it. It got corrupted. I don't know what happened. It's still on Suno, but I'd have to dig it up, so it's not happening tonight. All right, here we go. Rap. Okay. Where the fuck is this one? Huh. Am I fucking with you guys? No. Well, I have it saved here, so here we go.
There's a whip. There's a whip. Where there's a whip? There's a whip. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the land says, nay, 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 nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, left, 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 left. There's a whip, left, 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 left. A crack on the back say, gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Where there's a whip, there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, 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 there's a way, there's a way. Where there's a whip, 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 whip. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Crack on the back says, wanna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Waka, 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 waka.
If you missed my segment last night, Rob raps about rap. Huh?
Listen to him rant and rave about politics. Now listen to him drop some truth on rap and all that shit. Rob raps about rap.
Yeah. Nice, right? Yeah. I'm hip. I'm fly. You know. I know about the raps. I know about it. You know. That's what. Let me see if I get this right. All the homies tune in to hear me rap about rap. I think I used that word right. Yeah. Well, ladies and gentlemen, 149%. Not too shabby. It'd been nice to get 200% on the go home show. Well, you know, you guys are awesome. A couple closing notes here. I don't know when you'll see me again. Merch store, hopefully, I talked to the dude today. It looks like that'll be up and running as soon as I get into his store when I get back from my trip. So maybe as early as next Thursday or Friday, not like tomorrow Friday, but like the Friday next week, it might be done. So, and it's not just going to be a store. It's also going to have links to some of my videos and other stuff like that up. So pretty cool. And that's robnoerr.shop is where you're going to be able to find that. So, and then one last push for Word War here. Go over to Word War Debate. Sign up on X. Find him on YouTube. You can find him on Rumble and places too, but I'll put the link to YouTube. I'm going to try to broadcast the debates on my channel. But if you can't find it there, Word War Debate on YouTube, link right there. And you'll see the channel is up and running, so it'll be broadcast there. It's on YouTube, it's on Rumble, it's on X, it'll be on Play TV. So, oh yeah, I wrapped the shit out of some stuff. Come on now. I might be as white as some fucking briefs, but I could drop a rap from time to time. Yeah. By the way, it probably pisses the shit off of people. Some fucking white nerd like me could probably out-rap a lot of them. Oh well, such is life. So, so follow me there. You know, it's been a lot of work with WordBoard and stuff, and who knows what the future holds, but my policy is once I give my word to do a project, I jump in with both feet, doing it with a smile on my face, so I'm going to have a lot of fun. And I hope you guys have fun as well. From the bottom of my heart, I do. I hope you'll tune in, and I hope it's wonderful. I hope you enjoy yourself. And I hope all the debaters have a good time. I hope the show goes off flawlessly. I'm going to be there to do the best I can on my part. But I got to tell you, man, when we get done with that and I hop on this plane and I'm doing stuff for the Crucible, it's going to be like a breath of fresh air to like get this project in the books, because it's been a lot of people putting a lot of work in. So, you know, it's I hope that you guys enjoy it. So, all right. I said I was going to be done at 1. It is officially well past 1. So, what is going on here? Oh no, I screwed the pooch on my watch. I'll just turn it around. It's bedtime, folks. Unless any of you... I hope you enjoyed that space. I know we had a couple technical glitches that went off, but, you know, I think I'm a fucking excellent host, man. And I had shit bouncing. I had people fucking messaging me, and you know, the space is not working. People, you know, people messaging me, how do I get on this space? That, and the other. You know? And I thought I pulled it off pretty damn flawlessly. You know? I think I'm a good host. I know what I'm doing. I got a vibe. I feel it. It's the weave. So, but I hope you all, thanks, Imaginary. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. So, all right, that's it. I don't know when you'll hear from me next. I will try at least every night, even if it's just a 10-minute video on my phone. I'll try to do a live stream. It'll probably, if I do it on my phone, it'll be YouTube exclusive. So if you're watching me on any of the platforms other than YouTube, consider following me on YouTube, because that's probably where I'll be. If I do some streams out there in Atlantic City. Maybe you can see me like losing my ass at roulette or something. I'd be like, guys, quick, can someone send me fucking $100 to put on red here? I got a feeling. Send it out. I'm not a big gambler, so, you know, but thank you so much to all the folks at Word War and all the guests I had tonight. There were numerous. Thank you to Stephen Molyneux, Sam Tripoli, Gavin McInnes, Erudite for being on the stream. Thank you so much for Dave Lugo, the executive producer there. Thank you so much to the people behind the scenes that were helping running it. You know who you are. Thank you all to the debaters that came on, and even those that didn't. That is Pearl versus Anna that we have coming up. Michael Rectenwald versus Shabbos Kestenbaum. Thank you to both of them. Thank you to both Pisco and Ryan Mullally. Thank you to Avarice. Thank you so much to Kewl Vic, who generously gave us 3 hours of their time and covered for me while I was taking calls. So, thank you to everyone who donated tonight. It really means a lot. Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone who liked the stream, everyone who watched, everyone who said kind words, and everyone who didn't even say anything. I appreciate you all. You guys are the best. We are going to wrap things up and raid over to Speakeasy. Oh, shoot. Okay, there we go. So we're going to do that. Take a moment here. Just 1 minute. 1 minute while this outro plays. And just remember Charlie Kirk. Remember today where another woman has lost her life, this time trying to attack ICE officers in a vehicle. I want you to take a moment as you hear the left gnash their teeth about this and think of what the reaction to Charlie Kirk was. How they mocked him, basically implied he had it coming, mocked his wife. Please say a prayer. Also, prayer for my influence, Scott Adams. Please pray for Charlie Kirk and his family. Just 1 minute. Think about it as the outro plays and what they took from him and his family. God bless Charlie Kirk. God bless you all. We'll see you on the other side at some point. As always, have a good one.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.